Okay, I think that we're live. Hi everyone, my name's Ali Hunyu. I am the National Chapter Manager for Project HEAL. Project HEAL is a 501c3 nonprofit organization based in the United States, but we have chapters located in Australia and throughout Canada. So we are here today. Project HEAL's mission is to raise funds to provide treatment grants to individuals who are in need of treatment for their eating disorder but are unable to access it due to lacking finances, and insurance won't cover it. But today we wanted to do something a little bit different, which is to offer kind of advocacy and awareness about eating disorders, since today is Make a Difference Day. And our project for the day is to offer this marathon Hangout on Air, where viewers can submit questions for our expert panelists to answer. And we'll be going for 8 hours straight, answering all of your questions regarding all 6 modules. And those modules are located in the event details. So our first module is going to be covering understanding eating disorders. This is just the basics of eating disorders. Just covering the topics of what is an eating disorder, what are the different types of eating disorders, how do I know if someone's struggling with an eating disorder, and so on. And we've got a great list of panelists who are joining us today, and we are going to invite them in just a couple minutes. So I wanted to just make note that if anyone did want to submit any questions, please go ahead and do so. The Q&A section has opened. I'm going to invite our panelists to join. And we're just going to continue having panelists exit and enter for the next 8 hours straight. So from 12 p.m. until 8 p.m. Eastern time. So let me go ahead and invite some of our panelists. I'm going to invite some more. And maybe take this time to familiarize yourself with what we're going to go over today. And we hope that you join us and you engage with us. This is for you guys, and we're hoping to provide just so many resources in answering all of our topics and answering all of your questions that you may have. Let me go ahead and invite more of our panel. We've got some wonderful panelists for our Module 1. We've got both the co-founders of Project HEAL, Christina and Leanna. We've got Jessica Raymond. She is the creator of the Rise Up and Recover app. We've also got Sarah Chips, I believe is her name. She's a clinician with Montanito. And last but not least, we have Jenny Kramer. She's the founder and executive director of Metro Behavioral Health and Associates. Once they join us, I'll let them introduce themselves a little bit more. Okay. Okay. I saw that someone had asked a question but then took it away. I encourage you to ask again. Our panelists will be joining us shortly. The panel for our first module starts in about 10 minutes. So they'll be arriving within the next couple minutes. So definitely ask your questions that you've got now so that when they have arrived, we can start answering them right away. And if you have any questions for me about Project HEAL, I would love to answer them. Or recovery. I'm recovered myself, so I'd be more than happy to answer those kind of questions as well. Hi, Jessica. I saw that someone had asked a question, but then took it away. encourage you to ask again. Our panelists will be joining us shortly. On the panel. You have this running live, Jessica? In about 10 minutes. So they'll be arriving within the next couple minutes. So definitely ask your questions that you've got now, so that when they have arrived, we can start answering. And if you have any questions for me about Father Kale, I would love to answer them. I think, or recovery. I'm recovered myself, so. Hi, Jenny. More than happy to.
Hi.
Well, we're streaming live now.
Hi everybody.
Hi.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yeah, Jessica,
Yes.
did you can turn off the live stream version. I was hearing it play back in the background. You have this running live, Jessica?
I think so. Yeah, it says
You don't
live
have
in the
to
upper
have it-
right-hand corner.
You can turn that off. It's probably going to create like a delay. I don't know if you can turn it off. And what's going to be if we like do mute while everyone's talking, just so there's good audio. Let me just,
Hi.
we're streaming live now.
Hi everybody.
Does someone have it running? Does someone have? Oh, I have it running.
Okay.
I had it running. That might
Yeah,
have
me
been.
too. I was wondering what was going on there.
Sorry.
So I'm not a huge Google Hangout person here.
Okay.
That's what others are.
So I guess we'll give everyone a couple more minutes to join.
Wait, how do I reverse it?
No, it's good. It's good, Leanna.
Okay.
I can see it well. Does someone else have it have a live stream streaming in their background?
I will check.
Okay. Does someone have it running? Does someone have?
Mine says live. I'm going to try to turn it off. I'm going to Google this. Turn off live.
You can just X out that window.
Mine says live.
Yeah, there's someone it's like on the Google event page or something, I think. Someone's on there.
I'm closing out of all my windows.
Okay. Because I can hear it like there's a little bit of a delay, so it's broadcasting. Hi, Nicole.
Hi.
Perfect. So we're all just kind of getting settled, and I think, can you guys still hear it, or is everyone good?
No, I still hear it.
A little slight feedback.
I do, but how do you turn it off? I'm
Just
like
X
clicking
out-
on
just-
it. It's not
just
doing
X
anything.
out that window.
Mine says live. I'm going to try to turn it off. I'm going to Google it. Turn off live.
Wait, Jessica, don't you have two windows, like this window and then another window?
There we go.
Yeah, there's someone who's
No.
like on the Google page or something. On there.
Yeah,
One
this-
who can't join. Let's see.
The only other window I have is something that says Dashboard Google. That's okay?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, we lost Jessica. And I'm having trouble getting Christina on, which is good that we have 5 minutes.
In my chair.
Here, I'm going to send her one directly to.
Jessica's back on.
Okay, perfect. Jessica, how are you doing better with anything? Is everything good?
It still says live, and I don't know how to
No, it
disable
should it should say live in this screen here. I'll do a quick screen share. This is.
I'm not hearing the
No,
playback
I heard
though. I
good
think
now.
we're all good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. I won't do screen share. The live should be in that corner. That means that we're streaming live because we are. But yeah. Okay. Perfect. Do we want to wait like 4 more minutes for the rest of our panelists, or
I would.
Okay. We've just got 2 more coming. So hopefully.
Only you can see that, right? You can see sort of who's joining?
Yes.
Okay.
I had someone ask us a question earlier that started on the feed, but they must have deleted it. So I was talking to the viewers before and encouraging them to submit questions. Although we do have some questions that we can get started with once it's time. Hang on, sorry, technical difficulties. Do we want to start with at least having some people start to introduce themselves so we don't have just dead air, or?
So are we live now?
Yes.
So
Hi,
embarrassing.
everybody.
That's why my thought process was we at least start introducing ourselves.
Okay.
So to kind of do the time right now.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Perfect.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Leanna Roseman. I'm 23 years old. I am the co-founder of Project Heal. I guess I'll do a quick overview since we have the time. Project Heal is a nonprofit organization myself and Christina Saffron started in 2008. Both of us struggled with anorexia. We were in treatment together, and we helped each other reach a full recovery, and through that we had a lot of conversations about the flaws in the system, and we really wanted to give back. We weren't given this illness for no reason. We really wanted to make a really dark period in our time into something powerful and meaningful, and we started Project Heal with 3 goals in mind. The first is to provide treatment grants to people who cannot afford treatment. As we very well know, insurance rarely covers treatment, and it's about $30,000 a month. And people who are motivated are often turned away, and we wanted to be a part of helping people get back and regain their lives. So that is our first goal, and in the last over 6 years, we've sent 14 males and females to treatment. And our second goal is to promote healthy body image, self-esteem, and show people that full recovery is possible. Christina and I are full testaments and show people every day that you can live a life outside of an eating disorder and really fully recover. And not only us, now we have over 35 chapters across the United States, Canada, Australia, that our leaders are showing themselves that they're recovered too, and you can really regain your life and help others regain their life as well.
Yeah.
On a more personal level, so yeah, Project Heal is a huge part of my life, but it's not my whole life, and I think that's also an important thing to show. I talk about this a lot, and I think it's important. When I was going through my eating disorder, I really labeled myself as Leanna the anorexic, and I really felt like being sick was the only thing that I was offering the world. And now that I'm recovered, I didn't want just my identity to be Leanna the recovered anorexic, and Project Heal is who all I am. So I followed my dreams, and again, Project Heal is a huge part of my life, but it's not the only part. I am a first grade teacher in the New York City public school system, and I love every minute of it, and I'm able to inspire the youth to believe in themselves and make a difference in that way as well.
That's so awesome. I love that. Thank you for sharing. And we have the other co-founder of Project Heal who just joined us, Christina Saffron.
Hello. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Okay. So we're just doing brief introductions while we wait we have one other panelist. So do you want to do your introduction right now, Christina?
Sure. I'm not sure how much you wanted, but I'm Christina. I'm the other co-founder of Project Heal. And Leanna and I founded Project Heal when we were 15 after meeting in treatment, and I just graduated from Harvard with my degree in psychology this past spring, and now I'm living in California. So it's earlier here, working at Stanford Psychiatry in a lab that's doing an eating disorder online program for college students with eating disorders.
Awesome. That's so great. Jessica, do you want to go next?
Who?
Yeah, great. Well, first off, thank you so much for inviting me to join this Hangout, really for this Make a Difference Day. I think you guys have a huge impact with Project Heal, and I love your mission and all that you've done for everybody. So this is a great event to be part of. I am the founder of Recovery Warriors. We are a company that focuses on building tools, technological tools for people in recovery. We have the Rise Up and Recover app, which is for people to self-monitor their recovery and collaborate with their treatment team. And we also provide resources, music playlists, blog posts, and a podcast, the Recovery Warrior Show, which Liana and Christina were a part of. So kind of we focus on helping people in recovery as well.
And if you don't have the app already, I really recommend it. I mean, I wish something like this existed when I was going through it, because I would honestly use it, and I think it's awesome. So go download it now.
Thank you. It's free, but Android's coming out soon, so if you have an Android, just...
And it's in multiple languages, right? Or one?
Yeah, Spanish and German.
Wow, that's awesome.
Perfect. Jenny, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Jenny Kramer, and our center is called Metro Behavioral Health Associates. We're in Scarsdale, New York, and in New York City, and we treat a variety of different eating disorders, every one possible. And we have a lot of outpatient services, and I have been in the field for probably about 14 years. A number of you introduced yourselves by age. I would do that, but then I'd have to kill you all, so I'm not going to do that. So suffice it to say, I've been doing this a while, and I don't come to it lightly, although I myself have not had the privilege of having an eating disorder. I know that's an odd way to put it. I haven't had that privilege. I'll come back to that. I was surrounded by it in my world, parents, brother, different forms of addiction in my family, and so I come to it with an abiding respect for really what it takes to recognize and change and stick with behaviors that don't necessarily reflect at all who you are as a person and what your life is for and what your life is about. And you are absolutely entitled to have a life you love, and so that's really, what our work is about. And I'm absolutely delighted to be part of the panel today. And we also encourage everyone to go get the Rise Up app. It's great. And it's wonderful. There's a number of them that are great, and that's a very great one. And so I'm delighted to answer any questions I can today. So thanks for having me.
Perfect. Jenny, did you turn off your camera by chance?
God, no, I hope not.
I might have done something again.
Leanna Rosamond opened capture. Smile.
I don't know why I always do this. I am so sorry.
There we are. I think I'm back.
There you go. Okay.
Okay.
I don't see. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, why is Christina gone?
What am I doing?
Oh, there you go. Okay. I think. Oh my gosh. Wow, we are a mess. We're a little bit
great to be human. Is it just great to be human? We're wired to make mistakes. It's a good.
I'm perfectly perfect.
For our social media, but forget me, okay?
Oh, stop. Okay. Well, I know that I think Dr. Chips is having a little bit of trouble. I'm not quite sure. But Nicole, do you want to introduce yourself as my co-moderator?
Sure.
Okay, perfect.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole. I'm the chapter leader for the Rhode Island chapter of Project Teal. We got started this past January 2014. I'm 21. I've lived in Rhode Island my whole life. I decided to get involved with Project Teal because I saw the difference that being able to receive treatment had in my own life after years of fighting with insurance and whatnot. So that's why I'm involved with Project Teal. And yeah, in my spare time, I like to crochet, and I work as a preschool teacher.
Nice. So awesome. Well, let's get started with some questions, and hopefully Dr. Chips will be able to join us soon. So I guess I'm going to get started with asking some of the questions. Nicole, you have a copy of the questions as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And everyone knows that there's the Q&A app to our left, and that's where, if you click on it, any questions that any of the viewers ask will pop up there.
Okay. So the right.
It should. Well, the app is like to click it is on your left, and then it'll pop up on your right side.
Got it.
Does that make sense? Perfect.
I actually understood that. Yay.
Yes, after our lesson today, you should be a pro.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to get started. I guess the most basic question that I think everyone should know, and I feel like with the new DSM changes, maybe there's somewhat of a difference to this question. So what are the different types of eating disorders? Jenny, would you want to start with this one since you are our clinician?
Sure, I'd be delighted. So obviously there's a lot of gradation and continuum with all of it, but let's just say that the basic three are anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, and what we'll now call binge eating disorder. With anorexia, there's obviously different forms of it, different degrees, but basically what it is wanting to be much, much thinner than would be physically or emotionally healthy. It is based on a reality that has a very distorted sense of body image. It can be done by restricting and sometimes not eating at all. It can be done by eating very little and then purging the little that one eats. You know, it obviously has a lot of medical complications because if you think of the body as a car, pick the model you like, but it's a car. And so when a car is running out of gas, what does it do to function? It shuts everything down, so there's less heat, there's less lights, there's less power, you go less quickly, you go to lower speed, and that's what happens in the body. And so heart rate goes down and blood pressure goes down, metabolism goes down, there's loss of a lot of endocrine function, the list goes on and on and on. And so untreated, it's one of the most dangerous forms of eating disorder there is, although all of them can be equally dangerous depending on how long you have it and how profuse it is. Bulimia, on the other hand, also has at its core a distaste for one's body and a reality that says that your body is just, you know, not the way you want it to be. It's too fat, it's too this, it's too that. But the way that one goes about it is that there are real binge activities that are then followed by compensatory activities like purging, be it with laxatives, be it throwing up, be it with diuretics. Sometimes you can do it with exercise. The idea is to somehow create some mathematical balance, and it doesn't work out that way. In addition to the health hazards of anorexia, bulimia also brings with it lots of things that can happen to your digestive system, your gastric function. You can imagine that purging is a very unnatural activity for the body, so when it happens, your body is very upset by that, and no matter how often you do it, your body is still always upset by it, and so it affects a lot of different behaviors. Binge eating, I like to divide into three categories, if I may. One is, we'll call compulsive overeating. What I liken that to is really sort of grazing. It has nothing to do with hunger cues, it has nothing to do with satiety cues, it's just this sort of persistent eating either because it's in your visual view or because, you know, it just is a way of self-soothing. Emotional eating is its very close cousin, but the difference there is that you really have a sense that you know you're eating because of some uncomfortable feeling or anticipating some uncomfortable feeling, and again the idea is to self-soothe, which is really the idea of all eating disorders. Binge eating is very specific in that it incorporates those things, but it is for a much longer period of time. It's done much more frequently. It is a profuse amount of calories, so many, many, many more than the human body would normally take in a given period of time. The difference is that it doesn't end with a purge. It usually ends either with exhaustion or it ends with physical pain. And I think it's worth saying here that more people than we imagine travel the full continuum of every eating disorder I just mentioned. It's very easy to break people into the categories and to label oneself, but the truth is most travel the full continuum because at any point some of those behaviors just get too much to handle. So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, that was perfect. Thank you so much. Did anyone want to add at all to that? Oh, I see, Sarah, you joined us. Perfect.
I did. Hi.
Oh, hi. Great. Do we want to pause and have you do a brief introduction of yourself?
Sure.
Okay.
I am Dr. Sarah Chips. I'm a psychologist, and I work at Montanido's day treatment program in Manhattan, and I also have a private practice, and I specialize in treating eating disorders. Did you want to know anything else about me? I like cats.
I love that. That's awesome. No, I think that's good. Thank you. Okay. I'm so glad that you were able to join us.
Yeah, sorry. I just had some trouble logging on, so I'm here now.
That's what matters most. So we just tackled one question on just what are different types of eating disorders, which Jenny Kramer with Metro Behavioral Health Associates was really great at answering for us. Does anyone else want to add on to any of that? No? Okay. Nicole, do you want to tackle on?
You mean I left you speechless? How could that be?
I think that was a really good comprehensive answer.
Really thorough, yeah.
All right, then.
I think that it was really good. Nicole, do you want to ask the next question?
Sure. Our next question we have is, are eating disorders only about what someone eats or how they look or how much they weigh, or is there something else to it?
I can start with this one, and then feel free to add on. But no, eating disorders are actually not about really any of those things, although it manifests and looks like it's about those things. It's a way of feeling in control. I like to look at my eating disorder when I was struggling as a puzzle. There are many, many pieces to my eating disorder. I mean, there's the genetic part where I'm this type A personality, anxiety, depression, all those things run in my family. So there's that puzzle piece, and then there was also me personally. I have a learning disability, so I was always told that I was different, and I always was really down about myself because I felt like I was different and I felt stupid. So there was that component, which is another puzzle piece. There was also this whole part of my life growing up. My grandma's a Holocaust survivor, so growing up, my mom, the way that she was brought up, food was really a focus, and food is the way that my grandma showed love, so that trickled down into my family. And I have an older brother who's 2 years older than me, and ever since I was young, I can remember him being overweight and food being a huge focus in my family. So that's another piece of the puzzle. There are other pieces as well, and I think that until I was able to look at all those pieces and really talk about the reasons why I was using food and weight to control my life, I wasn't able to recover. Again, it's a way of feeling in control, even though I can see now that eating disorder controlled me, but it's this full sense of control.
Yeah, I think that's a really great answer. Did anyone else want to kind of add on to that at all? I think there really is this misconception that it is just about the food and someone's appearance, and I just think that the more that we can kind of show society that it's really not just about that, I think the more that we can then help others who are stuck in shame or just in this denial rut.
Ellie, I'd like to jump in if I can.
Of course.
Yeah, it's actually so not about food. You know, to me, food is almost, say, the weapon of choice in some ways. If you think about it, it's very clever, because when we are born, when we come out of the chute, what is the very, very first thing we do on our own? We are suckling, and it is the most primitive, basic, natural, instinctive thing to do, which is to seek sustenance, to seek food. And so it makes sense that when we want to self-soothe in some way, whether one knows they're doing it or not, that you're going to seek out the thing that is most available, frankly not illegally available, unless you happen to be someone who shoplifts, and that does happen too. But mostly it makes sense that it would be that, but that's not the object. It's just one of the methods.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I like to interject. I really resonate with the kind of analogy or the metaphor of an iceberg, because I really think that that's kind of the tip of the iceberg is the obsession with food and weight, but really there is this deeper root. And also with what Liana said about the puzzle, it's kind of chipping away at that root is really what is understanding what is driving the kind of symptoms that you're seeing, which is the surface. But as you all know, icebergs actually extend way deeper below the surface. So I always found that resonated well with me in understanding my eating disorder.
Absolutely.
I think it's also helpful to point out that while it's definitely not about the food, as you've heard brilliantly from these panelists, the food and the behaviors, the restricting, the binging and purging, the excessive overeating, the behaviors themselves make a lot of those bottom of the iceberg things a lot worse. So, you know, many of you can kind of think about if you're starving all day, you're not thinking clearly. You're not able to look at things as a big picture and kind of reason thoughts out and use logic and whatnot. So, you know, you take some of these pre-existing, you know, reasons, and there are many, many causes, like Liana said, many puzzle pieces to what would cause an eating disorder, but then the behaviors serve to be, you know, an unfortunate maintaining process in the eating disorder. And so I think it's helpful to point out that while eating disorders are certainly not about the food and the behaviors, the, you know, crucial first step in the recovery process is actually about the food and the behaviors and really getting back to normal, healthy eating so that you can begin to tackle some of these higher level problems.
Right. Yeah. I think that's a really good point. So thank you for making that point. Awesome. So, so are eating disorders actually life-threatening?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you elaborate?
Sure. So anorexia nervosa has the highest death rate of any of the DSM disorders. So it definitely is life-threatening. But along with death, there's some of those are medical complications, some of those are suicide, but there's so many medical complications with bulimia, with binge eating disorder, and with anorexia nervosa that can lead to life-threatening diseases. And so there's definitely complications that lead to death with these disorders.
Yeah, definitely.
If I can jump in, with anorexia in particular, one of the harshest phenomena is really about muscle wasting. So if you think about it, your body, whether you ask it to or not, is going to do everything it can to keep you alive and to survive. And so when you don't take in enough calories, or you purge the few calories that you take in, so your body wants to keep your heart and brain functioning. And what it will do, in addition to slowing everything down so that you use less energy to do that, when there are no calories in the form of sugar or carbohydrates or protein, the next thing it will do is grab onto muscle. And so one of the complications is that the heart happens to be made of muscle. And so when muscle tissue is wasted in an effort to feed you, that's when a lot of the physical complications become very life-threatening. In bulimia, again, you run the risk of heart disease because you're asking your body to do something that is the opposite of what it normally does, and so it puts an enormous amount of stress on the body. With binge eating disorder, obviously you're taxing all the systems of your body. if your binge eating should also happen to result in being very overweight, then there are all the medical complications that come with being persistently, morbidly obese. So I hope that helps.
Yeah,
And
and
then,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that even into the initial stages of recovery from a restrictive eating disorder, from being very underweight, there can be heart complications because as the body starts to be nourished, then the heart rate goes up, and you're asking the heart to do more than it may be prepared to do because of this wasting away of the heart muscle that has happened during the restrictive period. So even into recovery, there can be cardiac problems that need to be monitored very carefully.
Absolutely. Leanna, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, I know personally, my body did start shutting down, and my immune system was just really, really weak. I developed my first staph infection when I was in 8th grade, and that was kind of what made everyone realize that I was suffering from an eating disorder. But even being treated for that one, I developed another one because I was so weak and so malnourished. And throughout my eating disorder, I suffered 10 staph infections, and the first one was really severe, and it was going into the bloodstream and into my bone, and it's really scary how it really can affect your whole body. And not even that, I mean, yes, eating disorders have the highest mortality rate of all mental illnesses, but also I don't think that while you're in the disorder you really necessarily care, and you don't even realize that not only that is affected, but your whole life and your personality is affected as well. And I think that's an important thing to also highlight, is your personality, everything that you are is completely lost. And you really get lost within the disorder.
Yeah, I think that's so true. Again, personal example, but I was diagnosed with osteoporosis when I was 12 years old, which is crazy. And thankfully, I think it was so young, and with so many years of better nutrition and in my recovery, we've done enough to reverse that. But I totally echo what Leanna says. I mean, to me right now, the thought of that is so frightening that, I could be on a walker or something in 10 years. When I was 12, it meant nothing. And I think the short-term consequences are so much greater than, the long-term consequences in your head at the time. So it's really hard.
I was at the NEDA conference recently in San Antonio, and I got to speak with several parents who lost someone to an eating disorder. And so it's real, and people are suffering and losing loved ones because of them. So it is something to not take lightly if you are struggling. And as everybody's kind of talked about, there are real consequences to living in that state of restriction. And
it's also true that, we who treat eating disorders and have that privilege really are doing a few things at the same time. We're juggling a few balls in the air with those who suffer and with the families of those who suffer, because there's wanting to get to the root causes, there's wanting to get to what's driving these behaviors which seem otherwise not rational. And yet on the other hand, there's a lot of managing, just making sure that someone can be receptive enough to take in the counseling and the therapy and all that's being offered. Is their brain functioning enough to take it all in? Are they getting enough nutrition? Are the behaviors so prominent that that's the most important thing to them? Can they even take in some of the coaching that's coming from the sidelines? So it's a lot of management, and it gets sometimes a bit chaotic, but it certainly can have very happy outcomes, and I don't think that's said enough. I think that while it is extraordinarily serious, and yes, most definitely can be life-threatening, there are obviously success stories, and I think often people are left with the idea that no one's ever going to get well, it's just going to always be there, and there's a very big continuum of that, which I hope we'll get to talk about later.
Absolutely. Thank you all for sharing those answers. I think that was really helpful in kind of painting that picture and helping just kind of spread the awareness. Nicole, do you want to kind of jump around a little bit with the questions?
Yeah, I think Jenny already talked about what a binge is and what some signs and symptoms are. Why don't we go to what's the difference between disordered eating and an eating disorder?
We'll direct that one to anyone. I mean, is anyone familiar? Any of our clinicians?
Yeah, I think it's really about, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. I think what it boils down to is thought process. It's context. So if one says, I really make it a point not to eat all day, and I make sure I save all my calories for at night, just to give you an example. I save all my calories for at night because that feels like a better use of my math. That's going to have consequences to it, for sure, but it depends on what's driving it. If, on the other hand, one says, look, my body is disgusting and I hate it, and by the way, it makes me feel better when I do what I do with food, I think that's more of an eating disorder. And frankly, it boils down to whether they fit the criteria that have been set up for the various forms of eating disorder. I think disordered eating is almost something that we strive for when someone is diagnosed with an eating disorder, because it is along the continuum a bit less symptomatic but equally as serious. I don't know if that's confusing.
Oh no, we lost Sarah.
Yeah, we lost Sarah, but I'm sure she'll be back. Oh, there she comes. Sarah, we lost you for a second.
I keep getting kicked off.
Oh no.
It's okay.
That's sad. Well, okay.
I was going to add in that I think it's definitely, I echo what Jenny said, on a continuum, and, people can dip in and out. I think it's important to understand that we kind of arbitrarily, define these lines of what qualifies as an eating disorder, right? And really, if you purge one time less than the requirement, is that really not an eating disorder? We arbitrarily draw these lines in the sand. To me, thinking about it a little bit more holistically, how I would define it in my head, how I would differentiate between an eating disorder and disordered eating, is really, unfortunately, we live in a society that is pretty disordered, and I think a lot of people have remnants of disordered eating. But when does it really begin to take over your life? When do you find yourself canceling dinner plans because you have to go to the gym and burn off calories? When do you say no to lunch with a friend because, oh God, she wants to go get pizza and I can't do that? So when do you start to make decisions that are really interfering on you having, a full, healthy life?
Yeah. I think that's such a good way of, and a helpful way of putting it, that there's really a level of like how much is it interfering with your life that kind of helps differentiate between the two. So I think that's a helpful determining factor. If we can, I'd love to jump into, we've got 2 question submissions. So thank you guys for submitting questions live, and please keep them coming. I'd like for us to take the first submission that asks, what advice would you give? Ooh.
That's not me. That was me.
I know.
I just wanted to try it.
Oh, it's okay. So we've got this question. Ooh. What advice would you give to somebody who is struggling with negative body image once in recovery and beginning to work on intuitive eating? How can one trust their body? So this, to me, I feel like, we want to be careful not to like say, there's not one answer for everyone. And so I think it might be helpful to get some personal experiences with this.
I vote Christina. She's good at this one.
Thanks, Leanna. Well, yeah, I think Leanna knows that, because whenever we speak together, I always say, listen, the negative body image piece, at least for me, but I think for a lot of people that I've talked to over the years, is really the last thing to go. That just takes so long. And, I always say, we believe in full recovery at Project Heal. I consider myself fully recovered, but I don't think I came into full recovery with a real acceptance and love of my body for like 3 years after I was 100% physically, behaviorally healthy. So it just takes a long time for those thoughts to catch up. And this was really frustrating for me. You know, I was sort of like, when I finally decided to recover and, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to eat like a normal person, I'm going to get better, why do I still feel so shitty about myself? Why aren't the thoughts catching up, you know, for someone who really is a fan of instant gratification, and I think many, many people are who struggle with eating disorders. This was really tricky for me. And I think, at least for me, it just had to be this kind of blind faith of like, it will get better, and I need to keep doing what I'm doing, living in a healthy body, following my healthy behaviors, and it's just a gradual, slow process. I think the mistake I kept making is to, you know, I would have all these negative thoughts, which happen all the time, and then I would act on them and use my eating disorder and restrict and lose weight, and then that starts the whole process again. You know, then I started back from square one. So I sort of just had to, you know, say, listen, take it till you make it. I'm going on autopilot. I'm not going to give into behaviors. And I'm going to trust that the thoughts will gradually get better and better, which is really what happened.
I think that was a really helpful answer. Does anyone else want to add on to that by chance?
Yeah, I do. So okay. I think intuitive eating is a great goal to, you know, it's definitely a goal to get to in recovery. But I think sometimes you'd often want to kind of force getting to intuitive eating. So sometimes I think it's better to work with a nutritionist who can, I mean, depending on where you're at in your recovery, but it can be helpful to work on a nutritionist actually understand what is healthy portions and regular eating look like, and then not force that intuitive eating piece, because there is a part where it's hard to trust your body in the beginning, since it can be really good at ignoring the signals, your hunger signals, if you've been doing that for a long time. But for me personally, when I did kind of enter into intuitive eating and stop logging all my meals and really being focused on that, it really was about having self-compassion and building that muscle up. And essentially I would become, instead of my own worst enemy and critic, I would have to really start approaching everything from a place of love and compassion, and really just being my best friend and my own personal cheerleader. And if I did slip and fall, I would have to just pick myself back up with encouraging words and affirmations. And that was very helpful for me personally to kind of shift my relationship to myself, because when you do start the process of intuitive eating, it won't be perfect. You won't just nail it from the first time and be an intuitive eater. So it's definitely a process, and I think self-compassion is a great way to kind of bridge that gap.
Keep in mind, too, that it took a long time for those behaviors to take hold. And if you think back, if you're someone who suffers and you think back to when you didn't think that way, from that point until now is a long time. And so it's possible to get back to that way of thinking. Maybe you were 2, maybe you were 4, maybe you were 6. But I don't say it'll take as long as it took to get to where you are now, but it will take some time to recondition the thoughts. We also now know so much more than we've ever known neurobiologically about neural pathways that have to be formed and created to create new behaviors, to have them be more comfortable. And you know what? There's a possibility that for the rest of your life, there'll always be some little twinge of body image doubt, but if it takes a moment or 10 seconds, that's different than, as Christina was talking about, having it interfere with your entire functioning in your entire life. But it just takes a bit of time.
I also think, and I think you were alluding to this earlier, about having eating disorders being a privilege, I guess. And I think that, I mean, personally, I think that I have an advantage over my peers as far as being more confident because I went through this disorder. having the eating disorder made me really challenge what I think is beautiful and who I want to be. And I don't think that beauty is a size or beauty is about appearance. I think that beauty is someone that really wants to inspire the world and give back. And I think that was one of my motivations for getting better, is that if I wanted to help others, I needed to help myself first. And I think that I'm really confident with who I am as a person. And a lot of people always ask me, like, how are you so confident? And I really think that my eating disorder has made me become this confident person who's comfortable in my skin and my body. And of course, I'll have moments. I mean, I'm 23 years old, but it's more about like my hair, or I got a zit or something like that. It's not ever about I look fat, or it's never really about my body type. I'm very comfortable with who I am, and I think when I say who I am, it's who I am as a person. And I think that's really something that I've gained from recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think that those were really all helpful answers. Hopefully this person found that helpful. We have another question. Nicole, do you have the Q&A app loaded?
Yep, I have it up right here.
Perfect. Do you want to select the next question that we've got?
Sure. And I just wanted to share also, I just got a check for Project Heal in the mail, so.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah. Okay, so our next question here is, how should one handle/protect themselves from society's health and fitness obsession when recovering from an eating disorder? The person who submitted this said, it doesn't affect me personally, but I know especially on a college campus, it can be a struggle for many.
I'm sorry, I just got logged back in. Can you repeat the first part of the question?
Sure. The question was about how should one handle or protect themselves from society's health and fitness obsession when recovering from an eating disorder?
Yes, I think that's a really good question, especially for college campuses and people who are on college campuses where there's so much focus on going to the gym and body image and what you look like at a party. And I worked on college campuses for a couple of years in the counseling services department. And I know how pervasive that value can be in that environment. And I think what I've seen be effective is for people to develop and kind of feed other values that they find to be important to them. And certainly exercise can be a wonderful thing, and it's not like it's a bad thing or you can't do that even when you're recovered. But there are other things in life as well, and just the one thing, just the body image piece and the health and fitness can be a value, but let's look at what else is important in your life as well.
When you say the other values, can you kind of give some examples of what those might be aside from what could be associated with someone's eating disorder?
Sure. So other values might be that you care about your family and you show up for them. So I think of values as beliefs about things that are important to us that drive our behavior. So if I find value in my family, then I'm going to go visit them. I'm going to show up for them. I'm going to listen to them when they need support. If I value my friends, and being a good friend, I'm going to do the same thing for my friends. If I value animal rights, I might show up at some animal rights marches, right? So thinking about all the other ways in the world that we show up as people and that we can contribute to and engage in life other than working out or looking a certain way. Like how are we connecting to other people around us? Is that the primary mode that we're using is our image? How can we connect with people in any other way that might be deeper or more meaningful to us?
Yeah. I think that's a fantastic answer, and that's the number one answer I would give. The number two, more practical answer, also just graduating from a college campus, I honestly think it's unfortunate that there is this, disordered eating culture and, at least on the surface, like obsessive, fitness and health culture on a lot of college campuses. I think that sometimes what people portray to others is not necessarily exactly how they're living. So I can't tell you how many times I sat down at the the dining hall table with my friends, and unfortunately they'd be like, "Oh, I'm not hungry today. I'm going to have a side salad for lunch, or I'm going to have a yogurt or something really unhealthy." And 2 hours later would be back in their dorm room starving because they just ate a yogurt for lunch and order a pizza. Similarly, I think people talk a lot about, oh, I gotta go work off my weekend at the gym, and they talk and then don't go. And so I just think it's important to have that perspective, or at least I find it's helpful. It was helpful for me to have that perspective of like, some of this is not actually going on. It's sort of like an allusion to Facebook. I'm sure we've all seen those studies about how looking at Facebook can make people feel bad because people are presenting this perfect image of themselves, and it's not actually what their lives are. They're presenting what they want to be, and then behind closed doors do something differently.
Absolutely.
And I think it's also hard in our society today. Yes, there's the whole college campuses, and like when Christina said Facebook, and I mean the whole technology is changing. There are so many apps and trackers, and even Apple just came up with a health app. So I think it's really challenging to grow up in today's society, and it's just really challenging. Why do you need to use those? And even like going to the gym. I mean, like Sarah said, it's okay to go to the gym, but why are you going to the gym? I remember when I was very athletic before my eating disorder. I was a competitive swimmer. I played basketball, soccer, track. I did everything. And then I was on exercise restriction, and then getting back to it, I remember my therapist, and this always stuck with me, he said, if you wake up and you are thinking about going to the gym but kind of dreading it in the back of your mind, then you shouldn't go. And I think that for me, exercise now is a stress relief in some aspects. I go when I want to and I don't dread it, and I really enjoy yoga and building strength than going to the gym and watching how many calories I burn. And I know one of our chapters is doing this really cool thing on campus, is trying to challenge the people in the gym to cover how many calories they're burning, or how many minutes they're on, and just really listen to your body and do it that way. That's really the most important thing, is you're listening to your body and doing what you're capable of, and not challenging yourself to some point that you shouldn't be.
One of the key words in the question that was asked is health and fitness obsession. I think obsession is a word that can't be underemphasized here, because it's all about context. Whose obsession and who's obsessed, and what is it, how much is obsession? It really has to do with, do you have it or does it have you? So if you have the idea that you would like to work out, that you would like to keep your body fit in some way, and that would be a nice thing to do along with 100 other things that you do, okay, not in the category of obsession. If obsession becomes, this is the sole focus of my life, everything revolves around this, I must do this, because if I don't do this, then I'm not a good person, and by the way, it means I won't be able to do all the other things I need to do. Again, it's all about context. And so being in the proper treatment allows you to find where that continuum is, and to find the sweet spot, to find where you can have it all and not have it have you.
Definitely, I think that's a good response to that. I also found like a way that I handled it or managed when I was in recovery was I did a media detox. I really stopped buying into these self magazines and all of these ones that you know, kind of guarantee me this awesome bikini body in 6 weeks. And I really have not picked up a magazine since, and I am so much better for it. And, you know, not everybody can do that, but I think kind of distancing yourself a bit from a lot of these media messages, or actually starting to really be a conscientious consumer of what you are seeing, having some media literacy. Nita has some good kind of, and proud to be me about talking about media literacy and actually looking at these images and dissecting them and really for what they are and what they're actually wanting to do. Like, they're actually trying to make you feel bad. They get money off of making you feel bad about your body. They don't want you to actually reach a happy, healthy self, because that means you stop buying their magazine. And I think it's really important to, and as Christina said about Facebook, to actually, when going through your timeline, not get sucked into the fact that you don't look like all your other friends, or just really kind of getting to that compare and despair type of mentality. So I just think that that's a huge factor of protecting yourself, is kind of seeing it for what it really is. And so that's how I kind of did it.
Yeah, definitely. So I kind of wanted to chime in. We've got a little over 10 minutes left, and I got an interesting question via email. And I'm not sure if it's super fit for this module or maybe our later module, but I figure I'll throw it out there. So it looks like it's written by a parent, and this person writes, our 17-year-old daughter, who was diagnosed a year ago, and he mentions her weight, let's just say she's severely underweight, insists that smoking pot is the only way to get herself to eat to maintain weight. How do we as parents condone this? She will not listen to anyone, even her doctor.
Well now. Okay. It's a tough thing, because it really depends where the goals are. Let's assume in this scenario that the patient really is a very, very, very low body weight. Obviously, pot smoking is not the preferred method in order to put weight on. And it makes me think about the fact that involved in all eating disorders are multiple, what I'm going to call, addictive behaviors. And I realize that opens up a whole can of worms, but I'll just say it out there for the moment. And so you don't want to replace one addiction with another. You don't want to have an addiction feed another, so to speak. There's got to be a way to wean off of one addictive substance in order to have a healthy food intake that isn't addiction dependent. And what this leads me to really is that it's important to understand what the different levels of care are in eating disorder treatment, because there's a reason why we have different levels. You know, what's called residential and sometimes inpatient is kind of meant for this sort of thing. Now, I'm not diagnosing this person. I'm not telling you that this person needs to be in a residential setting, but this is a very familiar scenario, because you need to somehow be in an environment that has not the normal stressors of every day, and that allows you to be able to extract yourself from all of the behaviors, see that you can survive them, learn some other coping skills, be in an environment with other people who are dealing with the same kinds of issues, and almost start like a new base, a new ground zero from which you can develop new behaviors. In that kind of a setting, that would be ideal. And also, there's a lot of philosophical discussion about whether pot is a bad or a good thing. It's not about whether it's a bad or a good thing. It's about context. If someone is smoking in a recreational way because that's the equivalent to them of having a cocktail, well, okay, that's your deal. In this context, we're talking about it that it's truly being used in a specific way that isn't going to be long-lasting or healthy.
Yeah.
And I can speak about this from a personal stance as well. I didn't say this when I introduced myself, I think because I was flustered with getting in, but I'm recovered from an eating disorder. And my story is that I recovered from the symptoms of my eating disorder. It kind of dissipated as I developed a substance abuse problem. I later had to become sober and get treatment for a substance abuse problem. And so I don't consider myself as recovered even from my eating disorder until my sobriety date, because as Jenny said, these two coping strategies of mine were really serving a similar purpose, and that was to make me feel okay, and not have to deal with my anxiety or negative feelings about myself or the world, or fears about, mostly about interpersonal things. And so because I was using these two strategies to kind of take myself out of reality, I think of them as really sisters. And I don't think that they both came from the same foundation. So I agree with Jenny that, you know, if the primary goal is to get weight on this kid, it might be helpful, who knows, but to replace one maladaptive strategy with another just creates another host of problems, in my opinion.
Definitely, and I think it's helpful to just kind of express that there, like how Jenny said, that there are different levels of care for a reason.
That's right.
So I think that was probably helpful for this parent, because it seems like they maybe feel like they're at a loss as to what to do next. So I think that's helpful. Did anyone else want to speak on that topic at all? Okay. Nicole, do you want to read? I think we have time for one more question, probably.
Okay. This is an interesting one. Do people with eating disorders have control over their behavior?
Define control. You know, I think that's the brass ring. You know, that's the all elusive illusion that one goes after. You know, when you talk to people, and I hope some of you will address this too, when you talk to people who suffer, and you get to, so when did this really start? When did this really take hold? There's always some, and I do say always, some need to feel more in control over something, be it that their body is changing because of puberty, be it that there's divorce and all kinds of things happening in their home environment, be it that there's any one of many things going on that they don't feel they can affect a change with or have control over. And so this feels like, well, this I can control. I can control what goes into my body. I can control what goes out of my body. As one finds very, very quickly, it's an illusion, and now it, meaning the eating disorder, controls you. You don't have it, it has you. And so control is the goal, but it's rarely achieved, and it is the thing that people hold on to the most tightly before they're really ready to make important changes, in my experience.
And from our perspective at Montanito, we really talk about the person. So I would say also define the person. And one person having different parts of self. So we believe that there's an eating disorder part of yourself and a healthy self. And sometimes the eating disorder is in control, and sometimes your healthy self is in control. The healthy self being this kind of more soulful and values-driven, positive values-driven part of yourself. But both parts are the person, right? So the person is in control in a way, but different parts of self are in control at different times.
Mm.
Personally, I struggled with binge eating, which then developed into bulimia, and it would seem so out of control. I think there's a difference sometimes between the subtypes of eating disorders. Felt very out of control, but kind of retrospectively, I do see it was, like Jenny was talking about, it was all about control, trying to control, and okay, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that, and I'll be perfect here with my food, and I'll get to this weight. And even though I kept letting myself down in terms of not being in control, but it still did boil down to wanting to have control. So I think control is definitely at the root of a lot of eating disorders.
Definitely, definitely. Well, great. Maybe we have time for just one more quick one. Let me see. How can I help someone who I may think has an eating disorder? I think this is a good one to end this module on.
Well, can I start with what not to do? Would that be okay?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, because it's possibly a longer list. Let's start with the premise that people really always mean well, and they want their loved ones to do well. And it's very, very common, even within a nuclear family, if you're living with someone or even if you just are close to someone, to want to become the food police. You know, did you eat today? Did you have enough to eat? And how much did you eat? And what time did you eat? If that were helpful, you know, those of us in the field would actually be selling shoes for a living, because there'd be no need for any kind of treatment. Unfortunately, that's not helpful. It becomes more of that same perfectionistic, watching over voice. And so leave that sort of to the team that you put in place to be kind of watching that. Also, it's not useful to ask really a lot of questions. Now, to be fair, one could also say as a parent or as a loved one, yeah, but then they're not going to think that I care about them. If I stop asking, then they're going to think I don't care. If I ask too much, then they think I care too much. Where is the balance? You and your loved one have to actually establish that balance, and it's why family therapy is such a critical component of recovery and of care, no matter what level of care you're in. It's one of our founding points, you know, at Metro, because you live within a family no matter who you are, no matter where you are. There's some aspect of family. And so it's really about finding out where that balance is. So I would say not to be policing, not to be the detective, but to just be available. You know, I'm here if you need something. I'm here if you want something. And by the way, to also ask someone, what do you need? That's like, you know, plutonium. Because mostly those who suffer don't know what they need. They just know what they don't need.
Right.
And I remember a while back, Christina and I actually wrote an article for 17 magazine highlighting some of the things that you can do to help someone with an eating disorder. And I think Jenny really did touch on a lot of the things that you could do or could not do. But I think that for me personally, as far as friends, I don't think that there was ever anything wrong or right that they could say, because everything that they said would then be somehow manipulated in my eating disorder, turned into something just irrational. Everything, something as simple as, Christina has this anecdote which I hope she'll share after, but jumping on, going forward, I think that for me, because I was always so isolated and didn't want to go out with my friends and constantly saying no, 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 and coming up with excuses, I think after a while my friends just was like, okay, we're done asking. Like, she'll do her own thing. But I think it's really important to still continue to ask, because you never know when that person's ready to go out for go to the movies, go out for dinner. I think it's important for them to really realize how complex the disorder is, and that something is not as simple as just eating. Or, I mean, we've all encountered these experiences, like go eat a cheeseburger. Like, that's not the solution. And there are so many comments, and although that might be just like a joke, or they really think it's helping, it's not. But at the same time, they really don't understand. And I think it's our job as someone who's struggling to tell them what is helpful, what's not helpful, what it's like to live with an eating disorder, to educate them, because they don't understand, and it's our job to make them understand. I think, again, it's not, there's no elevator to recovery, and I think it's frustrating to watch someone you love struggle, and it's not as simple as just putting a Band-Aid over it, as many parents wish they can do, and kiss it and make it all better. It's not as simple as that, but you can be their biggest cheerleader and support them and go to therapy. But I think one of the most frustrating things is that it really does have to come to the person. It's up to the person to change, and we can just be there to support them and maybe help them see that it's worth it to change and that they can't live with an eating disorder.
Right. Definitely. I hate to cut this short, but we have reached our time, and I've got to get ready for the next module. But is there any kind of really quick last-minute things anyone wants to add in before we wrap up?
I'll just end by saying recovery is possible, and it is great.
That's awesome.
And I want to thank Allie, just a shout out to Allie for putting this whole amazing day together, 8 hours of eating disorder education and inspiring recovery talk. I think it's just awesome. So tune in to the rest of the modules, everyone.
And thank you, Allie, for making a true difference and Project Heal and educating the world.
Oh, you guys are so sweet.
And I hope that people will be inspired after today to give back to their community as well and get involved in Project Heal and contact Allie.
Yes. Thank you guys, seriously, all of you, for donating your time to this. It's been a pleasure, and I've loved this conversation, so I'm super grateful for all of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Allie.
Thank you, Allie.
Thanks. All right. Just kind of hit the hang up button, and we'll switch modules now. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, everyone, for watching.
All right, so as we transition to Module 2, I am going to invite our next panelists to join us. Module 2 will cover topics including how to support a loved one with an eating disorder. So I'm really excited about this one. I think that this will be very helpful to a lot of people. And we've got some great panelists lined up. So please ask your questions now so that our panelists can answer them if you do have any to ask. They'll be answering questions all about being there for someone who's struggling with an eating disorder, how to take care of yourself, but also how best to support them, and everything in between. So please ask them anything you'd like to know. They will be joining us within the next few minutes. Take this time to get some fresh air or something while I invite them all to join us. It's not coming up. Okay. Thank you also for the questions that you've submitted for Module 1. I think that was really helpful. I'm going to see if this turns that off. Yay. Okay, perfect. All right. Any questions being posted yet? No. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we have Paula is here. Let's see. Paula, are you here? You might be muted. Not sure. Oh, There you are.
Hey.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. We're streaming live. So far, so good. We've had some good questions being asked, which is awesome. So I'm just in the process of inviting the rest of our members. I see you got your lower third set up perfectly. That looks great. Let me see, make sure I've invited everyone. Do you want to do a brief introduction about who you are, or do you want to wait a couple minutes for other panelists before we do that?
I can go ahead if that helps you fill up some time.
Yeah, since we're streaming live, why not?
Well, I'm Paula Bruner with the Tri-State Eating Disorder Resource Team, and what our group does is raise awareness and outreach to our community in schools and with community groups, and we also offer free and confidential support groups in the Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana area.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Hopefully some people will be joining us shortly. Oh, we have Emily is here. Hi.
I figured it out.
That's good. Very good. We're streaming live, just to remind you. So if you want, once you kind of get settled in, you can absolutely introduce yourself. I don't know. Did you see how to do the lower third? How to get your name on there? If not, it's okay.
I can figure it out.
Okay. Let me go through my list. I believe that I have invited everyone. Let's just make sure. We've got 2 minutes, so hopefully we'll have them join us in a few. Anyone who is watching, though, please submit your questions now for our panelists. We already have some submitted, but it's always nice to have a live conversation. So Emily, do you want to introduce yourself to our viewers?
Yes, I'm just completing.
Oh, okay.
Hangout. I mean the lower third thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm Emily Hemmendinger. I'm 24 years old. I'm currently at the University of Pittsburgh for my joint degree. I'll be graduating in April 2015 with my master's in public health and my master's in social work with a concentration in practice and behavioral and community health sciences. I am 7 years recovered from anorexia, and I have an identical twin sister who is 4 months in recovery anorexia, where eating disorder prevention and awareness and fighting for treatment rights will always be a passion of mine. That's only one aspect of my life. Because being in recovery, I've been able to discover other passions, like helping those with all sorts of mental illness and especially focusing on gender equality. I'm currently at the University of Pittsburgh for my joint degree. I'll be completing in April 2015.
Someone's streaming it in the background. Does anyone have that pulled up?
Concentration and practice and behavioral and community health sciences. I am 7 years recovered from anorexia, and I have an identical twin sister who is 4 months in recovery anorexia, where
Tabitha, can you hear us?
Prevention and awareness.
Yes.
And fighting for
I think you might have the stream pulled up in another window.
No, I just closed it.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So glad that you can join us. And I see Mitchell has joined us as well. So welcome. Let me just make sure to see if anyone else.
My lighting is, I'm in the dark.
I might be able to fix that. Do you want to, Tabitha, do you want to introduce yourself first? We've already done, Paula and Emily have introduced themselves.
Okay, I'm Mitchell. I am 21. I have been dating Nicole Francis, the head of Project Heal Rhode Island, for over 3 years now, and I'm excited to do this.
Awesome. And Tabitha?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get a chance. How do I put? You were talking about the lower thirds. Did I do that?
You do. You go to Hangout Toolbox in your left-hand side. There should be the apps, and there's a Hangout Toolbox.
Okay, I see it. It looks like.
And then you click that, and then you type in the lower third under the person with a circle. Oh, perfect. We have Colin. You were able to join us. Yay.
Yeah.
I was nervous for a second that it wasn't working.
I got it.
Okay, good. Good. All right. I think we're just missing one other panelist. So let me see. Colin, do you want to introduce yourself while Tabitha is typing?
Yeah.
Okay.
My name is Colin. Colin DePola. I'm a co-chapter leader of Project Heal Wilmington, North Carolina. I supported my wife through her recovery for her eating disorder, so that's kind of why I'm sitting on the panel, and that's why I do Project Heal. So that's kind of me.
Awesome. We're excited to have you.
Thank you.
You're actually missing 2 people. So hopefully those 2 people will be able to join us. Let me send out another. Wait, did someone join?
Okay.
Tabitha, whenever you're ready, introduce yourself. I'd love to.
Okay, yeah. I tried to put up some kind of the sort of banner that everybody has, but I am not skilled enough. So.
Oh, did you? There's a switch next to it that you just turn it on.
Ah.
Yeah.
There we go. Look how much stuff I'm learning. This is amazing. So I am the clinical director of Montanito's partial hospitalization program in New York. We also have an intensive outpatient program. And I'm a marriage and family therapist specializing in eating disorders. And I'm recovered myself.
Oh, wow. Very cool. Very, very cool. So, what time is it? It's 1:34. Okay. I think 2 of our panelists, I think, might be having some technical troubles. So, why don't we get started with answering some questions while I multitask. So, let's see. So we have one question actually that's been submitted. If you guys can load your Q&A thing, great. If not, I can just read them. So someone submitted this question. What are some things you've learned not to do when supporting a loved one with an eating disorder?
Oh, I have one.
Okay, great.
I would say to be reassuring them about their weight and to get into the conversation of, do I look fat? Do I look different? Have I gained weight? I think that is one of the challenges that a lot of the supporters and families have questions about when they're in family group. Because I think it can be really, it never helps. I think that the clients often ask that of people because they truly believe that it will comfort them and that it will help them, but it generally can go very, very wrong. Mm-hmm. And I haven't seen it go well very often.
And when you say it can go very wrong, can you just kind of clarify for the viewers what that means?
I think it so depends on where they're at, but if they can be sensitive to any kind of comment, so it could be things like at the level of, it's so great to see you and you look really healthy. I mean, that's like, and then the client bursts into tears and is distraught and doesn't eat for the rest of the day. And the person who's giving the compliment is really confused about how that went wrong. Because, you know, I mean, for most people, you look healthy is sort of is a nice compliment, but or you look really great is a nice compliment. But for somebody who's particularly when they're sort of in early recovery, that can, I mean, their brains just sort of interpret it like, you're saying I'm fat, you know, you think I've gained a lot of weight, and they sort of interpret it through the lens of the eating disorder.
Yeah.
Although there's one, I do think that in relationships there can be ways to navigate that a little differently than like a parent-child relationship. So I wouldn't like make a statement that you can never comment on somebody's appearance, because I think that would be really hard. Like in a marriage, we have some sort of boyfriends and husbands. I think that would be really hard to not be able to do that. So I think there are some contexts where it can happen, but I do think it's important to talk about, to really talk about it, and to be educated as a supporter on how that might be interpreted.
Absolutely. Definitely. Well, thank you for that response. I think that was very helpful for some people. Did anyone else have anything that they wanted to add to this question?
I mean, I do.
Definitely.
Something that I know I learned about, like, what not to do with supporting someone who has an eating disorder, kind of letting that need to care for someone and make sure that they're doing what they need to take care of themselves, letting that take over your life and putting that person before you, because ultimately you have to focus on yourself and self-care, because if you're not healthy, you can't help someone else. So short and simple, but yeah.
Definitely. I definitely agree. And one thing I just want to note quickly is it can be helpful for us to mute when someone else is talking so that the audio is a little clearer sometimes. So I just wanted to kind of note that. But perfect. Did anyone else have anything that they wanted to add of some things that they've learned, what not to do in trying to support someone with an eating disorder? Well, I see we have Ellen joined us, which is great, and then I think Adam is joining us as well. So Ellen, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. So can you hear me? Because I don't know if my microphone's working.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So my name's Ellen. I recently graduated from a mental health counseling program, and I grew up with a sister who had anorexia. A younger sister, and she has been in recovery now for about 2 to 3 years. So pretty much my entire adolescence and her entire adolescence for about 10 years was focused on her eating disorder. And so that's a little bit about my story and how I wanted to get involved with Project Heal. One of the things that I thought was most important for me as a sibling was to find activities that we could do that didn't involve food, that didn't involve going shopping for clothing, so having some sense of normalcy in the midst of chaos.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. And I definitely think that we'll talk more about that in this module. Adam, I'm so excited that you were able to join us as well. So we're just doing a brief, quick introduction. We started answering one of the questions, but while we were waiting for everyone else to join us. So do you want to do a brief introduction about who you are and everything?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for having me. So my name is Adam Radwan, and I have been supporting my younger sister, who is 18 months younger than I am, through her recovery with an eating disorder and alcoholism for the past 7 years. So she is currently doing really well, over a year sober from her alcoholism and free from her eating disorder as well. So, yeah, it was an interesting experience, and I love connecting with other family members, and just connecting and sharing about the experience as a caretaker and what it's like for us on the other end.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. Seriously, I think that this is a fantastic panel, and I'm excited for you guys to offer a lot of insight that I think is going to help a lot of people. So we just were asked one question in our live stream, and so the way that this is going to work is I'm going to guide questions based on who, at first, I might have an inkling of who could, maybe best answer it, and then if there's ones that no one really feels comfortable, I'll kind of let it be a free-for-all, maybe. So here's this question. For those who haven't personally experienced what it's like to have an eating disorder, do you find it more difficult or challenging to support those who are working to recover due to a possible lack of understanding? How do you get around that? So I guess I'll direct this question. I think my first inkling is to go to Colin. So do you want to share your insight with us on this one?
Yeah, I think that it's difficult. It's definitely difficult when you don't know what is going on, and it may seem to someone that you're trying to support through an eating disorder that you don't know what they're going through, and that can be a difficult obstacle to overcome. But I think the main thing that you really want to focus on is that you're in a healthy place to help them recover from what they're going through, regardless of whether you've been through it or not. Sharing some of that love and the respect and things like that, those are the things that you connect on when you're helping someone recover through an eating disorder, not necessarily the eating disorder behavior, since that's not something you've been through, but having that connection with someone is incredible when you can help them recover, and focusing on the love that you have for them and the love that you guys share. For those if they've just joined, I helped my wife through an eating disorder, and when I was helping her recover, although not have struggled myself, it was something that we connected based on our relationship, and our relationship grew stronger through her recovery. So we focused on that part of it instead of the fact that I had never struggled with an eating disorder.
I think that's awesome. Thank you for that insight. I think there's a lot of our panelists who I would love to hear your insight, so I'm kind of going to go a little bit in order. Adam, do you want to speak on this topic and kind of give your take on this question?
Yeah, sure. I think it's a really good question, and it came up for me and my sister a lot, like during arguments, for example, that got a little heated or escalated, emotional. One of the things that she would always tell me is, well, you're never going to understand how I feel or what I'm going through. And whenever she would tell me that, I would kind of stop in my tracks, and I was like, you're 1,000% true. I can never understand like what it is that you deal with on a daily basis, but that doesn't change the fact that I love you and I support you and I'm here for you. So I totally echo Colin and what he said, and the big thing is just like to really keep that distinction clear. So one thing that really helped me was realizing that my sister was not her eating disorder. She was just my sister. She was the sister that I always knew, that I spent summers with, practically doing everything together, and it helps you in the chaos that sort of takes over when you're supporting someone.
I love that you made note of, that your sister wasn't an eating disorder. She was your sister who was battling this really hard disorder. And I think that that's something that, I don't know, I mean, I've never been a caretaker of someone with an eating disorder. I've just been someone who's recovered from one, and so who has put her family and friends through hell, as I'm sure many of you have experienced. And so I think it's really cool that you have that insight to see, it's not her doing these behaviors as much as it's hard, because it's hard to separate that, and I think that that would be a really hard thing for someone supporting that person, and it's really easy to just get angry at them rather than having compassion.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Ellen, did you want to kind of share your thoughts on this?
I guess for me, when it first happened, it was really difficult because I was young. I was 14 years old when my sister developed her eating disorder. So coming into it with a very adolescent mind in and of itself, with everything that's going on, it was a little overwhelming to say the least. So definitely the anger was there. There was sadness, confusion, all these different things that I couldn't really get. I think as I got older and as I began to watch my sister grow as an adult and then also battle her eating disorder year after year, I began to understand more of it as well. And it was important for me to find a place of empathy in that I can empathize with her. I don't have to feel sorry for anyone, but try to walk in her shoes a little bit. What are her experiences? And have that grow into compassion and love and support for her.
Absolutely. Mitchell and Paula, do you two have anything you'd like to add on this subject?
Sure. Like with what Adam was saying, like no one could really understand what it's like for them unless you've gone through it yourself. That's clear. I mean, but that doesn't mean there aren't ways to be to think about it that would be like helpful towards understanding to a certain degree. Like I'm sure that many people would just think it's easiest to say like, well, why don't you just stop? Like it's a self-control kind of thing. But of course, it's really not like that. One of the ways that I've come to like understand it a little bit better is just to think of it as like a conscious, just like a dark conscious, like the voice in your head that makes you feel like you want to apologize or whatnot. It's like that, but for a more like visceral kind of, you know, all the depending with the eating disorder. So with that, and for dealing with someone who has an eating disorder, if you haven't experienced it with yourself, is just to always show that you're coming from like a loving place. You don't want them to feel like that you're helping them because it's a chore. You want them to know that you want them to get better because you love them.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. And Paula, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Sure. I think that really it is just loving the person and continuing to let them know that you love them and that you're going to be there with them throughout their recovery, and whatever that may be, that you're going to be there with them and support them and care for them.
Definitely, definitely. And did anyone else have anything they wanted to add, Tabitha or Emily, before we head into our next question?
I guess I just wanted to, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I have headphones in, so I'm not sure. I loved the point that was made about, you know, making sure to see the person outside of their eating disorder. I think that's so important to continue to, something's happening, continue to invest in the relationship and give them even a break from the eating disorder by reminding them about who they are outside of this, and that that's the person that you know and value. And I think it can be incredibly helpful for people's recovery.
Absolutely. Perfect. Well, one question that I think I've had a lot of people ask is, how can we support siblings of those with eating disorders? Do siblings feel that they are being left out of their parents' care as they tend to children with an eating disorder, or as they tend to the child with an eating disorder, sorry. So this one, I guess I would, you know, want this to be a free-for-all of, you know, who wants to kind of go first, because I think everyone maybe could provide, not everyone, but there's quite a few who could provide insight. Yeah, Adam.
Yeah, great question again, because I like it was such a harsh reality for me to kind of lose my parents in the process when the spotlight and all of the attention went to my sister. And she's also the baby of the family too, so there's that component as well. But you know, I held a lot of resentment and blame against my parents for a very long time because, you know, I was in my 20s, still am, but when you're going through your 20s and you're in college and you're graduating and you're looking for a job and all of these fun, exciting life things, and you're dealing with that while also juggling supporting your sister through recovery and not getting the support or the guidance from your parents that would really, you know, help you through that period of time. Just also dealing with certain personal issues as well, and feeling like I couldn't go to my parents for help was definitely difficult. But in hindsight, it's, you know, I don't know what it's like to be a parent and have a child go through that. So I totally respect my parents and acknowledge them for making all of the sacrifices that they did to get my sister the help that she so desperately needed. And you know, you reach a point where blaming or pointing the finger just doesn't do anyone any good. And what we were really all doing was just trying to have her win. So it's I think it's a natural part of the process, and I guess my advice for parents would just be to, you know, definitely take a moment from time to time and just check in with everyone else in your life, whether they be your own children or family members who kind of get overlooked in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for that insight. I think that was really helpful. Anyone else want to add to that?
I would. As a parent perspective, I really feel my daughter struggled, and it was really tough to actually be able to find a balance there, to know how much the siblings wanted to know about the eating disorder, and how to balance, you know, with my family. It was at a time when my kids were at different ages and involved in different activities, so it was balancing handling treatment care, being involved in other students in other children's activities, and trying to understand what they needed to know about or were willing to, how much they were willing to participate in it. And another thing is really getting involved in family treatment and having a treatment team that will help the whole family recover. We weren't fortunate enough to have that, and so that was a real barrier to recovery with my family. So I can't stress enough the importance of having a therapist that would be able to evaluate each individual situation, because everybody's is different, and they can decide, well, maybe this person would be best to do this, and maybe that person could be involved with them in another way.
Definitely. Well, thank you for that. I think that that's a really helpful point to make as well. Did anyone else want to add anything on that? Is there, like, as a sibling, like, I guess moving forward, do you ever have animosity? Like, to kind of finish this question is, like, how do you kind of work past that?
I can respond to that. For me, at least, there was animosity with my sister for a very long time. It was a very subtle animosity because I didn't feel that she could handle my anger. I, in my mind, had categorized her as very weak. She's too anxious. She won't get it. She has her own stuff to worry about. She won't understand why I feel the way I feel. So for me, what was really important is to definitely deviate from activities that are revolving around image and weight and food, and because in our family it was always about cooking and doing the holiday that's most important in my family, Thanksgiving, so that's all about food. So for us, it was really important to sort of come up with new ideas for us to rekindle a relationship and recreate, you know, value within it, rather than it's always been about my sister being the weak one, the one with the eating disorder, the one who couldn't handle my response to my emotions towards her. So I wanted to come up with ideas. So we've done different activities now that can help build that. And even doing Project Heal in and of itself is a way for us to reconnect on a very different level.
Yeah, which is awesome. I think that's great. Emily, did you want to add to that?
Well, I mean, when I was going through this with my sister, going through her treatment, and within the past year, there was some animosity, that's a really good word, that I guess I felt towards her, and it was almost like I felt guilty for feeling that way because myself, I had been through it, and it was difficult to move past that, but at that point in time, ultimately, I knew that my parents needed to focus on caring for my sister and getting her the treatment and insurance issues like that she needed. So I was able to move past that, I guess, by just being there for her when I could, setting boundaries, and getting into therapy and talking to close friends. Like, those were the most important things. Like, self-care was the most important thing that got me through that and helped me move past those feelings of being left out or anger towards my sister.
Absolutely. And the self-care piece is something that I know we have another question on that I would love to touch on in a little bit. So thank you for sharing that and for bringing that part up. Thank you guys for all answering these questions. This is it's very interesting, even just for me, to be on the other side and hear everything and all your insight. Do we have
Sorry, I just want to say one thing. I really enjoyed listening to the siblings talk about this. I think it's so important for siblings to be able to get support from other people, and to be able to have sort of a venue to discuss this, because there is a sense of feeling left out. I mean, an eating disorder, it demands so many resources that there's just no way that a sibling's not going to feel left out at some point. So we do, I've done a lot of therapy with siblings, so we'll have the client and their sibling. I mean, for a while that would be the family session. It would just be sibling therapy for, you know, the duration of treatment for periods of time. And I think that I just think this is such an important topic. So I'm so happy to have siblings on here kind of talking about this.
Definitely. Totally agree. And we'll definitely continue that. I want to kind of note there's a question that was asked in our live Q&A. And this question says, how do you support a loved one and maintain a relationship without focusing entirely on the eating disorder? We can take that in both ways. We can take it from a clinical standpoint, and we can also take it from experience. And I think both are really helpful. So do we want to start? I mean, whoever wants to kind of chime in, please chime in. Colin.
Yeah, I mean, from a spousal perspective, when I think of my relationship with my wife, you know, a lot of what we did was focused around the eating disorder. We did a lot of sitting down. We did a mantra every morning. You know, when you say not focus it without focusing entirely on the eating disorder, I think one of the points that was made earlier was even from a from a sibling perspective, you learn to do things that aren't centered around triggering activities like clothes shopping or around food, things like that, so you can still have that relationship. You can still have some of the activities that you would normally do that aren't focused around an eating disorder. You know, another point that was made earlier, which I thought was really good, is that, you know, it's not, you view it as the person, you know, your spouse or your loved one is not the eating disorder. And I think the more you treat them like they have an eating disorder, the worse it can actually be for a relationship. You know, I had to treat my wife like she was my wife still. You know, I couldn't treat her all the time like she had an eating disorder and ask questions about eating disorders or what she was doing, kind of become the food police. I couldn't do that because it would be really detrimental to what we were working on. So I think that's an important thing to realize is, you know, there's going to be talk about the eating disorder, there's going to be conversation about it, but you can't make it the focal point of your relationship. You have to still focus on the fact that you are still either married or related, or, you know, have a child who has an eating disorder. Those are the most important relationships that you always focus on and continue to strengthen through the process.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Paula, did you want to touch on this?
Sure. I think it's setting boundaries as well is part of this answer too, because you just need to be able to set your boundaries as far as how much time you're willing, how you can handle this situation.
So when you say boundaries, what might that look like for a loved one?
Maybe it would be like things that you might trigger an argument, that you would refuse to participate in that argument. It might be something that you know is, or it seems like it's an eating disorder behavior that is triggering an argument, and you just decide, okay, we need to take a moment, we need to think about this, we need to not go further into this discussion. Things like that, where you can have discussions without the behavior, without causing the eating disorder to be part of it.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. I think that that's such a good point. I think that there's just a lot of people who don't necessarily know what an appropriate boundary looks like. I think with a loved one, it can be kind of a blurred line, you know, because you feel like it might seem too harsh at times to set a boundary. And with eating disorders, I think a lot of us know it has to be a really harsh boundary sometimes, and it's not going to come across nice and warm and fuzzy because it can't, you know, and that's got to be a hard thing, I think, for a lot of loved ones to kind of do. And so I think it's helpful to have an idea of like, okay, well, what does that look like, you know? So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. So one thing I would add to this is to notice sort of the patterns that are coming up. So, for instance, a lot of times I've noticed in family relationships that people will, supporters will start avoiding certain topics or avoiding even like talking about their own stuff because they are fearful of, I think somebody else said it, I can't remember who said it, or they think that their loved one is too fragile. And within, you know, I mean, there are some limits to it, but I do think it's important to still reach out to the person who has an eating disorder and still value them as someone who can be a support for you, because it does actually affect their confidence a lot, and they talk a lot in the groups about how they feel like, you know, their loved ones don't utilize them for support either, and I think it can build confidence for them to also be a support for others, and it can help them in some way sort of get outside of themselves and to show up for other people. So I think that's just a really important thing to be aware of, that you're not kind of avoiding topics or sort of walking on eggshells around the eating disorder, and that you are you're continuing to kind of bring your whole self into the relationship, and even the parts of you that need support.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. I think that was really helpful, definitely a helpful addition. So if we're good on this one, we've got some other questions that I'd love for us to jump into. And feel free to jump in, you know, and stop me if you have anything you wanted to add on. So let me see, what do I got? I've heard that self-care is important for those supporting a loved one with an eating disorder, but doing anything for myself, while someone important to me is doing a lot of harm to themselves, makes it almost impossible to relax. What have you done or known others do that has worked for them in this situation? I know that's a lengthy question, so let me know if you want me to say that, repeat the question. But basically what I get is that it's about self-care and, you know, how can I care for myself when I know that there's someone that I love who's not caring for themselves?
Well, so I'll just make a quick statement, which is that I think it's important to recognize that self-care looks different for everybody. So, you know, and maybe it's hard right now to, you know, get a massage or something, and maybe that's not relaxing right now because you are so concerned. But it could be something like even going to a family group or going, like, having a therapy appointment or just talking to a friend. So self-care can be a lot of different things. And I think sometimes people sort of put pressure on themselves to even have, like, the right kind of self-care. So if meditation's not for you, then it's not for you, and that's okay. There's no one way to have self-care. It could be, you know, binge watching The Good Wife. That can be self-care for people. So
definitely. Adam, do you wanna share? And we can kind of just go down the line of self-care in this case.
Yeah, I think that self-care is so important. Like, whenever I come across a caretaker, that's the first question I ask is, are you taking care of yourself? Like I don't ask about the patient or the loved one who's suffering, at least first, because really as a caretaker, your well-being is so important. And, you know, we've all heard the saying that recovery takes a village. Well, if that village isn't at the point where it should be in terms of their well-being and their stability and their health, then the chances of that loved one, you know, winning over the disease decreases, I think, dramatically. And with something as complex and nuanced as an eating disorder, you don't want that disease to claim more than one victim, because we're dealing with the disease that has the highest rate for fatality among mental illnesses. So it's really serious. And when that's all of a sudden dropped in your environment, you know, you are definitely a priority. So take the selfish part out of it, you know, like, don't feel bad about taking care of yourself, because at the end of the day, that's just for the greater good.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And Adam, can I ask, what are some things that you did for self-care? Can you share that with, you know, from a sibling's perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I love the example of, like, binge watching TV. If you have a good TV show or podcast or whatever, I mean, like, that's definitely a source of relaxation for me, and it helps my mind kind of calm down. I got my own therapist, my own individual therapist, so I did that for 2 years. I started doing yoga, did some meditation. I think someone also mentioned just, like, you know, talking to friends and kind of having, like, outlets to vent your frustration and vent your emotions, and building that support community around yourself. So yeah, and it's different for everyone, but
absolutely. I think that's really helpful, especially the part about getting your own help and getting therapy. I think that's even something that I think a lot of siblings don't. I don't know if it's the shame or what it is, but they feel like they can't get that help because their sibling needs the help more than they do, maybe. You know, I don't know if that's, I'm not saying that's every sibling, but I feel like that's kind of something we see often. So I think that's fantastic that you can say that, you know, you got help, and I feel like people that are watching this can take that and say, okay, maybe I can get help too.
Mm-hmm.
I hope, at least. Colin, do you want to share your feelings about self-care and kind of what you did and what you continue to do?
Yeah, I think that one thing that Adam said that I really liked, and I'd just like to reiterate, was the fact that you take the selfish part out of it, because I think that self-care for you is part of their recovery. I think that, you know, if you can't take care of yourself, I think the analogy about the village was great. I just really wanted to say that that was a great point. The things that I do, I like physical stuff, so I do martial arts, and that's something that I found that really helps me out because it takes my mind off of everything else. I get to, you know, go punch a bag and really vent my frustrations, not necessarily in another person, but just, you know, just kind of with my physical activity. And I think that has been my most productive way to self-care. It helps me feel the best, and I think that it's just important to reiterate it's different for everyone else. Some people, I can't get into shows like that. I can't watch more than an episode of a show without getting bored of it. So, you know, it's different for everybody.
Definitely, definitely.
I love what, sorry, one thing. I love what Colin's saying about that the supporter self-care is critical to the loved one's recovery, because I think that's so true, and it can help even in terms of just modeling for them. You know, being a person who can care for yourself, it really helps the person with the eating disorder sort of go, okay, well, that's what they do, that's what I would do, that's what I could do, and it's sort of, in a way, it gives them permission to do it themselves. So yeah, I think that's such a great outlook on it.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you for that follow-up, and thank you, Colin, for sharing your insight. Ellen, do you want to share some self-care that you've done?
So I also wanted, that was actually what I was thinking about as we were talking about this entire question of self-care. What Tabitha was saying is that having self-care is not selfish. It's a way of demonstrating to them that you can have your own life, your own values, and it's not only about the eating disorder you have, it's about other aspects of it. For me, things that I've done for self-care is really focusing on maintaining balance in other areas of my life. The idea of going out and hanging out with friends, having my own support network with friends, with therapists, with other family members, going out and doing fun things, playing games, just enjoying myself and not constantly berating myself for this is what I should have said, I shouldn't have said that, or everything else in between, and should I have watched her eat that or not eat that, and just taking the time and stepping out away from the kitchen, out away from food, and being outside in nature.
Absolutely. I think that's really really cool, and I love that you guys are all like, you know, there's this kind of one core thing about taking the selfish out of self-care. I think that that's really cool that y'all can unite over that. I think it shows that it's, you know, true, honestly, if so many people can unite over that one thing. So Emily, do you want to kind of share some about your own self-care?
Well, I totally agree with what everybody's saying. Self-care is definitely key in not only the person with the eating disorder's recovery, but just for their caretakers. It's like that airplane analogy that, you know, with putting the air mask on, you have to put yours on first before you can help the other child or help others. So you have to help yourself first before you help others. And I just felt it was really important to make sure that, like Adam, I was in therapy and getting support from my friends. Yoga and meditation did help. And even simple things like just laying on my bed and jamming out to some music, like some of my favorite music, really just helped me just focus and center my mind and stay in the moment. Practicing mindfulness and self-care were key to being healthier.
Yeah, definitely. Mitchell, Paula, or Tabitha, did you guys have stuff that you wanted to add to this with your self-care?
Sure. Of course, like just to reiterate what everyone else is saying, but when it comes to self-care, you can't feel guilty about it. I mean, like, there's the whole idea of, like, how can I, like, treat myself all well like this while, like, the person I love so much is suffering, and you can't really think of it that way. You have to be that, like, rock. You kind of have to be that, like others have said, just a prime example of, like, how to, like, be healthy and, like, focus on the positive, and as long as you can maintain that image, it would be I feel helpful for the person with the eating disorder.
Absolutely. And Paula or Tabitha, did you have anything you wanted to add about this topic? No? Oh, Paula, you're muted. There you go.
There we go.
Yes.
I think one of the things that everyone has talked about is the guilt, and you have to love yourself and let go of that guilt to be able to love someone else, really, and help them through their recovery. So I would really say, I would really stress letting go of that guilt for the self-care. Also, in my situation, and I'd be curious to know how if any of the other panelists had this, but we dealt with a lot of secrecy. Talking with others was very helpful to me, but it wasn't something that my daughter wanted me to do, and so that almost added a whole nother layer of guilt. And I know that people that we work with, that's an issue that they struggle with as well, and I'd kind of like to know if anyone else has run into that.
I think that's an awesome question. Does anyone want to lead with that? Yeah, Emily.
Well, with me, I was living with my sister this past year, and we had a lot of similar friends, and during this very difficult time, she only chose to tell certain friends that she was going into residential treatment. And those same friends were some of my main supports where we were living, and it was really difficult because I couldn't go to them because I didn't want to break my sister's trust, and I wanted to respect her want and need for privacy, and that she would eventually tell other people perhaps. But it was difficult, but it helped to have, I guess, people who were really close to my family. I couldn't go out and tell everybody, but having just like one or two friends who knew my sister, knew my family, knew what was going on really helped. But that confidentiality issue did create some guilt and some struggles, so I do understand where you're coming from.
Thank you for sharing that. I think it's really good to kind of get that side of it, very interesting. So this question's kind of interesting. And I'm wondering, I think it's related to what we've talked about, but I'm curious to kind of hear how you would specifically deal with this. What do I do if my loved one with an eating disorder says, I don't want to recover or I give up? Colin, is that, did I see a finger?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that's a really difficult question for anyone to answer and be 100%. I think that everyone's recovery is different, and there are times that even if you're supporting someone who wants to recover, I think that will come up. There's going to be times where that person feels so down and so so beat down by the eating disorder that they're going to feel that way. And I think the main thing is that you never give up. If as hard as it can be to keep walking that same path, and whatever it may be for you, the minute that you let down, someone earlier said, and I think it was I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, Mitchell. I think he said earlier, you have to be that rock for that person, and sometimes it's extremely difficult to be that rock, but you have to continue to be there no matter what they're saying about it. If they had said it once, they know that they want to recover, and even if in that moment they don't want to recover, it's there. Nobody wants to be sick and dying with something like that.
Right.
I just think that it's important to know that you have to continue to be supportive no matter the situation.
Definitely. I think that's really good insight on that, and I definitely cannot. I think it definitely is something that is different in various cases. There's no one right answer, but I definitely think it's helpful to have at least some kind of insight, and just to know in general that it's a common thing that loved ones encounter, that someone who's dealing with an eating disorder will say, like, I don't want recovery anymore. Like, I'm done with this, and I want my eating disorder. You know, and that's something we've all heard, and we just need to know that they don't really mean it. You know, and it's just the nature of the disorder. So did anyone else want to chat about that, or can we move on to another question?
Well, I'll say something about it, which is that I think Colin's really right that this is a totally common feeling. So this is going to be part of the process, and it can be really helpful to remind them of that. I mean, it depends as a supporter. It depends on the relationship, but I do think it's important to remind them that sometimes they're going to feel hopeless, and that's okay. And you know, that you still you can carry the hope for them when they feel like that. We do a lot of education for people about the process of recovery, and I think it can be important to sort of scale back from even the conversation about being recovered at times, because if someone's in a fully active eating disorder, or even in the very early stages of recovery, they sort of think and are struggling at the highest levels. So they might not be able to really grasp what they're going to feel like when they're better. So I think it's important for them to sort of know that this is a process, and that, you know, not to worry about, you know, about full recovery right now, to worry about just getting through the day, you know, to sort of pull it back a little bit and just focus on the moment. Like, okay, this is a sign that maybe we need to slow down for today and just kind of relax and slow down. You don't have to, because I think they can get so, they can become hopeless just thinking about how much further they have yet to go, and kind of reminding them that this doesn't have to happen tomorrow, that this is a process that's going to take time, and there are going to be moments where you feel really lost and you feel like it's not possible, and everybody experiences that.
Yeah, absolutely. And one question that I think that we haven't been asked, but I'm curious to hear, like, what are some things, this is kind of along the lines of what someone asked earlier, but a little different. What are some things that you've either learned the hard way or knew were enabling behaviors are to your loved one? Yeah, Ellen.
So for me, I think one of the wrong things I was asked to do, and I should have said no from the get-go, was my sister had asked me to sort of be food police for her during high school. And I think that saying yes to that, because I thought I was doing the right thing, was definitely the wrong thing to do in hindsight. And it's not my job to be food monitor. I'm here for you in other ways to support, but I think that's what I should have recognized prior.
Absolutely. I think that's such a good point. I think that that's, you know, a way that can cause real contention within the relationship, and it can just turn into an unhealthy behavior for both parties involved. So thank you for bringing that up. Does anyone else have any kind of enabling behavior that they've come across, either, or that they knew from the start was not good or unhelpful, rather?
I think that you really have to listen to what this person is saying to you about, like, things that they may find like triggering and whatnot, as far as like when you speak to them about certain things. Like, clearly it's going to be a trial and error sort of deal when you're talking with them. And when I first met Nicole, she had already had an eating disorder for like 7 or 8 years. So of course it was a learning experience for me to like try to understand like what to say and what not to say. I mean, it really didn't feel like walking on eggshells as much as just a learning experience. And when you do say something that may be that may affect this person, it's important to not beat yourself up about it, because you're completely ignorant to everything about this. There's no way you really could have known, unless you had exposure to it prior. But it's just, like I said, a learning experience. You just need to pay attention to what would be helpful or harmful for this person to hear, and make sure that you're always on the helpful side of that, just to be aware of what you say.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you. I think that's really important and a really good point. Does anyone have anything else that they wanted to add in terms of these experiences?
I have one thing that I really noticed. It was really getting trapped in negative emotions that my wife was feeling and that I perpetuated. So kind of to make it simpler, if she got really upset, I got really upset. And that was a bad thing to do. My grandpa always told us when I got married, he told me, you never have two people be upset at the same time. And that was so true when you were coming into those situations where she was having a really hard time. If I was having other things go on, I needed to set my stuff aside to be able to listen to her and to be able to take her emotions in and not let them affect me. So one thing I learned was to really think about what I was going to say before I said it, and really think about how I was feeling about that, about what was going on at the moment, and not reacting, but rather responding in a good and healthy way, instead of letting her negative emotions that were coming from mostly the eating disorder into what I was going to do and how I was going to act about the situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for sharing that. I think that's very interesting, and your grandpa seems very wise. I feel like a lot of grandparents are. But in his advice there, I think that's really an interesting thing that I've never considered before. So I guess we've got just a little over 10 minutes left. So I wanted to kind of touch base on so a few things. Like, we've talked about self-care, we've talked about setting boundaries, we've talked about kind of some enabling behaviors. What are some warning signs that are an indicator that your loved one may be relapsing? How do you kind of know? I think that's another thing that is interesting that kind of goes on with the eating disorder, is there's a lot of lying and manipulation that go on. Mm-hmm. So how can you, or what have you learned, maybe in hindsight, that was an indicator that your loved one was going back into an unhealthy place?
I think one thing to be aware of is a lot of the physical symptoms, whereas if your loved one is becoming fatigued much more often, they might be getting malnourished and whatnot, and it's always important to be aware of that. It could just be maybe they're tired one day, but it's always important to consider worst case scenario, and it's best to catch it before it gets too bad, because it really does spiral the longer you let it go on. Other things may be if they're just feeling more emotional than they should, just about certain things. That's something to be aware of, because like I said before, if you're being malnourished, that'll affect your mind as well.
Right.
So those things are considered to be important to look out for, just as warning signs.
Definitely. I think those are really good ones. Thank you. Does anyone else have any ideas in terms of warning signs?
Well, just one thing I want to say is that I think it's so important to try to have that conversation with them rather than assuming. Mm. So, as a supporter, especially if somebody's been sick for a really long time, I think that you sort of develop this hypervigilance, and you sort of tend to see them through the lens of their illness, and you have to be aware that sometimes you might carry that sort of hypervigilance and that fear, but to try to see if you could check in with them about it before assuming that they're relapsing. Because I have had situations with clients where the family is so focused on their fear that the client might relapse that it tends to, they tend to see things at times through that kind of lens, and I think it can just really have negative impacts on the relationship, and you have to create a space where the client can feel heard. So I would say, as much as you can, try to, in a loving, non-judgmental way, just confront them about it, have a conversation about it, and see if a dialogue can be opened up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Ellen.
So for me, I definitely really appreciate what Tabitha said, because that was I did have that conversation with my sister before her last time in treatment, and it was, it was all about, Stacy, what's going on. Things don't seem right now. Mm-hmm. And so leaving it open to her to say what she wanted to say, what she felt like saying, I think was really important, because it gives her the power to speak up for herself and to identify when things may not be going right. Because if it's always me pointing out the wrong, she won't have the opportunity to develop that awareness. Mm-hmm. So having that conversation was really important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's really important. Adam.
Yeah, just really quick, I think Tabitha hit the nail on the head with the hypervigilancy. I mean, it sort of became like a natural reaction for me every time my sister came back from treatment. It was because, she did relapse quite often, so I would always try to do my best to make sure it wasn't happening. So I would sometimes make mistakes, and, would question why she'd be in the bathroom for so long, or question why she'd use a lot of ketchup on her food, because that was a big food ritual for her. Looking in her car for candy, because she'd binge on candy. So it is something that, as a family member, when you love someone and you have them come back into your world, it's sort of the first kind of go-to behavior, way of being. But definitely doing your best to take a step back and come from a place of non-judgment and not pointing the finger, and just listening to them, and also just realizing that like relapse is part of the process. Everyone's recovery is different, but it's a very real thing. So
yeah. For you, and this can apply to anyone else who wants to speak up, but when you say, that relapse is part of the process and taking a non-judgmental stance, I think that that's great. But in the moment, how, as a loved one and as a human, do you implement it? I think it's a lot easier said than done.
Oh, absolutely. It was a muscle that I had to develop and learn and acquire for myself. It's like an acquired taste. It's not something that happens overnight. So yeah, I mean, it just like you said perfectly, like, we are human beings, and sometimes we wear our emotions on our sleeve, and it's just it's just how it goes. So I mean, it was just something that took a while for me to realize, and that was through my therapy, and just through kind of having been through the ringer time and time again, and realizing that past ways of reacting to situations wasn't getting me anywhere, wasn't getting my sister anywhere. So how could I be a different person here?
Right. Yeah. Ellen, yeah.
So one of the things that I had a professor say to me once is that you have to let others walk their journey. And it's important for me to recognize that, my sister's going to have her own path, and I can walk alongside her, but it's not going to be my path. I can be there to support her in her goals and whatever they may be, and if it falls back, she takes a few steps back, so be it, and I'll step beside her, but I don't have to walk that path with her. I need to have my own life as well. So when I was younger, there was of course, like, I had these expectations. Oh, she's better, she's fine, everything's great again. But as I've gotten older and I've grown, I've realized that I can't really have expectations, because then that disappointment Whereas if I just recognize that she has her own path to walk and I have my own path and I can make my own goals, that's fine. Having that differentiation process between the two of us is really important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's such a valid point. And I kind of wanted to bring up something that I don't know if you guys caught our first module. If not, that's okay. But we had a question that was asked by a parent, at least it seemed like. And I think that it can apply to several of our modules that we're doing today. And so the parent was asking, he said something here, I'll just actually pull it up, that their 17-year-old daughter, who was diagnosed a year ago, and she's very underweight, and she insists that smoking pot is the only way she can get herself to maintain weight. How, as parents, can we condone this? She won't listen to anyone, including her doctor. And I wonder, especially for the, Colin as a spouse and anyone else as a parent, or even, Tabitha as a therapist, like, what is that line? How can parents and spouses look for that, and when can they know, or, what are some indicators that, like, hey, just supporting your loved one and being for them isn't enough sometimes, especially maybe with minors, you need to step in and take that role of putting them into a higher level of care. How can we kind of help parents understand that? Does anyone want to take the lead on that? Or even a husband, how to, it's like they want to be able to fix, I hear a lot, I want to fix my wife, if I can just support her enough, I can fix her. And we all know you can't fix anybody, but, they have this kind of complex, and how can we help them see that, like, it's not a matter of, you're not good enough to fix your loved one, quote unquote, it's that they need that support. And how do we kind of convey that, and that it's not a bad thing to need a higher level of care? Do you guys have some insight as loved ones or experts in that field?
So I have I guess two things to say. The first one is just on the idea about the pot. I guess I would say that it's so important. It's sort of like a critical issue because you don't want to pick up other habits. Right. On the path to try to get well from one problem, and there is a lot of comorbidity with substance abuse, so I think that people are incredibly vulnerable to developing other sort of addictions when they have an eating disorder, so it's so important to really educate them about that and to know that yourself. Right. In terms of is your question how do you get somebody into treatment, or how do you educate them that treatment is necessary or might be necessary?
Yeah, it's more the latter in the sense that, like, in this case, it felt more like they felt like this is the only thing that they could do for their child, and I think that kind of, to that there is a need for a higher level of care rather than, it might almost be enabling in some ways of the eating disorder, but in a different form. And so I'm kind of wondering, how can we kind of help support this parent and other, spouses and family members to see that, like, yes, that person tells you this is the only way they can eat. I mean, let's say that could be, they say that the only way they can eat is if they purge afterwards. That's just a different scenario. And that's kind of the thing. How do we then communicate to them that it's still an unhealthy behavior and they need a higher level of care?
Well, this is so hard because I think that, families can get really, it's hard to have somebody that you love be struggling. I've seen families where the parents will do things that from the outside sound just they're really hard to understand, like buy binge food for their daughter, or and sometimes I think they think they're helping, or sometimes they're sort of held hostage emotionally. So I think it's in this case, it sounds like the parents really need to seek some consultation by a professional to become educated about this issue, because it's it's just so risky. Who knows? I imagine that there is some research out there about the effects of marijuana in the treatment of eating disorders, but it's certainly not widely accepted. So it would be incredibly controversial, and the risks are just way too high. So they need to, you know, kind of have a reality check, and they probably need to seek some consultation about how to set boundaries. To me, this sounds like a scenario where the daughter's kind of running the show. They do need to think a little bit more long-term about her well-being, and when somebody's 17, the parents really are responsible for making decisions about care, and when someone's 17 and they have an eating disorder, they're not really in a position to make the best choices for their long-term health and life. So, you know, so I think they kind of need to get support to set those boundaries.
Right, and maybe just kind of be aware that it's very likely that they'll receive pushback from this loved one, you know, when they set that boundary, and maybe the loved one with an eating disorder will say, I hate you, or something like that, and maybe it seems like that's probably the fear, I think, among a lot of loved ones, whether it's a spouse or a parent, or even a sibling, like when you kind of set that kind of a boundary, like I'm not going to give in to your behaviors, they maybe fear that person, I don't know, kind of saying like,
there's going to be like a retaliation and sort of like being held hostage emotionally, but it can help to have a mediator, you know, to have somebody who can kind of intervene and who who has like a sort of outside perspective a little bit, who isn't so kind of in the relationship, and so they can hold boundaries better. And I just think that's incredibly helpful. There's so many times where, you know, where parents and their children are coming to treatment, and they need the psychiatrist, they need the dietitian, they need the therapist to really set those limits and hold those boundaries, because you're torn up inside. I mean, you feel you're hurting, you are scared, they're pleading with you to not have to go to residential, they're you know, they're begging, they're threatening, they're doing everything they can, and I think it's important to recognize that this person's sick, and that that they can't make decisions right. I mean, depending on the level of their illness, they may not be able to make those kinds of decisions, and that you have to be acting in their best interest, and they may not know what their best interest is, so there's going to be some conflict.
And can we say, our other panelists, can you guys attest to maybe like having this experience, if you have, and then know, like, in looking back on it, like now your relationship has gotten so much better, like it wasn't just like you confronted them and put that boundary in place and then it was the worst forever, like maybe it eventually, as that person got help, it got better. Can anyone speak to that at all?
Well, you know, I think what she was saying was really, really important, that, you know, you have to realize sometimes that at whatever point they are in their recovery, maybe they're not really able to make those kinds of decisions for themselves, and they're not in the best frame of mind to make decisions about their well-being to a certain extent. You know, I think that when we decided to make the switch from just trying to treat, you know, by the family, you know, having me being a supporter and not really doing anything else, to a higher level of treatment, I think that the base for what you have to realize is they're not going to make the step if they don't, you know, they have to want to get better. They have to want that. They have to want that next step in their treatment, because even if as a parent or as a spouse, you know, I don't have experience as a parent, but at least as a spouse, I know that if I tell my wife to do anything, eating disorder related or not, it's not going to happen. You know, I have to ask. I have to be a nice person about it, because it's not, you know, it's just not feasible to think that if someone doesn't want to do something, then you're going to force it on them, that it's going to happen. You know, for some people that may work. For some that may be, you know, the turning point in their life to where they realize they need treatment or they realize that they need help. But I think that the decision has to be made by the person that's struggling, that they want to get better, to take that next step, because if they don't, the treatment's not going to work anyway. it's not going to be effective.
That's such a valid point. Very, very helpful. Thank you for that. Paula, did you have any thoughts that you wanted to share on any of this?
Well, one of the things that I was just wanting to make sure of, and you probably already have this, but the parent toolkit from NIDA is such a great guide that can help parents address some of these situations, whether they've been dealing with this for a long period of time or if they're brand new to it. It's updated and it has some really great questions to make them part of that treatment team to help encourage their participation, and that's something that has been helpful to me and helpful to a lot of people that we get questions from as a NIDA navigator. So I would really, I think that addresses a lot of the concerns that we have.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. I'm sure that will come in helpful for a lot of our viewers. Thank you. Well, we are pretty much wrapping up. Does anyone have any last final thoughts that they want to share with anybody who might be watching this? Emily, did you want to?
Yeah. I mean, so I have multiple perspectives on this. Coming from being a sibling and a supporter, self-care is key to like wrap this all up. Like self-care is key, and knowing, as everyone said, that the person has to want this. It's their own journey. And you know, it's a marathon. It's gonna take time, and it's different for everybody. And you just always have hope. But as someone who has been through recovery and is recovered from an eating disorder, what I can suggest for parents and friends and siblings, I think being there for the person is really important. And for me, I think that a large part of getting better was just having someone who simply loved me and supported me.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that's really, you do have a really interesting perspective, and so I definitely appreciate that. Does anyone else have any final thoughts that they would like to share from a sibling, from a parent, from a therapist perspective? Anyone? Or a spouse?
Going back to...
Well, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, going back to the whole question about if someone were to say that they just want to give up, or if they just want to like have their eating disorder and just have that be their life. To hear someone say that they want to give up will be discouraging, but don't ever give up yourself on that person, even if they say it like hundreds of times, just because if they are wanting to give up and you give up on them as well, that's going to be the only point where they really just can't be helped. Like you need to always be there for them, even when they are giving you like all these discouraging things, saying that they don't want to be helped, that they want to give up. You have to power through that and still be there for them to take them the rest of the way.
Yeah, thank you. That's such a powerful message and very inspiring, so thank you for that. And Tabitha, did you want to add on?
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for hosting this. I thought it was really helpful, and I believe it was Paula. Paula had mentioned NIDA, and I think NIDA is such a great organization. So for supporters, they have a lot of great information, and they have a bunch of groups that people can participate in. I think they, I believe they do host a group for siblings, so that might be an important resource to kind of look into, and then they definitely have a lot of information for parents. So I think just to know that there are free resources out there, and there's a lot of great literature out there that can be helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you, and thank you all for joining. And just to note, Ellen Brody, who's the co-leader for the Project Heal Central New Jersey chapter, her focus is a little bit more on, it's actually a different focus than any of our chapters. She does focus more on families impacted by eating disorders, so which is pretty cool to have a chapter kind of focus more of their events on that, because she really made this interesting case a couple months ago that really, you know, families don't get that recognition, and I thought that that was just really powerful and really something I'd never considered, you know, being just someone who's struggled with an eating disorder, not someone who's affected. You know what I mean? So I just want to note that, and she's awesome, and her co-leader Jen is awesome, and so. But Nita is great as well. So thank you all for joining us, and all your information is in our program that I've provided in the Google Plus event page. So anyone can access that to find more about you guys and kind of read about where you're at and how to contact you. So thank you all so much for participating today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Thank
Colin.
you.
I think you should just stay on if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you,
Awesome
guys.
job.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
All right. Okay.
Wait, there might be too much light. I can go that way.
Okay.
Hello, Allie.
Hi.
I'm wearing a Project Heal t-shirt.
Oh, I love it. Oh, that's so official. So we're still streaming live. And we're gonna try.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah. We're gonna engage everyone for the next 10 minutes as I invite our next panelists for our male and eating disorder topic. Do you guys have the questions also that I sent you?
Probably.
Okay. I'm gonna send the invites right now.
I don't know.
Do we have the questions? She sent us the questions.
Ooh, so strange. Okay.
I don't think I have them.
No? Okay, I'll resend them to you. I'm having a little issue inviting one of our, here, I'm just going to invite him this way.
I'm trying to get back to this.
Okay. Amy, do you want to introduce yourself while I invite them?
Sure. My name's Amy. This is my lovely husband, Colin. And I am a co-leader for Project Heal Wilmington, North Carolina. I struggled with an eating disorder for 9 years, and then I went through recovery, and I am fully recovered and so happy about life, and so that's why I do Project Heal, because I want other people to see that.
Awesome. You guys are awesome. Let me just pull up these questions. And so kind of transitioning, this module is going to be on males, eating disorders, and body image issues that men face. It should be pretty interesting to kind of hear everyone's thoughts. Sorry, I'm like, can't find, okay. Okay, perfect. Hopefully they will be joining us. Let me grab those questions real quick. Okay.
And I have the questions box up so that if
yes, we want to encourage people to submit questions live as well. But in the case that they don't, we do have these questions to start with. So yeah, you want to get the Q&A box up and running. That would be perfect. Where are the questions? Sorry, I'm like a little scattered here.
You're doing wonderful.
Okay, here we go. Oh, come on. There it goes. Did we note that you guys are going to be mainly moderating? I don't know if we said that.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
You're doing great. Oh, wait. Oh, both Ben and Troy are here. Yay. Yay.
Are you able to hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Ben, you're on mute, just in case you didn't know. But maybe you did know.
I was adjusting things.
Oh, okay. Perfect. So let's kind of, I guess, jump into first introductions. You guys are I think you're our only panelists, but I actually like that better. I think that this is going to create more of a dialogue. I don't know. I find it kind of hard to follow when there's so many people. Although I love all of our panelists, I kind of think for this it can be maybe a lot more genuine feeling to males, and maybe will make them more apt to participate. I don't know. I'm hoping. So I guess you guys want to introduce yourselves? Start with Troy.
My name is Troy Ronas, and I am an eating disorder survivor, and I live in North Dakota. Right now, I am teaching at Minot State University, and I work heavily with NIDA, trying to get a book together and doing all sorts of advocacy and writing and other projects. So happy to be here.
Awesome, thank you. And the lovely Ben.
Hi, my name is Ben O'Keefe. I am an actor and an activist and a political organizer, and I also am on the board of advisories for Project Heal, and I am an eating disorder survivor and also very happy to be here.
Woohoo! Fantastic. So we've got the Q&A, live Q&A submissions up and running, but we've also got some other submissions that I've sent over to Amy and Colin, as they're going to be moderating for the majority of the time. I need to take a little break since I've been sitting here for several hours straight. So I'm going to be back, though, in a little bit. So yeah, so I'm actually just going to mute myself and then close my camera off. So I'll be back really soon. But I'm excited to hear your questions and everything. So take it away.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna start with a question from a blog post that Allie came across. It says most websites focus on women with eating disorders and will only mention men, to note that it's roughly 10% of those with eating disorders are males. Can you talk about how few outlets there are for males with eating disorders?
I can definitely speak to that. I know that when I was looking for resources for recovery, I would Google it like we do in this modern age, and everything would be pink and purple and wouldn't be catered to me. And I think that's really rough, and I think it's really hard because, you know, there's various numbers, and we can't say exactly how many males have eating disorders, but there's a lot of them. And even if there's just one, they deserve the resources to find the treatment that they need. And so I think that's something that people are being very cognitive of. The Project Heal is looking for more and more males to offer eating disorder scholarships towards. NIDA has taken their Project Be Me program and turned it into a gender-neutral program. And so I think that people are aware of that this is going on and are working to try to correct it. But I can say it was very difficult for me. But there are resources out there, and you know, I guess for guys watching this, it's not a female disorder; it's a disorder that affects people, and you deserve resources as well.
That's good. That's good.
Anything you want to add to that, Troy?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think he's exactly right. It doesn't matter if you're male, female, what ethnicity you are, faith you are, sexual orientation. Eating disorders affect everybody all over the world, and I think that the number, you know, 30 million women, 10 million men, I think it's kind of a guesstimate at this point, because more and more we're seeing so many more individuals come forward or go to treatment for an eating disorder who are male. And I know that there are websites that are starting to pop up, which is really great, but for a while before a lot of voices started coming forward, it was very difficult for males to talk about it because it was a quote-unquote female-only issue. But we very well know that it's not a female-only issue, it's not a male-only issue, it's an everybody issue. And I think that things are finally starting to turn.
Those are great answers. Great.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for the input on that.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next question, I think this is a really important one, and I think that it's something that I actually have been wondering myself as far as men with eating disorders. And the question is, how can I tell the difference between my brother or loved one trying to stay fit and healthy versus struggling with an eating disorder?
I was going to say, through a lot of recovery from the eating disorder, the one thing that I really found that was, through a lot of therapy and everything, that they would say is once it becomes a have to and not a want to, that's when you know it's a choice. It's a choice between healthy and unhealthy thinking. And when you are out exercising and you are out doing those types of things and it becomes destructive, it's often hard for family members and even those that are struggling to see that. But one of the things, it's an obvious form of self-harm when you do exercise to that extent, and males can actually get away with that a lot more than females can. Being in the weight room, it's deemed as a more masculine thing. But when it comes right down to it, if it's taking time away from social activities, putting you more in an isolative state, withdrawing from your friends and family, and a change in personality, I think those are huge red flags for you to be looking for specifically with family members or anybody that you know who might be struggling.
And I would just, that's right on. I mean, that's absolutely right on. I think, for me, I always say what started as this conscious decision blossomed into something that was far beyond my control. And I think there is a very real disconnect there, and it is when it becomes a must. And I think that it's just important, if you think that anyone might be going through these things, to reach out to them and to look for resources as well to help them. I think it's hard because we do live in this hyper-masculine society in which we have this very real gender binary in which men are expected to want to go to the gym, and yet they're not expected to care about how they look. And so it's a weird disconnect. So you're supposed to go to the gym, you're supposed to work out, and you're supposed to be big, but if you are concerned about vanity or, God forbid, you have an eating disorder, that's the worst thing that you can do as a male, right? And so I think it's really specifically a male issue in this eating disorder world, where it's like females, they're expected to be concerned about their beauty, and men aren't. And so it's definitely difficult.
I think that's really valid. I think that was a really good input there, because I guess that's something I had never even thought about either. That men are not really expected to care about how they look, and it's an interesting point.
Yeah.
Go to the next one. All right. The next question is really more of a personal question. It's, can you share some of your own personal experiences with an eating disorder?
After you, Ben.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, sure. For me, I think being a young person, of course, there's always this pressure to fit in, and I really felt that pressure, of course, and then I felt that pressure even more being a young person in the entertainment industry, which is this industry that has a tendency to equate looks higher than, talent and passion and experience combined. And so for me, I just really felt like I never was what society told me that I should be. And so I decided I needed to lose weight, and I decided I needed to do it quickly, and so I thought, oh, I just won't eat. And I was like, why has no one ever thought of this before? It's genius. And again, what happened is, like, this conscious decision blossomed into something that wasn't conscious anymore, and instead was controlling and consuming my life. And so I obviously lost a lot of weight and was unhealthy and was very alone and was dealing with depression and isolation. And it became something that now I was getting all these compliments because I finally had the body that people told me I was supposed to have, and I still didn't feel good. And I still looked in the mirror and I didn't love myself. And I was like, wait, I don't understand. All my life, this is what I wanted, was to be skinny. And now I'm skinny. And I still don't love myself. And it was because, this disorder was telling me I wasn't good enough. I could never be good enough. And I think it's really important to realize that you are enough. And I've finally gotten to a point where I've learned that I am enough. I'm more than enough. I'm great. I love myself, And I think it's really important for others to love themselves too, because we all have this story and we all have the power to make a difference and to change the world and to make an impact in someone's life. And it doesn't matter how much you weigh. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. It doesn't matter. It's you. You are special to someone, definitely to me. So.
That's fantastic.
And as far as, I guess, for me, I really have noticed after doing a lot of reflection, hindsight's always 20/20, or for the most part. And I can remember being very young and being very cognizant and being very aware of not being satisfied with what I saw in the mirror. I was very average and didn't like that. But my eating disorder, which I was diagnosed with anorexia, but now, it'd be more, I think, categorized as eating disorders not otherwise specified, where it was purging through exercise, restricting food intake and that sort of thing. But a lot of that really started when I was between 17 and 18 years old, transitioned from high school to college, and then it also manifested, through a plethora of things. The divorce of my parents when I was younger, being extremely perfectionistic, not liking what I saw in the mirror, dealing with faith issues, sexuality issues, and trying very hard in my own way to mold the outside or the physical, my body, because I couldn't change what I was unhappy about or the physical pain that was inside, that I couldn't change, and I couldn't make anything different. So I think that one of the biggest things for men is we often think that eating disorders are a way to control things and to make us stronger, when actually they go the opposite, and they make us not weaker individuals necessarily, but they make us less able to deal with everyday life. And I had a member of my family actually at one point who didn't know a lot about eating disorders and still doesn't, but just asked me, Troy, why couldn't you just pick up the bottle? Why didn't you choose booze instead of this? And for one thing, eating disorders are never a choice. It wasn't something that I wanted to engage in or anything, but it's also that stigma that guys don't get eating disorders according to this family member, that family member, or even general society with medical professionals, family members. And so even to my closest family, who have known for 10 years that I've been in recovery and gone through treatment and everything, it's still hard to fathom why, as a male, I struggled with an eating disorder, not something more concrete or tangible like alcoholism or drug abuse, that sort of thing. So I think every individual's experience is different, but I think a lot of similarities fall with everybody as well.
So you feel like they would have almost preferred you to be an alcoholic as opposed to a male with an eating disorder?
I don't know if preferred is the right word, but I think it's easier to understand that if you remove the bottle, you remove the problem, where I can't explain to somebody, and I'm sure you felt the same way, that it's very difficult to explain that when you and I look in the mirror, we don't see the same thing that they do. It's hard for them to understand that and to grasp hold of that, whereas someone with a drug addiction or alcoholism, they can see if you take one thing away, the problem is quote-unquote solved.
Makes sense.
I think that's definitely an interesting point, and almost plays into the stigma that males can't have eating disorders. The males, I think that's very, very interesting. Very interesting.
I like actually what Ben said when he said, you're supposed to go to the gym as a male. You're supposed to be masculine. You're supposed to be ripped and buff and that sort of thing. But you're not supposed to care too much. You're supposed to care just so much, but not too much. And that is such a black and white way to think, and that feeds right into disordered eating and eating disorders.
Yeah, and I also wanted to note just something you said, Troy, was that there is this control aspect of it, right? And I think that what we've seen is a lot of people with eating disorders have these type A personalities, feel as if they're out of control, and this is the one thing that we can control. I can control how much food I'm eating. I can't control what my home life is like. I can't control what other people think of me, but I can control how much food I'm eating and how much exercise I'm doing, and I can control all of those things. And so it's this sense of power in this actual situation that is making you so powerless. But I think that's the disconnect, is in our heads, where we feel like, wow, I'm doing what I want. I'm in control. I'm in control of this. And it's like, no, this disorder is in control. It's Ed who's talking in your head, not you, even if he might sound like you, right? And I think that's really important to note, and I was glad you noted that.
I think we've covered this one a little bit, but if we could really kind of expand on what are some of the more concrete signs that someone's struggling with an eating disorder?
Sure, you're welcome to go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Go back and forth.
Yeah. No, again, and this is, I think, fairly universal. Like I said, of course there are differences between the issues that are underlying males and females, but I think there are a lot of similarities too. But I would say definitely isolation, a change of personality, obviously the physical differences, but I almost hesitate to say that because there are individuals who struggle with bulimia nervosa who may look absolutely the same as they always have, who are struggling very, very much with an eating disorder or, you know, anything else. And for me, personally, I know that my family and friends noticed a significant change in personality. I was much more quiet, much more withdrawn. I didn't engage in any activities I used to. I tried to actually avoid contact with them as much as possible because I wanted time for my disorder and not for life. But it's really, I think, and maybe Ben can, you know, add more to this, but I think, you know, obviously physical signs, social and emotional signs, isolation, and then where are the priorities lying in personality changes.
Yeah, I think that's so right on, because it's not all about the number on the scale, right? And I know that for me, coming from a place of being overweight, I was just looking normal, what people thought was normal. And so no one was like, wow, I need to, you know, get him into a hospital. It was like, wow, you look great, dude, which actually fed into the disorder, right? Saying the same things that the eating disorder was saying to me. And so I think it's really important to look for those psychological signs as well. Withdrawing from your friends, losing interest, like Troy mentioned, and really focusing on things that you didn't focus so much on. It's that hyper focus. Oh, I have to go to the gym. Oh, I can't eat that bag of chips. I can't do it. You know, and also looking for signs of, you know, small bites of food, and or directly leaving after a meal. Things like that are things to look for. But it's also really just important to know that eating disorders have a wide spectrum, and we often talk about anorexia and bulimia, but binge eating, you know, like things that people don't even discuss, like, wow, slow down, instead of like, wow, you have a disorder that is telling you that you need food to feel good, an addiction, essentially. And so I think that, and then all these other spectrums of eating disorders that fall somewhere in between. And so I think the biggest thing to look for, more than a physical sign, is the person. No matter what, you will always see that a person is acting different. And you can't always even say what different means. But when you love someone, when you're close to someone, you'll see it. And when you start to see it, investigate, you know?
That's interesting. This is just coming off of what we were just talking about. Do you think there are any signs that are of an eating disorder that are specific to just men, or do you think it's pretty much, I mean, just general? It could be men, women. Does that make sense? Like.
Yeah. No, I think that it's fair to ask that question. I don't, and this is, you know, my personal opinion. There are thousands of them out there, but I would say it's almost. I wouldn't say it's dangerous, but I would say it's a little bit too soon to say. I think that you should look specifically for A and B in men and women. And the reason why I say that is it might steer someone in the wrong direction to go, well, maybe because they're saying that they already ate beforehand, they maybe did, and maybe guys, if he's going to the gym, he has an eating disorder or he doesn't have an eating disorder. So I don't know. I'm going to caution on the side of just, I think the signs are fairly universal, but Ben, do you have any other thoughts about that?
Yeah, I would say that eating disorders are disorders that affect people, and each person it affects differently. And I think that's really important to note, is that this is, you know, it doesn't, males don't automatically overexercise, and females overexercise as well. Females don't automatically purge, and some males purge as well, even though there's studies to say that there's significantly less. But eating disorders don't affect any person the same way, and so it's really important to look at the person. Look at the person and see, is this behavior different than before? Did they just begin to go to the gym twice a day, every single day? Did they just begin to really hyper focus on calories? Are they pushing away from their friends? Do they seem depressed? Do they seem upset? Do they disappear now and they didn't disappear before? You have to look at each situation as it comes up, because everyone is affected differently. So I don't think that, it's important to note, and I think it's important to me that males understand and feel welcomed into this community. It's also important to note that everyone should feel welcomed into this community, and that there's resources for everyone, no matter who you are and what your life may be like, because eating disorders don't discriminate, and our recovery process shouldn't discriminate either.
Very good. So our next question is, what kind of stigmas are there surrounding males with eating disorders?
I mean, what kind of stigmas aren't there, right? I think that I'm 6'3" and a linebacker-sized male. You can't really tell, but I am not who you think is supposed to have an eating disorder. And I think also something that comes with male eating disorders more is also striving for an athletic physique as well. And so I don't think that people correlate that to eating disorders either. And then again, it just comes down to the gender binary in our society that equates males as powerful, hyper-masculine figures, and this as being something that shows weakness. And I think that it's just really important for me to note to males that one of the bravest things that you can allow yourself to be is weak, because it's only in understanding your weakness that you can grow stronger. But we live in a society that pushes us away from weakness, and so men aren't really supposed to feel, if that makes sense, and we're not supposed to get upset, and most importantly, we're not supposed to care what other people think, because we have this innate male confidence that makes us better than everyone, right? And it's like, no, we still live in this world, we still hear those comments, we still look in the mirror, we are people, right? And just because of the sex that we were assigned at birth, it doesn't correlate to who we are as people, and I think that that's just a societal thing as well that we're dealing with here.
And I would say it's one of the biggest things. I think the struggles that males do have with an eating disorder is specific to coming forward. And I say that because when I was in treatment, when I've been out of treatment, men who are fathers, men who are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, men who are in the military, men who are like myself, men who are of different ethnicities, it's often thought of as a 15-year-old Caucasian girl's issue, when we very well know that the spectrum of who it affects is everybody. And so I've had individuals come up to me and ask certain questions. Wow, is this a sign or a symptom of an eating disorder? And so I think for men, it's almost, they come up and they ask the questions about, is it too much exercising? Is it not enough exercising? Am I eating too much at one time? Am I, all these questions and these behaviors around specific, do I have an eating disorder? We're not even, cognitive, we're not even aware of the fact that we could, the possibility is there for us to be in the group with everybody else. And so I think one of the biggest things and one of the biggest hardships that males face is simply coming forward and acknowledging the fact that I could and I possibly do struggle with something that is very much an everybody issue.
That's so right on, right? I mean, that's the biggest hurdle here, is asking for help, and males aren't supposed to need help. There's a reason why we have that stigma of, men won't ask for directions. And, sometimes you need a map, you need directions, you need someone to lead you the right way, especially in something like an eating disorder and recovery and in your life and learning to love yourself. That's something that, that you can't just necessarily navigate on your own, but men don't ask for directions. Well, you have to ask for directions, and we have to get to a place where we're telling males that it's okay to ask for help. In fact, it's better to ask for help and get there together than it is to not. And so I think that was a really great point, Troy. I think that's the biggest disconnect with males, is that with females, it's expected almost, and so there's less stigma behind it. There's less shame than there already is with having an eating disorder, right? But when you're a male, it brings this whole new level of shame, and you're already dealing with shame. That's part of your eating disorder. And so I think that's a great point. Thanks for bringing that up, Troy.
Do they, I just wanted to chime in. Oh, someone actually submitted a question, but I just have a quick question. Do they have any treatment centers that are specifically for males available?
Yes. The one, I guess, I'll just say this. The one that I went to has an all-male unit. It's Rogers Memorial Hospital in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. And they have an all-male unit. Again, like I said, I was with a unit of males of all ages, races, everything. And so I think there's, when it comes, I think that's very important. I think to be, when you go into treatment, having a lot of camaraderie with people that you are there. It didn't matter if someone was 5 years younger or 10 years older, whatever it was, we still were able to connect on a lot of the same levels. We were men, and we had issues that we didn't think we were supposed to, and we were able to work through those. So.
Mm-hmm.
And
awesome.
definitely, this isn't a disease of isolation, right? And so we feel alone, and so I think one of the best things that anyone can have in recovery is realizing that they're not alone. But I think for males it's especially hard because you don't see a lot of other people publicly saying this is something I'm dealing with. And so I think that male-based treatment facilities can cater to that and can cater to some of these societal discussions that need to happen when you're talking about men, and that's breaking down this binary and really discussing what it means to be a male, you know?
Right. Yeah. Hey, Amy and Colin, did you see the question that was asked? It's kind of relating to what Ben's talking about. Do you guys want to read it?
Yeah, absolutely. The question that was asked was, do you think it is important for male celebrities to come forward with their struggles with an eating disorder? Do you think that it would help society to be more do you think it would help society be more accepting of this issue in men?
Yes, absolutely. I actually was doing a project the other day. I don't remember what it was for, actually, but I had to come up with a list of those who are either professional athletes, or actors, celebrities, those types of things, who are struggling with eating disorders or who have in the past, because it's, even if they've acknowledged the fact that they've struggled, it's not really talked about as much as tabloid front page things when you see a young, innocent celebrity, female celebrity, who is trying to get out of the limelight and get the help, where they're put all over the front page. But I know that there are between 15 and 20 male celebrities and professional athletes who have struggled, and they are coming forward more. Like I said, I think the media coverage is a little bit less. Do I think it would help? Absolutely. I have a good friend of mine who's in Arizona. He's a stunt double, an MMA fighter, and he struggled with an eating disorder. He's very open about it, and he was completely amazed when he came forward, all of the support that he had gotten, even from his fellow fighters, so on and so forth. And I think that it would be nothing but a positive impact on someone in junior high, someone in high school, a father, a brother, a cousin, whatever it might be, even someone who's not struggling but knows someone, for celebrities to start coming forward.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I obviously know plenty of people as well who aren't public about it just because they fear the repercussions. And it's sad that we live in a world where these folks have to fear those repercussions, and even these females that are coming out with this, like Kesha and Demi, who have publicly discussed their disorders and very bravely, they've caught flack for it, and they're worried about how that affects their brand identity, and they have to be careful not to talk about it too much. And so it's sad that these folks have to fear their careers to talk about something that is so important to them. But I think it's something that some folks need to step up and do, and have the bravery to do so. There's lots of folks, I think in the LGBT movement, we saw it in a big way where celebs finally stepped out and said, I don't care. who this hurts because I'm gonna, or if this hurts me because I'm gonna save a life, and this is saving a life. Eating disorders kill more people each year than any other mental disease. That's staggering. That is shocking. That is disgusting. It's horrible because because if there were more resources, that number could drop just dramatically. But it's just not there yet. And so I think that someone's going to have to step up and continue to discuss this openly and live openly and bravely. So.
And I think plainly, and this is a question that I had, playing along these same lines, you hear a lot about how men can affect women into eating disorders and how they affect women with eating disorders and things that they say and things in the social media and celebrities do that affect women with eating disorders. How do you see, or what behaviors do you see that women can affect men, kind of pushing towards that, you need to look better, you need to do this, you need to do that, and kind of leading down that path?
Well, I think that we're seeing more and more men in the media anyway being photoshopped and male models and male athletes and living up to an unattainable standard, which nobody can do. And I think that comments, whether they're from your girlfriend, your spouse, your friend, social media, whatever it might be, I can't speak for every guy out there, but for me personally, I was very much, I'm going to take that in and I'm going to sit with it and I'm going to push it under the rug like it didn't affect me. However, that feeling sits there and I go and I take it out on my body at the gym. I go take it out by using that false sense of control of controlling what I do or do not eat, working out. And I think a lot of times, I think Ben mentioned this earlier, that men don't often talk about things we're not supposed to feel. And so I think a lot of our feelings are pushed very deep down, and instead of talking about them specifically, or really saying the feedback we're getting is affecting us, we stay closed down and we stay quiet about it, and that further feeds into the eating disorder behavior.
Yeah. What's interesting? I just thought about this. I don't know if you guys already talked about it, so forgive me. Just tell me to shut up if you did. But I can't believe that we fight so hard for gender equality in this country, and especially as a female. We're fighting so hard still. There's these campaigns that I'm seeing on TV, and yet when it comes to stuff like this with males and body image, it's like we just expect you guys to sit back and suck it up, essentially, in terms of why are you letting these things affect you, and but when it comes to females, there's campaigns to stop airbrushing, and that's really frustrating for me, for you guys, and I'm sure I can only imagine what it is for you guys. And I mean, how do we go about making that kind of change, and who, how can we kind of give people that reality check and say you're wanting gender equality and yet you're not giving it to everybody?
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead,
I'll just. Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. I'll let you. I just wanted to add one thing to what she said. When she was talking about the gender equality fight, and I think that what she said was very powerful in the sense that, well, we kind of cater to women and say, oh, we need to stop the airbrushing, we need to stop this and that and the other thing. But for guys, it's kind of a suck it up. I think actually, when it comes down to it, that almost, takes power away from women instead of saying, you are strong enough to be able to talk about it, to be able to come forward, and you don't need to be specifically taken, and I don't know if this is coming out right, but that, you guys need to be protected all the time, and males don't. And I think it almost takes power away from women when that happens, and I don't know, that just kind of came up for me when you said that, but Ben, go right ahead.
Kanye West and me, Troy. Yeah, and I'll tread really lightly here when I say this, but feminism is the fight for equality of the genders.
Mm-hmm.
Women are disproportionately discriminated against, but that does not mean, God, I hope I don't get emails for this. That doesn't mean that men cannot benefit from feminism as well, because feminism at its core is the fight for equality between the genders, but we kind of misconstrue that to be it's a fight for women empowerment, And that's not what feminism is. Feminism is to fight for equality. Right now, women are not equal, and so in a lot of aspects, and so women are fighting to get up to that equality point, but there's points where men aren't equal either, and so I think that we should be, God, I just really hope I don't get in trouble for this.
Well,
I just think that we should be mindful of that.
What you've been saying.
Yeah, I think that we should be mindful of that, right? I am a feminist, but I think that we should be mindful that men can be affected by the feminist movement as well, in things like you mentioned, right? Where it's like men, and what Troy just mentioned, which is like men are allowed to need comfort, right? Men are allowed to need help. Men are allowed to have people stand up for them as well, right? And I just, please know what I'm saying, feminists of the world. I don't want any angry emails, but I think that's, yeah. I'm gonna stop talking.
No, I think that that's very valid. And I honestly, like, I would love to see more voices like that, you know, even if I can help out too, you know, because I don't know why that just, now it just clicked for me. I was like, I've been tuning into what you guys are all saying, and I'm like, why have I never thought of this? That, like, we're doing all of this stuff for women, and yet, like, we just kind of, you know, men get kind of just kicked to the side, and it's really looked down upon, and all of these things, and so I can only imagine how frustrating it is for you guys. I don't know. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. We have Lena joined us. Lena, can you hear us? You're muted. And
I can't. No, I can. I can hear you, but you guys are doing such a great job. I'm just fascinated listening to it.
Oh,
so
I want to quickly.
I keep going to the thumbs up to like applause everything that, you know, especially the two guys are saying. That's great.
Awesome. Did you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Lena Sheffield. I'm a therapist down in Miami, and I've done a lot of work with eating disorders. And I'm actually on the board for NAMED, which looks like named, which is the National Association of Men with Eating Disorders. Okay, good, thumbs up. So, and it was, if any of you are familiar with it, it was kind of a, you know, a quiet website to go to, but we've gotten a lot more people involved, and some clinical people, but also we've been getting some academic people, like, you know, people from universities, guys that are actually doing research in eating disorders. So, you know, I'm hoping that, you know, it's going to really become like a really good, credible resource, you know, not just to get treatment ideas, but also to encourage more research and publications and exchange information, because the whole field is lagging behind terribly. So, and more so for males than for females.
And if I may, real quick, I see a question, are there major resources for men dealing with body image issues? And I was just going to say the National Association for Males with Eating Disorders was definitely one, their website. And then, of course, the National Eating Disorders Association have toolkits and different websites and resources, links, stories. They have all that. And thank you, Lena, for saying that, because NAMED has grown exponentially in the last year or two with regard to how their board is developing and what they're planning on doing. So I'm glad she said that.
You know, a lot of, since it's a small audience, I hope, but I used to do marketing and stuff for treatment centers, and I think a lot of what happened was that since those treatment centers are trying to promote female business, then that's where the money goes into in terms of education and conferences. So, you know, that whole side of the field just escalated. That's where you get that typical, you know, kind of reputation that it's only rich white girls, you know, who get eating disorders. And no, it's because those are the ones that show up in the treatment centers, and the treatment centers are the ones that are kind of controlling the information that gets out there in the media. You know, right. So absolutely. You know, there are a lot of people that are on Medicaid that had eating disorders. There are a lot of men. There are, you know, older people, younger people. You know, it's all walks of life. It doesn't discriminate very much. So, but those voices aren't heard because they're not part of the treatment center dollars.
The white, young, rich girls pay the bills, and so they're the ones who. And that when we're talking about issues like this is life and death, right? Where it's like, why is money this primary why is money so important? And why aren't insurance companies covering more of this treatment? And I think it's really it's sad, and I'm glad you brought that up though, because that's a reality of the situation.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Ben, do you have any thoughts about any major resources for men dealing with body image issues?
Yeah, so we talked about this a little earlier, but I think that that a lot of organizations are changing their outreach to be more accepting, as they've begun to realize. Project Heal is doing it, and we are actively seeking men to offer scholarships too, right? And the National Eating Disorder Association, in their youth program, you know, it's no longer pink and purple, it's orange, to be proud to be me. I'm actually wearing orange, imagine that. But it's like, you know, that's a gender neutral color. And I think that, and it seems silly, like, oh, why does it matter if it's pink? Because we do live in a society where pink is effeminate. And and for me, it's like, I don't mind finding research on a pink website, but it to me, it signals this isn't meant for you. I didn't make this with you in mind, because not everyone is so open to breaking down the gender binary as I am, and not everyone is happy with the color pink like I am. So I know what your intention was behind this website, and it wasn't to help me. And I think it's really important, National Eating Disorder Association and Named and Project Heal, we see you. You know, that's why this is happening right now, and that's why we are investing resources into this. And so some of the big ones that didn't seem before like they were reaching out to men, we see you. You're here, you're male, and we're getting used to it. So.
Well, and it's not just whether you're comfortable with pink or the more feminine themes, but a lot of times it's family members and friends that are going to look for resources, you know, and they can get turned off right away. And think, oh no, this is just for girls.
Well, thank you for this question, and please keep them coming. These live questions are really awesome. Those are probably my favorite.
I just got screen capped on Instagram, and it's not a cute picture.
Oh no! Wait, who took a picture?
Someone who's getting in trouble.
Leanna was big on the pictures, the screen sharing before. Well, great. I probably have so many lovely pictures. But positive body image, right, everyone?
I was just going to say.
My body looks great. The photo, Leanna.
I'm just guessing it's her. I don't know if I should really blame her yet. But AP and Colin, do you want to ask the last question, and then we can kind of open it up to general questions and additional discussions?
Yeah. So the last question is, what do you think? We're on mute. Okay. What do you think some ways? Oh my gosh, if I could even read today. What do you think are some ways to improve the recognition of males with eating disorders and/or body image issues?
Okay, Ben, I'll let you go second because you probably have the better answer. But I will say I actually recently saw, as far as body image goes, specifically for men, I saw this campaign online, and forgive me for not knowing what it was called or anything, but it showed, we see tons of different images of female models, plus-size models, regular size models, and you know, we know the industry is biased and they like Photoshop and they like those types of things, but it had, in black and white pictures, it had photos of male models and then regular guys, guys from all across America. Why isn't this acceptable versus all these male models? Why is the six-pack, the eight-pack, the, you know, chiseled this, whatever, why is that so the standard that we have to meet, and why isn't this father of two or this brother or this guy who serves in this organization or this teacher or whatever it might be, why aren't they something we should live up to? It's not about the physical, it should be about the person and what qualities they bring forward. And so I think, you know, we've kind of had this common theme throughout the conversation, but I think it's about getting the word out there, more guys coming forward talking about it, media campaigns, education, research, all of that put into one.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the big question is who's going to stand up and make the difference. Who's going to, and we've seen it now with plus size models and H&M swim campaign and places where it's like, these are real women in Aries Real Women campaign, and it's like, we are going to show you what real women are, but what about real men, right? And I remember talking about models. I was in the industry, and when I was living in New York, I was surrounded by models, and they had these gaunt cheeks, and all I could think was, I want these gaunt cheeks, these just skeletal cheeks. I thought that was what I was aiming for. And now I look, I'm like, I love my chubby cheeks. They make my smile look bigger. And it's like, this is who I am. This is my face. If I had gaunt cheeks, that wouldn't be my face. And someone's beautiful with gaunt cheeks, but someone's also beautiful with mine. In any variation. And I think that we need to show more people like me. We need to show more people like Troy. We need to show more people like Joe Smo on the cover of GQ, right? Because those are real people, and that's who that's who you're really branding for, right? Like H&M, your shirts, they're not supposed to be on, like, most people aren't chiseled, right? And like my abs aren't gonna poke through my shirt because that's not what most people have. But that's who they're using to represent us. And I think that I think it's just going to take people really standing up and saying, we want to represent the real people of this country and of this world, and to do that, we need to actually use real people, right?
And I think, yeah, that was well said, and I think it's all about taking a risk. I think that when it comes to body image and males being talked about more, it's all about magazines and organizations taking that risk and saying, we're going to take the criticism from the people who don't really matter and put an image out there that identifies with everybody. And taking a risk is all a part of recovery as well. And so I think that it's just as important for all of us to take that risk and let go of control and really try to push for recovery. I think it's just as important for the rest of society to kind of catch up and say, we're going to take the risk and we're going to cater to who our real audience is and not what we want our audience to look like.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right on, right? It takes risk to have reward. And when I came out with my eating disorder, I did it in front of literally millions of people, on Good Morning America and in newspapers and everywhere you could think of, and it was absolutely terrifying, right? And I got so much hate. My goodness, the things that people said. But you know what? I also got thousands of people who said, thank you. Because of you sharing your story, I will share mine, or I will seek treatment, or I am feeling better about myself. And that's what it takes, right? We don't do things for the haters. We do things for the people that will prosper from them. And so it will take risk. And you know what? Maybe GQ will take a hit for it. But sometimes we have to sacrifice ourselves to help others. And when we're talking about things like an eating disorder, that means real lives, real people that will die if people don't step up and make the difference. Because that's true. People die every single day from eating disorders, and they will continue to do so until someone steps up and says, I am going to be the change, I am going to make the difference, and I am going to deal with the consequences of it, because one of those consequences might be changing someone's life, and that's worth it to me.
Right, because even the criticism, if it generates conversation, you never know where that's going to go. That could be what opens people's eyes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It's sad to see how much good came out of Robin Williams' death, because it kind of really gave permission for some men to say, I'm depressed and I need help and I'm scared.
Mm. Right. Do you guys see there's a question up here in our Q&A section? Colin and Amy, do you want to take the lead on that?
Sure. So the question is, do you think the bodybuilding movement has caused more men to experience body image issues?
I think that it's not a yes or no. I think that eating disorders aren't specifically caused by one thing or another. Like I said, I think we find one thing that is a specific trigger to start the behavior. But I think coming from, because I'm an educator, I've coached in the past, and I think that I think that specific sports, I think coaching mentalities, teaching methods and that sort of thing, I think push us in the direction of you have to be this or that, you have to gain or lose, you have to have this physique to be at that level to compete. And so while I don't think bodybuilding specifically is a cause of an eating disorder, I think it could be the possible trigger. And so I know NIDA on their website has the coach or the educator or the family toolkits that outline, the types of sports and everything that really do have the most, they do have the highest numbers of those with eating disorders. And so I would say that, I can't say the bodybuilding specifically causes eating disorders, but I definitely think it could be a trigger in terms of making you more self-conscious and practicing unhealthy habits to get where a certain physique.
Yeah. Definitely. I don't think that, for me, like the bodybuilding movement didn't really play a lot of role into my eating disorder because I never actually aspired to have like big muscles. That wasn't what I equated like my aspirations to be. I wanted to have a very thin body, and that was kind of the physique that I went for. But again, eating disorders affect different people in different ways, and no two people experience it the same way. And also, it's a lot of things coming together. It's this cumulative effort. It's this societal narrative that comes from things like the bodybuilding movement, that comes from things like just our regular gender roles in our society. It comes from so many different things, and it kind of compiles into this overall societal narrative of who we are supposed to be. And so while bodybuilding didn't specifically affect me, it did in a roundabout way. It did in the end because all of these things affected me just in a cumulative way. But I do think that the bodybuilding movement affects a lot of folks. And when we see the covers of these magazines or we see these ad campaigns, I remember Abercrombie, who I went up against, and I remember as a kid on their bags they have these gorgeous people with great abs, and I was like, man, why don't my abs look like that? Like I just have one of those, right? And that was what I saw, and that's hard, right? Because that's telling us that that's what we should be. And I'm like, no, my one ab is just as good as your 8, okay? But because I'm me, and that's my body, and that's who I'm going to be. And so I definitely think that it plays a role.
Can I ask a dumb question?
There are no dumb questions.
No question is
Okay,
stupid.
I know, but like,
It's dumb people. No.
great. That's what I want to publicly advertise, that I'm a dumb person. No, but like, was there like an actual movement, or are we just talking about bodybuilding in general?
I think in general.
Okay, I didn't know if I like missed something.
Yeah, in 1999 there was the bodybuilding movement of 1999. No, I think that over time, right, we've seen like the male physique, what people aspire it to be, change, right? And so I think that like I know that I've noticed more and more folks, especially in the LGBT movement, there's a large fixation on bodybuilding. So I don't think that it's like a specific movement, but I just think the issue in general, and I think that it has been growing. So
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was on the same page there.
nice.
Remember, too, that some of the bodybuilding issues are more body dysmorphic disorder, where they're not really concerned about being thin. It's just like it's never big enough. Like they just, they can't accept the size.
I was going to say we can all recall how beauty standards have changed over the decades. We look at Marilyn Monroe, how she was adored and idolized, and how her size and body is so different to what we look up to today, or what certain people look up to today in the fashion or the whatever industry. Wow, I really want to look like this. And I think that bodybuilding may be the idealization for some individuals, but also I think the physique that men go for has definitely changed over the past 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. We also I want to thank that person who submitted that question. We have another question that was posted kind of along these lines on our Google Plus page, and it says, when you meet a man, do you consciously or unconsciously evaluate body size and shape as you would with a woman?
Well, it's a little different situation for me. I am not attracted to women, so I couldn't tell you, but I guess with females, like, there's still like a societal stigma in my head where like sometimes I have to step back and be like, no, they're beautiful, just because but I don't know exactly how to answer that, besides to say that like when I look at all people now, I try to make a conscious effort to look at them in the eyes, because that's what matters at the moment, right? Nothing else does. And And I really don't start to see someone's beauty until I start to talk to someone and get to know them, because I think, as cliche as it sounds, there's nothing more beautiful than someone's personality, and our outside just kind of further amplifies that. So,
absolutely.
I think when it comes to meeting new individuals, both male and female, I don't know, in kind of the recovery mindset, I often look at individuals, and of course I want to get to know them, but I often see, for me, red flags, I think, a lot easier than I ever did before. I can't go, that person has an eating disorder, but I know that there are certain things that, maybe I'll go, what they say, or how they, what they're talking about specifically, what they're fixated on, or those types of things. I often find myself that I can't identify an eating disorder, but that I'm always on the lookout for someone who may be struggling. And so I agree with Ben. I think all people are beautiful. We all have our different quirks and personalities, and that makes the world go round. But I think, for me personally, I think that there's I don't know, in a recovery mindset, I'm always on that lookout for, is this person struggling with something, and is there any way that I can, help them find the resources that they not only need, but that they deserve. So.
And to that same end, I would say also, in that recovery mindset, is that we have to be mindful of folks that might not necessarily have eating disorders, but might live their life in a way that could be triggering to us, right? Self-care is very important. And for me, as a very vocal advocate and activist, it's difficult. I get triggered at times, and I, this is a large part of my career is discussing various issues that I've dealt with. And so I know that I have to step back sometimes and literally say, is this a healthy situation for me to be in? Am I surrounded by someone who is going to make me prosper, who is going to make me love myself, who is going to support me, or am I surrounded by someone who might say things that might hurt me and further trigger my disordered thinking? That being said, I don't think that I completely cast someone out because of that, but it's very important to be mindful of how things are affecting you, and not to be afraid to communicate that to new people that you're meeting either. Like, you mind not saying blank, like that makes me feel uncomfortable. Make sure that you're taking self-care and meeting new people too. It's kind of a broader issue than what was originally asked, but I think that's important to note.
And if I could just say just one thing, as a male who hasn't struggled with an eating disorder, I think this conversation that we're having, the conversation about the societal view of men and the stigma behind eating disorders and things like that, is so important, because even if someone who hasn't struggled with an eating disorder, I still feel the pressures from society to be or act or look a certain way. It's just such a broad-reaching view of things, because it's so difficult when you see those guys and all the girls are saying, oh, he's so hot and da 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 da, he has the abs and he has the whatever, you want to look like that because you want all the girls to be saying that about you, and not necessarily me. I'm married and I have a beautiful wife who I love very much.
Watch it.
It's the idea behind guys saying, I want to look a different way, because even if it's not an eating disorder thought, it's still a bad thought to have. I don't want to think that I need to look like someone else to get praise from people. I think that's such a difficult thing that we're struggling with in our society.
Yeah, or act like someone else or talk like someone else.
Absolutely.
And I think that kind of sums up everything we've been talking about today. We've been kind of discussing what really needs to happen to for males to be more comfortable, and what do we have to do to make this more of a public issue, so that we don't have this is the mental illness or with the highest mortality rate. And it takes individuals such as yourself who have never struggled before to say, I'm affected by what is being said and what is being put out there, and I struggle just as much as this woman, that guy, someone down the street. I'm just as affected by what is said and what is not said, and I think that's at the core of what needs to be talked about, and kind of the answer to, I guess, the end of body image issues for men and women in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And having those strong allies, Colin, folks like you, and it's like people in movements often feel like threatened by allies, and I'm always completely the opposite, because I think that we are stronger together, and that although we might not have the same struggle, we all have struggle, and we can relate to each other in that, and we can help each other grow through whatever our struggles might be. And I think that although although society's pressures on you haven't manifested into an eating disorder, they still exist. And
Absolutely.
so you have a different perspective on that, but that doesn't mean that our perspectives can't be shared and that we can't both grow through them, through sharing them. And so that's why I always say, you know, our stories are so important, and though our stories might be different, they can help rewrite someone else's. And I think it's just really important to have this discussion between folks from all these different spectrums and realize that we all are a lot more similar than we think, and we should be there for each other.
Absolutely. I want to ask, I don't know if this has already, again, been talked about, but did you guys share kind of the pivotal moments in your recovery processes? This for Ben and Troy.
Go ahead, Ben.
I thought it was your turn, Troy.
Well,
go ahead.
I'm often asked this question a lot. When was there a specific moment or a turning point where I said, I really want to get better? And I can't specify a date or a time or a moment that I said, I really want to get better. Mm-hmm. I think it was absolutely a progression over time. There were things in my life that we often see in the recovery process when you are at a healthy weight, when you are more engaged in therapy and you are taking stuff and then you're realizing so many things about yourself that you either forgot or you never knew. Mm-hmm. I think it's when you take those little pieces of the puzzle and you're starting to put things back together, life makes a lot more sense, life is a lot more meaningful, and you don't want to go back to not having those pieces and not wanting to live, not wanting to be part of what you are enjoying so much now. So for me personally, it wasn't a specific moment. It was finding out things definitely along the way.
Mm. Well, I guess can you also speak to, like, you know, I'm thinking of the males out there who, you know, aren't yet, maybe they don't have that support because there is still such limited resources and access, and there's so many barriers. And so I guess, like, what kind of a mindset, I don't know how I'm asking this, but, like, I totally get the, you know, the progression thing, but more of, like, I guess, like, what prompted you to get the help?
Well, for me personally, I was on the Dr. Phil show in 2009, and that was kind of an eye-opening moment, and they said, you have an eating disorder, and me being there, I didn't think I did. And I had suffered some serious health setbacks, and a lot of times that's not enough for individuals to go forward for help either. But I think for me, it was family involvement, and a lot of people don't have that. But for me personally, it was family concern was the issue that really at first pushed me into checking things out anyway.
Yeah, and I'll speak to both those. So,
yeah.
So first of all, what Troy just said was so perfect for me, because I completely agree. Being a young person who had gone through a lot of other things as well, my puzzle was never together in the first place. And so I didn't, being young people were searching for our identity. And so I was searching for this identity, and I was having all these other things thrown into it. And so I think I finally realized, like, this is what I need to be living, because for the first time in my life I was feeling better, like, good about myself. And not that I had never felt, like, good, and not that even while I had an eating disorder, that I didn't look in the mirror some days, or not, like, that I didn't respect my accomplishments and I wasn't happy with my life. But there were plenty of times where I wasn't, and there was times when I wanted to end my life and attempted to, and there were times, just lots of things that I've dealt with. And so I think that I realized it was the right decision when everything started to make sense in a way that I had never made sense before. As far as that pivotal moment, that moment when I was like, this is when I need help, I think that, you know, it was weird because I knew that what I was doing was wrong, but I also knew that what I was doing wasn't wrong. It was a really weird dynamic that's hard to kind of explain when you're in this very disordered mind. But I fainted during a rehearsal, and I hadn't eaten at all. And it was a great show, and I had a great part, and we were dancing, and all of a sudden I just blacked out. And everyone was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And then my director goes, we're not going on with this production until Ben eats something. And that was like really like weird, like probably hard, like not necessarily the right approach, but it was very necessary for me because it just showed me like, wow, like A, I'm passing out and like having medical scares now, and B, like everyone realizes. And that's when it was like this shift, right? Because I had started doing this for validation, and now I was receiving the opposite. Now people were like angry at me, and that was hard in my disordered mind, because I was like, I thought what I was doing was right. Like I thought I finally had what I wanted, and I realized that I didn't. I realized that I actually had a lot of love before, and I just didn't appreciate it because I was concerned with all of the hate. And I realized that no matter how good you look or how bad you look, you know what? People hate on Zac Efron every day, and he's beautiful. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because people are always going to have something to say about you, but it's about surrounding yourself with the people who care no matter what. And so I had this amazing support system that said, I care about you, and I want to help you get through this. And because of that, I was able to. And I think it's hard because not everyone has that physically in their lives. But there are people, I think it's really important for anyone who's watching this to realize that there are people who love you that have never met you before and will never meet you. There are people who are concerned about you. There are people that want you to prosper. There are people that want you to be happy and to succeed because they care about you as a person. I care about you as a person, right? And I think that's not just the talking point. That's reality, you know. And so we all have a strong support system. They might not be with us physically, but it's important to keep them in your heart because they're there with you.
Yeah. Can you guys maybe speak to, and Lena, this is for you as well, how can, you know, maybe the people that don't really realize the power that they have, like let's say the school gym teacher, the health teacher, the nurse, a coach, a neighbor, all these people I feel like could have an influence on a young man who, let's say, like from a boy through his teens, even into his early 20s, like they don't recognize maybe the influence that they have on males and cultivating, you know, positive self-esteem and also being there for them. So what can you kind of give them a little guidance on how to be a good role model and kind of help you know, men and young boys kind of in the right direction, or at least what to look out for and how to approach it? Sorry, that's like a lot of questions.
Well, I think you know, both of you guys talked a lot about guys not being allowed to feel, and you know, and that's probably the biggest thing, because you know, before the eating disorder comes, you know, all those uncomfortable feelings and all that if you can't talk about that, then it kind of makes sense for you to reach out to something. You know, it may not have been the healthiest thing for you, but you know, we don't know what the alternative was. So you know, it may have been your healthiest coping option at the time. You know, so I think it, you know, recognizing society's roles of men and women and all that, you know, is always going to happen. We're not going to change that. But at the same time, being a little bit sensitive sometimes, like, you know, you guys can joke around, but every once in a while, if somebody is kind of down or they seem to be withdrawing or something, to be more sensitive, you know, to kind of ask, you know, hey, what's going on, and not to dismiss it right away. You know, I think, you know, dads and coaches and, you know, fraternity brothers and stuff, a lot of times they don't want to, it's too uncomfortable for them, so they don't want to ask the questions. They don't want to hear the answer because it's too uncomfortable. You know, so it's being comfortable, and if you know that you just can't tolerate that, then get somebody else to talk to them. You know, encourage them to, you know, if they need to get some counseling or go to a group, or let's read about this, let's learn about this together. You know, to validate that you're struggling with something, and how can we do this together? You know, how can I try to help you with it? You know, rather than dismissing it right away and making it like oh, well, guys don't get eating disorders, or, you know, toughen up, or, you know, just go out and do some more reps, you know, on the machine, or, you know, whatever.
I think, too, we're, you know, even as part of this panel and giving our opinions on things, I think the biggest thing, even if you are uncomfortable, is just to listen. We oftentimes, when someone will come to us with a problem, or we know that there is a problem, we'll go up to them and we'll say, well, I think you should do X, Y, and Z, when in fact, if we sit with them and oftentimes just let it be or to listen, sometimes those things will come out. And I'm not going to say too much to this because I think that's one of the biggest points. If we have dads and fraternity brothers or whatever it might be, someone who you look at as a huge role model in your life, if you're just there to, and they do have a large influence, is just the simple act of listening. We're a society of, we want to give our opinions and we're right and we want to be validated, but a lot of times validation can come from just being there and being listened to, being heard, and I think that's a pretty powerful tool in trying to help somebody else.
Yeah, that's a great message. I was always so confused. I wanted, like, my psychologist, I was like, why aren't you telling me what to do? Like, what am I paying you $150 an hour to do right now? Like, tell me what the answer is. And we have the answers within ourselves. We know ourselves. We know what we deserve. And sometimes people do just need a shoulder to cry on, an ear to talk into. I think that also it's just really important for folks to share their stories and to show people that it's okay and to show people that they're not alone. And so, I mean, I know that is one of the biggest things that I do is just tell my story. And I don't put glitter on it. I just say this is what happened, and it wasn't always great, and it's still not always great. And that's really important to note as well. It's okay not to be okay. I have bad days. I have bad self-image days where I look at a picture on Instagram and I don't like it, right? Or where I don't necessarily think I look the best, and then I'm like, what am I doing? First of all, Ben, you're beautiful. Shut up. Second of all, you know, we are allowed to have bad days, but it's about what we do with them and how we get through them, and it's about having more good days than bad days, and that's what recovery really is, right? Is getting to a point where there are far more good days than bad days until the bad days just disappear. And recovery is a road, and it's not going to happen overnight. And I think people are always confused, like, what the heck? Like, I thought I'm supposed to have recovery, and I'm just supposed to always feel great. And it's like, no, even folks who have never suffered with mental illness have bad days, right? But it's about learning to get through them and building a support system to talk through them as well. So I guess kind of to your original question is, I think it's really important for us to share our stories, but also equally important to listen.
Recovery is not perfection, that's for sure.
Because perfection literally doesn't exist. And I think for a perfectionist, that is hard for me to admit, but it's very true. And I've turned from aiming for perfection to aiming to do my best. And my best can change, and it can be better some days than it is other days, but it's about just doing the best I can, living my authentic truth, and loving myself. And when you do that, you know, life is great. So.
And, you know, one of the simplest role modeling actions is to stop making fun of people who are, you know, different, or who, you know, who are fat, or, you know, who aren't good looking, you know, because those are the messages. You know, we don't know how people are interpreting those messages.
Yeah, I think that's because I know that for me, I've made a very conscious effort not to judge someone that I don't know just by looking at them, you know, and we all do it subconsciously. Like, you'll see someone and you think their outfit's wacky, and you're just like, wow, what are they thinking? And like, wait, maybe that outfit makes them happy. You know, maybe that outfit has a piece of it was that weird green tutu was from their little sister. You don't know someone's story. You don't know someone's truth. And you wouldn't want someone to judge you. And I think that especially when you've dealt with things, which everyone's dealt with something, we have to look at that and we have to realize, how would we want people to treat us? And it's a simple kindergarten message, but do unto others as you want to do to yourself. You know, that's, you know, it's the golden rule. It is so simplistic, but it's so important. So I completely agree. I still make mistakes, but I always consciously catch myself and say, wait a minute, I'm not going to judge them because I wouldn't want them to judge me.
Absolutely. This has been such an inspirational talk, you guys. I don't know about you guys, but I've really thoroughly enjoyed this. It's like it's just been, and I love this. I stick by I love the smaller group. It's just, it felt so much more personable. And again, I loved our other talks as well. I don't want to put that down, but I just think that for this, the purposes of the content in this, I think that this is much more engaging, and I really do hope that the messages you all shared will get to the males that really need to hear that, and to step forward to get the help that they need, and that we as a country and even as a world, I mean, because this is streaming worldwide, right? You know, we can all work together. And I mean, I know I probably sound like some naive, like, college student who, you know, thinks she can save the world, but I mean, we really can work together and change things. So I'm so grateful for you guys and the work that you are all doing. So I guess, do we want to wrap up with like a final kind of a question, or do you guys just want to kind of give some last final words on the topic? You can do either or.
Well, I just want to say one thing. As a person who hasn't struggled with an eating disorder, I really appreciate what you guys are doing, Ben and Troy. I very much appreciate what you guys offer and bring to the table for guys in general, just because it's, you know, like Ben said earlier, we need someone to stand up for us as well. I just think that's so important, and I really, really appreciate it, so thank you.
Yeah, and you individualized it too, because, you know, I think, you know, you talked earlier that there are some similarities, but everybody's an individual, and everybody is here where they're at today, you know, from a different path. And it's good to hear that, the individual story and your perspective on things, because it teaches all of us. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys all for participating. And I have all of your contact info in the little booklet that I created, the program, so people can reach out to you. But are you Troy or Ben or Lena, are you guys working on any projects that you want people to know about?
Well, with Named, we are trying to, you know, increase some more visibility and get, you know, try to, I guess, polish up the website a little bit more. I'm also involved with Eating Disorder Coalition of Miami, and we always try to do stuff for National Eating Disorders Awareness Week and do, you know, things locally. And I know that just from my marketing days that all around the country there are some great advocacy programs, and they always need volunteers. You know, so anybody out there who wants to get involved and, you know, you feel like you do want to make a difference, just, you know, locally there are groups that are out there that really kind of have the mission of trying to do, you know, prevention, awareness, and they need your help. So they need your help year round. So
definitely.
So look out, you know, you can go to the NEDA website, but even if you just, you know, Google eating disorder organizations for your city or your town, you'll find some.
Yeah, and for me, I am working on my first book, which you can kind of get more information about as it comes up on my Twitter, which my handle should be right there. And I would love for y'all to follow and keep in touch. I also speak on this topic across the country, so if you're interested in me speaking, you can contact the Arlen Group, which is arlengroup.com. And if you ever need anything, no matter who you are, feel free to reach out because I would love to be there for you. So thanks for having me.
Awesome, thank you.
And
Troy, you want to share with us a little bit?
As far as I'm concerned, I guess I'm kind of in the same boat as Ben. Check out my website. I don't know if I gave that to you or not, but I'm on Twitter, all that stuff. So I'll be out doing advocacy work for NEDA and speaking, writing, write for the HuffPost quite a bit, and a lot of other outlets as well, trying to get my book together and hopefully a film project too. So I'm just trying to get the word out. That's basically what I'm trying to do. And again, anybody contact me, and thank you so much for the opportunity today.
Thank you. And Ben and Troy, you both will be back on for our module later, right?
Yes.
Yeah, after I have a short Chipotle break, I'll be on this evening.
Awesome. For the eating disorders and body image in the LGBT community at 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah.
So perfect. Well, I'm excited to talk to you guys again. And thank you. And thank you to Colin and Amy for helping moderate. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
So, okay, perfect. And Lena, do you want to stay on since you're going to join for Module 4?
I can after a quick bathroom break. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you all. I'm going to keep streaming and invite our next module members. Right.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. So we're jumping now into Module 4. Module 4 is covering dieting, disordered eating, and eating disorders among children and adolescents. So this is a module that I'm super excited about. I think it's going to be very interesting and very educational for a lot of people. So I'm hoping that you'll stick around and share the link with others as well. And hang tight while I invite individuals to join us. We've got a great list of panelists, I think. There we go. Got one. Okay. Please submit your questions also for this module for our panelists to answer. It can be anything relating to dieting, disordered eating, or eating disorders among children and adolescents. So anything you'd like to know or any questions you have, we've got a great list, and I'm sure that they would love to answer any questions that you have. So let me do this. Next module is set to begin at 4:30, so we're starting to invite individuals now. But I've really enjoyed the past couple of conversations, and I'd love if you guys could tweet and let me know what your thoughts have been on the discussions and what you found interesting, what you'd like to know more about. And definitely check out Project HEAL's website. We've got lots of cool stuff for you to check out on there and things we're doing. If you haven't checked out our Recovery Is campaign, I would definitely encourage you to do so. That's got a lot of information and a lot of cool pictures, and definitely participate if you have not. Let me see if we've got anyone. Okay. Get this direct link up. Right, I think everyone has been invited.
Hi, Allie.
Oh, who's that?
Laura.
Oh, perfect. Hi.
Hi.
So glad that you're.
I'm done.
What was
and
that?
I don't need to do anything else?
No, you're.
I don't need to do anything else?
No, you're good. You can, if you want to set up your lower third, I can just walk you through that quickly. That's
Okay.
where you'll get the name. Your name will be displayed, how mine is. Go to in your left-hand corner, the Hangout toolbox. You have a bunch of apps that should appear.
Okay.
You see Hangout toolbox?
Yep.
So you click on that, and then there should be a person in a circle, and that should be what it's clicked on. If not, and then it should say lower third, and just type in your name, and you can type in your credentials and anything else you'd like to add.
Okay.
And then just make sure to flip the on switch, or else it won't turn on.
Okay.
I'm just gonna send more invites to make sure everyone has the direct link.
So I just accept all the, like, know who you are on Google, all that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it still asking you that?
Okay, now the 2 box on the right opened. But it didn't give me an opportunity to...
Did you accept the terms?
Yeah.
And it didn't give you a second to do it?
No.
So that was happening to me one of my times during the trial run a couple days ago, and so the best thing is you can just X out and re-enter the call, but if that's too much of a hassle and if you don't really care about your name being shown, then this is fine. But all you have to do is X out and then re-enter the call and it should be working.
You just hang up?
Yeah, and then click the link again, and then it should work.
How do I hang up?
Just at the top of your screen, it should say leave. There's like a couple options, and there's one that should be leave call.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay.
Okay. Awesome. Getting lots of great feedback, which is awesome. And I see we already have someone who's posted. Oh, awesome. We've got lots of questions. Perfect. Okay. I think I've invited everybody.
Where are the questions and comments? Is it on the Google page or the...
Some people have been posting directly on the Google page. You can also access it in your apps on the left-hand corner. There's a Q&A app, and I've enabled that for the purpose of this session.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, Laura, I would give that another try now with the toolbox.
Gotcha.
If it works.
Oh, okay.
And Lena, if you want to do the same thing where you're adding the lower third, so your name's going to be presented, I can. It's the same thing that I've been telling Laura to do.
Oh, I didn't listen to it.
It's not working still? Mm-hmm. Is it like getting you there and then it just doesn't let you do it?
So I click the little thing that says the toolbox.
Mm-hmm.
It says Hangout Toolbox.
Right.
So if I click on that, nothing happens. On the right side is the column that says Hangout Toolbox.
Oh, yeah. And then is there
where it says, okay, all right.
Yeah, you have to write your information in. And then I see Michelle has joined us.
I think I'm on.
Yes, no, you're on. You're good. We're just setting up. We've got a couple more minutes. So if you want to do your lower third, I don't know if you checked out how to do that. But you go to your Hangout toolbox in your left-hand corner.
Okay.
And then you type in your lower third, so your name will appear.
Under comment tracker?
There we go.
I think for everyone it's different. It's in the shape of a red toolbox. It's like a little red box.
Yeah, I've got the toolbox, and then
you click on the little person in a circle.
Oh, I see it. The person. Okay.
Yeah, and then type in your lower third, and don't forget to turn the switch on for it to appear.
Are you only allowed so many letters? Because it's
I would think so. All your detailed information is in our
It doesn't even let me. It says comment tracker. It doesn't even let me put my name in.
Wait, I don't know if you're in the right one. You have to go to the one with the little person in the circle.
Yeah, that was the problem. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And then it's called lower third, and so you write in the box below that. You'll all be
like that.
You'll be pros afterwards. Yeah, Lena got it.
Okay. Wow, that's big. Okay. Wow, the whole camera's backwards now.
No, it's good. We can read your name properly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to block all my background. There's junk back there. I don't know how to zoom in my camera.
Michelle, let me know if you're having any trouble and if I can help.
Wait, where is the person? Like the little person?
So you clicked on the Hangout toolbox.
Oh, I just.
Like in the corner, right?
Yeah, it's on your left-hand side. There's a bunch of apps.
Yeah.
Toolbox, Hangout Toolbox app, and then the toolbox should go in your right side, and then there's the option with a person that's in a little circle at the top. You click on that option.
Oh, right.
And after that, where do you want us to go to?
What was that?
After we do that, what do you want us to go to?
Oh no, like we're good. We're here or we need to, like, what do you mean? Where do you go to?
What should the right side look like?
Oh, then you can click on the Q&A. In the left-hand side, there's the app.
Oh.
Just so you can see the questions that are being asked. But I also have some that I've already written down that I sent to some of you.
That's way too much. Okay. It's really big.
Okay. We're just waiting on a couple more people. But maybe we'll get started with introductions once everyone's kind of settled. Michelle, are you having trouble still?
No, I think I got it.
Okay. Just don't forget to flip this switch.
On. Yeah.
Turn it on.
Is that it?
There you go.
Okay.
All right. Awesome. So let's get started with introduction.
There we go.
Okay. Michelle, do you want to introduce yourself first?
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name's Michelle. I'm one of the New Jersey chapter co-leaders. My interest in eating disorders comes from I lost my mom to an eating disorder. It'll be 7 years on Tuesday. And so growing up, I was really around eating disorders, and then I battled my own, and I'm in my 7th year of recovery. And that's kind of led me to an interest in being a nurse, which I'll be done with in May. And I've worked at New York Presbyterian Hospital at the psychiatric division, where I work with eating disorders and a lot of other mental illnesses. I give a lot of talks in the tri-state area of New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Bernita, and a lot of other organizations. So my interest is in children and adolescents, and that's where all of my struggles have stemmed from.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you for letting me be a part of this.
Oh, of course. I'm excited to have you. Lena, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Lena Sheffield. I'm down in Miami, Florida. Childhood in Jersey, Hackensack. Loved it. So I actually worked with children and adolescents for like 20-something years. Inpatient program. I know some of you might know Ovidio Bermudez. He used to work down in Miami. We used to work together. And I'm in private practice now. I'm part of the Eating Disorder Coalition of Miami and on the board for the National Association of Men with Eating Disorders. So I also do a lot of addiction work, and I've seen a lot of the overlap that unfortunately a lot of the recovery community just has totally ignored eating disorders, and the role that body image has on eating disorders. And then just, my experience with kids and adolescents and families, there's certainly, different degrees and different impacts that body image and eating disorders has on families. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that. We're happy to have you join us. And Laura, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. So I'm Laura Cipulo, registered dietitian, and I actually grew up in New Jersey too. And I also worked at New York Presbyterian Hospital. So in private practice. So now I'm in private practice. And
it sounds like someone has something streaming in their
degrees and different impacts that body image and eating disorders has.
Jen, do you have this thing streaming in your background?
Well, thank you for sharing that. We're happy to have you.
You might have it opened.
Laura, do you want
on a delay?
No, I think this has been happening a couple of times. I check your other tabs. Is it open in another tab?
And
the live stream? Is it better? No, can you look in your tabs and see if you can, or windows, and see if you can X out? Just be in this chat, not have it going in the background.
Something's streaming in there. Yeah.
Is there a way that you can like X out?
I think I X'd it out.
Yeah, it sounds better.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You're not the only one that's happened to.
Okay.
So Laura, continue. Sorry about that.
So anyway, so now I have a private practice here in New York City, and I actually just spoke at NIDA's conference in Texas. But I do work with a lot of children and adolescents. I had started off with a lot of adults, and then the pediatrician started referring children to me and adolescents. I'm also a mother of 2 children, so the children and adolescents just kind of happened, and I'm really trying to focus a lot on prevention because people will bring their kids to me, you know, and obviously I have the parents come in, not the child, but they'll come in wanting to put them on a diet, and you know, really trying to focus on the all foods fit model and teaching parents, you know, to give their kids tools to deal with their emotions and their stress rather than, you know, role modeling how they you know, can emotionally eat or eat for behavioral reasons. So, and I'm also the president of the IDEP chapter here in New York City.
Awesome. Sounds fantastic. And Jen, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, yes. Thank you so much for having me. I am a musician, I'm an author, and I'm an eating disorder recovery advocate. And what I do is combine all those things to put the message of recovery of workshops and conferences and did this just go weird?
No, it's Debbie Katzman. I've just joined the call.
Hi, Dr. Katzman.
Hi, Allie.
We're just having Jennifer introduce herself, and then we'll have you introduce yourself. Does that sound okay?
Sounds good to me.
Perfect. Okay.
Sure. So yeah. So I've done a lot of like presentation and performance work at different some treatment centers, some eating disorder events like the NIDA Walk, and I was just at DC. I was just in DC doing the Mom March and Lobby Day. So I've worked with a lot of families over the years. I did a conference for families a few years ago, and just just sort of have a lot of kind of somewhat of an understanding of how it's a really a bigger picture and really an issue that affects more than obviously the person going through it. So I've had a lot of experience in that realm, but I'm recovered, and I understand firsthand, and also have had just what I want to do with my recovery really is use the music that I really built my recovery on, to share that message, to share a positive message with people. So that's mainly what I'm doing: music, the arts, workshops, advocacy. So.
Awesome. Well, we're happy to have you and happy that you can join us. So thank you for sharing. And Dr. Katzman, I shut off your camera. Is that okay? Because I thought that's what you wanted.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. So do you want to introduce yourself to the group? And we're streaming live now.
Okay. My name is Deborah Katzman. I'm a professor of pediatrics at the Hospital for Sick Children at the University of Toronto. I founded the eating disorder program at the Hospital for Sick Children in 1993, and I was the medical director there for 18 years. My current interest is specifically the medical complications of children and adolescents with eating disorders. And that's sort of my academic interest, and that's where I do most of my studies. I'm still very involved on a number of boards, and I still do my work in eating disorders, and it's my passion and what I love to do the most in my work. That's it.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you. We're so happy that you're able to join us. So I guess we're going to there's a couple people that are having some technical issues, but we'll just dive into it and hope that they can join us. So I guess let's start off with, we have questions in the Q&A, and then I also have questions over here in my tablet. So I'm going to do a mixture of both. But let's start off with this question because it's on here twice, which is good. Like 2 people have asked it. What if my child is just a picky eater? How do I recognize the signs of taking selective eating that's gone too far?
Do you want anybody to answer?
Oh yes, sorry. Anyone who feels like they have an equipped answer. I feel like you're.
I can answer. Yeah. So in terms of the difference between a picky eater and a child that has something that qualifies as an eating disorder, the picky eater is not focused. They're not going to be focused on weight. Typically, there's like a taste or a texture. It's not necessarily an emotional response. It could be something like they have a sensory integration or, again, just certain preferences. So this child would be growing adequately, and they would be gaining weight adequately, and it wouldn't be interfering on a different level. So like a typical selective eater, they do have foods that they eat, and they eat plenty of them. It's just a limited amount.
Awesome. That's really helpful, I think. So fantastic.
You know what? If I could, Allie, I'm going to add to what Laura just said.
Yes, please.
I think that if people, parents or guardians, are worried about whether or not their child has an eating disorder, or if this picky eating could possibly be an eating disorder, I'd say first and foremost they should probably go see their pediatrician or family physician and have a full assessment. We know that sometimes kids don't fit into what we had classically known to be the primary eating disorders, anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa. And there is a new diagnostic category that family physicians, pediatricians should be aware of, and that's called avoidant restrictive food intake disorder. And these kids can present with picky eating, but these kids, just as Laura mentioned, these kids are not growing and developing well, and this is where the pediatrician and family physician can come into play. They can assess whether or not a young person is actually growing and developing, growing in terms of their height and weight, and developing in terms of their sexual or physical development well, and they can make that call. And if they feel that the young person is not developing well in terms of their growth and development, that could be a clue that this is more than just picky eating, that indeed there could be an eating disorder that's going on.
Right. Typically, you would see them fall off the growth chart. So that would be a really good indicator, because on the growth chart, they would have a typical trend in a certain percentile. And if you see that change significantly, that's also a sign that the pediatrician could pick up.
So another, I guess, a follow-up to this question is, can children be diagnosed with an eating disorder?
Yes, just like Dr. Katzman said, that, again, there could be the avoidant restrictive food intake disorder, and then there can also be, a feeding and eating disorder not otherwise specified. Or again, there can be, something. I think Dr. Katzman, it wouldn't be qualified under the anorexia or bulimia due to the age. Is that right?
Well, to be clear, the answer to the question, can children develop eating disorders? The answer is emphatically yes, they can develop eating disorders. And we've done studies to show that young people as young as 5 years of age can develop eating disorders. We have young people on our ward who are 8 years of age with anorexia nervosa. So they can develop anorexia nervosa, they can develop bulimia nervosa, and they certainly can develop avoidant restrictive food intake disorder, which is an eating disorder that needs aggressive treatment.
Interesting. Okay, so young children can be diagnosed with an eating disorder.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And don't forget binge eating disorders too.
Right.
Yes. Yes. So what are some warning signs that a parent could look for in a young child? I feel, we kind of have this question of it's kind of hard to look into that when kids are just exploring new foods for the first time, and kind of goes back into that picky eating. But I guess like just the overall trend, is it more so what you spoke about, Laura, with if their intentions and kind of the reasoning behind you were saying a picky eater eats more for the food consistency and texture, or avoids the food for that reason rather than like the nutrients in it? Is that what a parent, one of the things that a parent could look for in terms of eating disorder development among children?
Well, I think the eating would be just one of the behaviors that they would notice a change in. So it's not, it'll be eating plus more. And then specifically with the eating, typically there is a large variety in the beginning, and then that slowly disappears. And the child is not willing or able to eat then enough of what they agreed to eat. So I think, again, just seeing a drastic change from a normal variety of food or what they had been eating, and then to a very small variety, and then the intake is more limited. Or, again, it could be something else where they find wrappers underneath the bed, a lot of like secret eating going on. Sometimes, the kids you'll get a call home from school that the kids aren't participating in lunch, that maybe they're not even going to the lunchroom, things like that. So I think there are a lot of signs.
Right. So I don't know if you guys can see this question in the Q&A that we have up here, but someone asked, where do children generally engage in eating disorder behaviors? Does it happen more at school or at home?
I think definitely both. If I could speak, or do you want to go, Laura?
No, I agree with you.
So obviously both, I would say. But I know, like for me, a lot of my behaviors were definitely in the lunchroom, as Laura had said, and that's where friends started picking up on it and thinking like there was something weird about that. And at home, like it's probably a lot more hard to see because there's a lot of secret behaviors going on, such as the wrappers and things like that. But especially going back to the picky eating question, I think you can kind of gain a sense as a parent maybe that if a kid doesn't want to eat pasta, for example, because that's a pretty broad one, and there's something emotional going on with that, like you might be able to see that the child's getting upset, whereas if they just don't want pasta because they don't like it, then they can easily dismiss it, whereas there might be an emotional component going on that they could pick up on, but I don't know. That's a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but also just, to start out just with regular conversation, because you don't want to turn it into something bigger than it is. Like, it's good that you're concerned, but, like, oh, why'd you stop eating pasta, and they might tell you about something that they learned at school today, or something that, another person's mother mentioned. So it's an opportunity for teaching, and, without turning it into, pathology. But definitely, being aware, not to dismiss it if it's getting more serious, but, starting out with just kind of a genuine conversation about things. That way you'll get their input, and, that's where you get a lot of opportunity, because kids tell each other just incredible stuff, and they watch each other, and, all of a sudden, one person's a role model, and they're eating a certain food, and then that's what, your child wants to do. And it may have nothing to do with an eating disorder. It may just be that they're trying to, mimic something. Just a lot of misunderstanding that they have. So.
What's the prevalence of eating disorders among children? Is it and adolescents? I guess we would break them down into two separate categories. Do any of you kind of know a general?
Well, it's in the population at large, the prevalence runs about 0.2 to 5% of the population. Now, you might think that's relatively small, but it really is comparable to other kind of pediatric disorders, like asthma and things like that. So it's maybe it sounds like a small amount, but it is a significant. disorder, and it's a disorder just like asthma where kids do die.
Mm. Right, absolutely. So another question that has been asked, is residential treatment an advisable method of treatment for young children? Removing them from their home life, does it create a sense of abandonment?
I'm happy to answer that one, Allie, if you want. At least take a shot at it. I'm sure others have thoughts about it. I think the evidence-based treatment today really does speak to family-based treatment, and that's an outpatient treatment for children and adolescents with restrictive eating disorders. That is the treatment of choice. We know that the outcome with family-based treatment is pretty good. It's not great, but it's pretty good. 65 to 90%, depending on the study that you look at, will have kids recovered. There are very few instances that I'm aware of, specifically in children, where children have been put into residential treatment centers. That's not something that I think people would recommend. I think children live in the context of their families, as long as they've got, well-functioning families, and there are no other, very disruptive mental health issues that are precluding the young person from getting better. I think that most people would advise that a young person should be treated in the context of their family. The other thing is that eating disorders aren't something that go away in a month or two. And these are disorders that can last a fairly significant amount of time. And so we want to help the family and the young person get better in the place that they're going to be living. And we want them to be around the people who love them the most. We want them to be in the context of their friends and their school. And so those are really important things, I think, in helping a young person get better.
Absolutely. Does anyone else want to share anything about that?
I would definitely agree, because I feel like inpatient treatment is very isolating for the child or the adolescent, where it's just so separated, like your family can only come at certain times of the day, whereas outpatient, you learn and you go over your skills, and then you're able to go home and integrate them, as well as your family can come to your outpatient center, and they can do that at inpatient too, but it's just you learn and you heal in that setting, and then you go home and you can implement that, and your family can do that with you. Whereas inpatient, it's so separate, but I know that both situations can have success. I'm more of a fan of outpatient. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm. And I, especially nowadays with managed care and the economy the way it is, I don't know that it's always that much of a choice. Usually residential is really limited to children that are in some very serious risk, maybe because of other issues going on. Maybe they don't have a safe home environment, or they're in foster care, or something else, where outpatient just is not going to be enough. So, but I think typically physicians still tend to put them on the medical floor, which that is, hospital by hospital, shift by shift, staff by staff, whether or not that's helpful or not. But I think if a child really is in the situation where they do need residential treatment, it should be considered, but find out why.
Right. So to kind of jump into a different kind of area in this topic, someone submitted a question about defining healthy, and it seems like there's such a broad definition of what it means to be healthy, but in some ways it's also not that broad, because there's such a focus on being thin and BMI and being a certain weight. And so how can we help parents define healthy in an appropriate way? What would you define healthy as?
Healthy is part of self-care. So healthy it involves everything at a, in a balanced way. So anything in extreme can, actually exacerbate something, or anything in extreme is not healthy. So it's like all foods fit. So again, having the ability to have all foods and make a choice on the way that, on nutrient density plus the way it makes your body feel, rather than like somebody labeling a specific food, as good or bad. Using their, again, if they're stressed, to use coping skills and tools or distraction rather than using food. Things like that I think would better define health. I know here in New York City they have something called fitness grams, and they're actually weighing the kids and giving them like a BMI report card, which is, I think, right there a ground for breeding eating disorders where it's already, in a location that it's very prevalent. The gym teacher I know at my kids' school just gave us an education of good and bad food.
Yeah.
So I know myself, I have the whole project for my children's school, and other schools we've done like in-services on educating about, the teachers being a little bit more moderate and not using such judgmental language around food and health.
Right, 100%. That's actually kind of ties into another question that we have, and so we can keep talking about this. And I really do want, that's something that I'm actually interested on a research level with my work, is the obesity, kind of the way that we're teaching our children to prevent obesity. I feel like we are really breeding eating disorders and just disordered eating and dieting, which is why I just wanted to have this module, because I felt like it was so important for parents and teachers to really get a genuine message rather than these facts and figures that are being spewed on at least our national level. I know Dr. Katzman is in Canada, and so I would love to hear her thoughts about what they do. But I just feel like we have, it really is problematic, and so I think that's great, though. Your definition of healthy is balance.
Can I actually touch on that before going to the next question? Because I have
of course, yeah.
Right on that, yeah. Actually, because I completely hear you about the BMI, and we were just in DC lobbying to change the way that's done, not to necessarily tell them stop, because it's almost like we don't want to, reach for goals that can't necessarily be accomplished. But we wanted to introduce the idea that there may be another way of going about this, and that they shouldn't be doing it this way if they haven't yet proven that it works. And quite the opposite. We've seen that it's caused a lot of damage. I mean, the reason we went and we brought this to DC and we lobbied was because there was a case of two girls having different BMIs, and one actually, I'm sure there were other things going on for her, but she ended up committing suicide because she felt that she was comparing herself to this other girl. Now, I'm not going to jump to conclusions and say that was the reason she obviously committed suicide, but it was the trigger, the something that really, was the correlation was with the BMI. So that should be addressed for sure, and that's what we were talking about in DC. And it's atrocious how they're doing it now. They weren't even doing. When I was in school, I remember being told my weight, but it wasn't a public thing. But even then, you had body comparison. You had people saying, girls and boys comparing each other to one another, and it wasn't even like announced then. So to bring it to this other level, it really can cause a lot of shame. That shame element is so destructive.
Jennifer, I just want to say bravo to you for doing that, because that's amazing, and you need to
so much.
Really, really quickly. I think the other thing is body mass index is not reflective of overall health. Body mass index is only, again, it's based on height and weight, which is what we've been using already, and we know that that one measure does not give us enough information to say whether somebody's healthy or not. And so for them to be putting so much pressure on what the BMI is. Even our insurance companies, everybody's focused on these one, specific numbers. And an eating disorder is not about just the BMI. There's so much more in terms of recovery. It goes beyond reaching a certain body weight. There's, your relationship with food, your relationship with your body. So these kids, when they're going home and they're being told, like, oh, they're not healthy, you know what? They could be actually very healthy kids. They could be, have a different bone structure. They could, just be a larger kid. My child is actually thin, but his BMI is almost like right at the cusp for being what they would consider, an unhealthy place. He's perfectly fine, and same with a lot of his friends. So it's really sad for them to be categorizing children in this way off of a tool that is very inaccurate.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Katzman, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the BMI.
Well, I couldn't agree with Laura more. I was hoping someone was going to say that. Laura, kudos to you. There are real problems with the BMI, especially in younger kids. So to use that as a definition of healthy is probably a huge mistake. The other thing that I was going to say is that we've got lots of work to do in our field, but we can't do it alone, and we need to be doing this with the people who are doing work in obesity. Eating disorder researchers and clinicians need to come together with obesity clinicians and researchers, because we've got to be talking the same talk. As long as we continue to use different ways of defining health, we're going to be giving the public, and most importantly our children and adolescents, very, very mixed messages. We're also going to be giving mixed messages to those adults who work with children. So I'm talking about those where we can do our biggest impact in primary prevention with coaches and teachers and camp directors and counselors and babysitters, all of those people who work with children on a day-to-day basis, who are as confused as we are, and probably more so, about what is healthy and what the messages that we're getting from the obesity groups and the eating disorder groups.
Totally. I think that's so refreshing to hear from someone who, is in the medical side of things, your thoughts on the BMI and that you don't agree with it. And, I feel like I really have not heard that in a very long time from someone who's, in the medical field specifically. And I couldn't agree more about having to work together and that being the solution, and that's something that I at least hope to do in my career, and I think it's cool to meet like-minded individuals. So thank you very much for sharing those things. I wonder then, do we think that BMI testing in schools is kind of creating this, or at least validating the irrational fear that many kids have of being fat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I think it definitely does, because that's what they're using the tool, that's how they're using it in the school. They're saying, like, if you, have this certain BMI, you're considered, quote unquote, fat, and then they're using it in a shameful, negative way that you're getting a report card, meaning that you're not doing well, and that goes home to your parent to say they have to make change based on what this fitness gram or BMI gram says.
Right. Definitely. Well, and so kind of along with that, I think, though, where else do we think, because kind of tying into the whole dieting thing, where are kids, obviously there's the national campaign that is influencing. I mean, Michelle Obama, I don't know if you've all checked out her campaign. I hate it, and I cannot wait to bring her down, and I can say this publicly, but that's on my mission in terms of research. But she has, one of her worksheets for children is titled, "You Are What You Eat." It's spelled with a U and then an R. So what, are you making it like kid-friendly by making it like bad English? But, and so I wonder, that aside, how else do we feel like we're influencing children to be more prone to dieting? I think that, from someone who was considered a child who was obese growing up and was made fun of, by kids and bullied, I think that's more of a reflection on parents. That's my own thoughts. So, I mean, I feel like this is kind of an essential conversation to have about what can parents and other adult figures do to prevent children from engaging in, like, fat shaming and dieting.
we also have to talk about our bodies positively.
Right.
As parents, I'm a parent and I know how hard it is, but there are a lot of things that we say, and I know that I'm aware of many things, and I catch myself, but the way your child perceives that or hears that, again, they may interpret something on their own body, or if you're talking about food, and being so definitive about something. So I think parents, the way they talk about exercise, the way they talk about their own body, and then their role modeling, like what are their behaviors and how they eat their food. Are they always dieting? Are they putting there are people that put their kids on a cleanse.
Right.
So, that the messages are pretty clear by the parents' behavior.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think in general, it's really important to be mindful whether no matter who you are, if you are around children or around adolescents, it's so important to be mindful of the language that you're using. I was just doing a workshop actually where we talked about what my co-facilitator called fat chat, and it was all about how we bond over these this terminology growing up. We're so conditioned to think in terms of fat talk, in terms of not saying nice things to our body and our bodies, and it's almost like a real effort to reprogram that and retrain ourselves. And a lot of that work does come with just all of the adults in our lives, our parents, our teachers, our families, the people that we're surrounded with. And I was not to say that it's a parent's fault. That's not what I'm saying, but I do think as a society we do need to address that issue at large. And I was actually, I wanted to tell the story. I was on the train yesterday, and I was standing next to a girl, had to be around 12, 13 years old, and she was with what I think was her babysitter, who was an older teenager, and she was telling her babysitter that she had gone to this restaurant, but had ordered like this kind of food instead of that kind of food because her mom had told her that the calories were too high in this kind of food. And it just, not that this mom represents all moms of kids who have disordered eating or eating disorder, not to say that she's even going to go on to develop an eating disorder or have disordered eating, but just the fact that that is the mentality, that is the frame of mind that with which she approached this. It was, and that not only that, but the babysitter kind of didn't know what she was saying. Like she was like, yeah, I know what you mean. I went there and that food is fattening. And I'm like, standing right next to them, and I honestly had this moment of like, do I say something? Do I say? And then I froze. And when they left, I said, I'm going to use this somehow on the panel tomorrow. So I mean, it's just it's a pervasive kind of the language that we use. We're so used to it, and people in my life use it growing up, and I took it in and I ingrained it, and it's an effort to counter that kind of a language. So
so many parents, I mean not all, but a lot of parents are very careful about we don't talk about any kind of drug behavior, drug history, or sexuality. I mean there's certain topics that you want to kind of protect your children from and make sure you give a good message. But the whole fat dieting thing, it's like, it's the only thing left that, you don't have to be politically correct about. It's like it all, you're allowed to shame people, you're allowed to, share, all the struggles that you're going through. And the reverse could be such good role modeling. There is opportunities, and we should be more aware. Just like, we try to be more aware about, the color of people's skin or, culture, and we try to educate our children to be, more accepting. But as a society, I don't think we do that with size very much. I think we keep giving the message to kids that, we have to accept everything except being fat.
Mm-hmm.
That's like still not okay
mm-hmm.
in our society. So,
right.
And kind of with what you were saying, my sons growing up were, pretty much aware of eating disorders and all that. And for a while there, they would ask me for extra food at lunch because they wanted to take it because there were girls in the lunchroom whose parents would only send them like salad and all this stuff. So they were like, Mom, come on, give me some food because, you know, they're starving and they shouldn't be starving. Let's give them some extra food. You know, so like, you know, the kids are very aware of it. And they don't understand it, but they see it. And this was, you know, I think this was still like 8th grade, 7th grade. So.
Yeah. Well, great. Thank you. I love this conversation. I feel like it's really genuine and something that I feel like a lot of people can relate with. So to follow up, I have another question that someone asked, and curious to hear your thoughts. So this mother writes that my daughter wants to diet often, and basically she wants to know, do I tell her not to diet? You know, she has no reason to diet, but she's constantly on and off diets. She's heavier, but she's not unhealthy, and I don't know how to appropriately address it with her. So, and she's a teenager, and I feel like that's something you see all the time. Like, I remember, at least when I was in high school, people would be like, yeah, I can't eat that, I'm on a diet. Like, you know, I feel like teenagers are constantly on diets, as are a lot of people. But, you know, how does a parent address that in a way that doesn't make them more inclined, or at least has less of a, you know what I mean, so it doesn't backfire completely?
I mean, I think, you know, overall that sitting down and always having a heart-to-heart with your child, or, you know, your daughter or son, is really important to see, like, why they're trying to do a diet. You know, what are they doing? Is it, again, are they trying to change their body? Is it a way for them to numb? You know, what else is going on that this person is constantly doing this? And if it's about health, right, and it's not something else, then we all know that diets don't work, that dieting is not successful. So if they're trying to do that, you know, we can talk to them about, like, if you want to be healthier, like, what are lifestyle changes that you can make, you know, for self-care, to make you have more energy, to, you know, help you focus for studying, whatever it is, to focus then on that route. So again, to focus more on lifestyle changes if it's truly about health. And if it's not about health, if it's about changing your specific body size to be accepted, or, you know, again, then you have to address, like, being accepted for who you are as an individual and working on self-esteem and things like that.
Right. Okay, awesome. I think that's a helpful answer. Did anyone else want to chime in on that?
Sure.
Yeah,
Wait. Oh,
wait.
Oh, no, go ahead. I got crossed. Did someone else want to speak?
This is
I feel like weight loss and adolescence can be so normalized. Unfortunately, it can almost feel like a coming of age thing. And when you are surrounded by people who are just fixated on finding flaws with their body, and when that is the focus, it's hard not to take in those messages, and it's hard not to also apply it to yourself if that is your immediate environment for, you know, every day of the week. And then, you know, even when you're not at school, when you're hanging out with friends and you're going on what people are, you know, getting at the movies, or how much people are eating, it's very normal to have those kinds of conversations. At least it was when I was a teenager, and I hear, you know, people talking in these ways, and you know, so I do think that if a teenager expresses an interest in going on a diet, it's very important to gauge, you know, where that is coming from, and to encourage the priority to be different. You know, to encourage the person to focus on their great, amazing qualities that make them them, that it have nothing to do with their weight. And, you know, it's kind of about helping them become, you know, appreciate themselves holistically on every level, intellect, humor,
right,
every level, and not having to do with the surface, and right, you know, confidence kind of building from the inside out in that sense.
Well, so along those lines, should we let a 12-year-old, let's say, have a gym membership? Laura, you look like you want to say something.
No, I mean, again, ideally is that you're having a child or, you know, a teen be active in a fun way. So, like, ideally, you know, they're skiing, they're playing soccer, they're part of a team sport, they're, you know, playing with their friends after school. So if that's available, that would be the ideal choice. I mean, I don't think the gym is the healthiest place for anybody. But I'm sure there are instances, again, like, remember, like an eating disorder is not just based on one thing. It's multiple factors that are contributing. So I'm sure there are kids that can go. But you also have to remember at that time they're gaining weight. They're probably gaining weight to go through puberty if they haven't gone through it or they're about to. So they do need some extra nutrition and there will be some weight gain. So again, I think you have to be really careful of, like, why is this kid going to the gym? Is it like they're going rock climbing at the gym, or what are they doing? Because there's so many different activities. Are they going to play basketball with their friends at the gym? So, it really depends on what they're then doing there. There are a lot of family gyms here now. So,
right.
I'm assuming that they're thinking probably like a kid that's going to go like on a elliptical or something like that, which is not what we want to be promoting.
Right. Right.
Hi, I agree with what Laura's saying. I think understanding the motivation for a gym membership for your child is probably something that needs to be explored with the family. It also should, one should get a good understanding of who's behind this. Is it the parents that want this, or is it the kid that wants this?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for wanting this. There are a lot of gyms, at least in Toronto, where kids go because that's where they do their tennis lessons,
right.
Or that's where they, go because their basketball team, or they're learning, they're getting some sort of, they're doing some sort of swimming award or grade. So, and those can be good things for kids, I think. And on the other hand, if the motivation for the child is to go to the gym because they want to spend their time on the treadmill, for an hour or two, then that's not what necessarily we'd want kids to be doing. And I think that it's important for parents to know that, kids, it's probably really important for a whole variety of reasons, including one's physical health, to be involved in, there's some benefit to being involved in team sport. You get to be with other kids, you learn how to interact with other kids. There's lots and lots of benefits of team sport. So not to say that solitary sport is not good or something that we would not necessarily endorse, but I think the benefits of team sports are really important to have a discussion with the child and the parents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really valid point. And I mean, I just know a lot of pre-adolescents, because I don't think that they're technically adolescents at the age of 12. Maybe they are, actually. But they have gym memberships and they just go and actually like work out. Like, it's not like they're playing anything for fun. It's more to work out to burn calories. And so that's my fear, at least.
Yeah, I think the other thing that we have to consider is that, especially in these urban societies, that does the child also have access to move in another place? Because I do have some clients that, they're traveling for school, so they probably wouldn't get home until maybe like 7 o'clock at night, and then they have homework. And maybe they don't have somebody to necessarily take them anywhere, but they can't go outside and play. So some of them are limited to maybe doing like, a physio ball and like a treadmill in the apartment because there's no other way for them to get the movement in, unfortunately, So it all depends on the individual circumstances.
Right, absolutely. I just want to pause for a second and say hi to our newest panelist, Janie Polson. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Janie Polson. I am from California originally, but I currently live in, I'm trying to see, I don't have my name up there. Sorry about that. So I currently live in Farmington, Utah. So I am a member of the state PTA. I work as a commissioner, but I used to work in the field I worked for a long time with in private practice, and I also worked treating thousands of girls in Washington State and then also in Utah, adolescents with eating disorders and addiction. So, and I also work with Project Heal here with the chapter in Salt Lake City. Sorry.
So happy to have you join us. I'm glad that it finally worked out.
Yes, thanks, Allie.
Yeah, no problem. So we're just we're having a good discussion
Let
on.
me just add to the conversation about the gym that the other thing to kind of be aware of is a lot of gyms now, will offer like, weight loss programs or, boot camps for children, so, and I know like there's one here locally at the JCC and they've asked me to speak, and it is just, it's like, scary because it really focuses all on calories, lose weight, they're just, they're like, I don't know, I think the director's just, trying to compete with the biggest loser person on TV, so it's a very shaming environment, and the focus again is, is it nutrition, balance, incorporate activity into your life, which is wonderful, or is it more of a message of you have to burn those calories, come on, you're bad if you're eating this or that, and getting on the scale and competing with each other, and it can be extremely, extremely shaming.
Right.
Yeah. So I think anytime you're going to have your kids involved in some kind of a healthy kind of program, healthy has different meanings to different people.
Right, which is why it would be nice if we were able to come to some kind of universal healthy kind of term that really signifies balance more than imbalance, which is what it really reflects now.
Right.
So I'm kind of wondering, I had a question and now it's escaping me. What might, how would a parent know the difference between like their child that's like just overeating versus when they're binging?
So I think
not a child, more like an adolescent, like someone in their teens. Teens are always growing, and especially boys, they have like hearty appetites. So how might a parent know what to look for? And to not shame them for eating so much because they are growing. I feel like that can sometimes really kind of work against the child and have them develop this like idea that food is bad.
I think you also have to ask the child in a, maybe at a different time, not during that moment, at like a non-food moment. What are they? How are they choosing food, and how are they determining their portion? Is it based on hunger, fullness? Like, are they suddenly feeling ravenous? Do they have a certain appetite, or is it again? Do they feel out of control around the food? And they're just eating the food, perhaps because it's there. But again, I would recommend not having the conversation at that meal.
Right. Waiting until afterwards.
Yeah, at a more neutral time.
I agree with that.
That food is always, food and body at the table is never recommended.
Right.
Yeah. I agree with not striking when the iron is cold, I think, as they say. It's not a good idea to bring it up. Because if it is tied into emotion, then that's going to go downhill fast. And I also think that so drawing on my own experience also is maybe see if the child, the adolescent is sneaking food, is kind of taking any kind of other, like observe them at other meals or observe them during kind of quote-unquote normal meal times. Are they eating normally then, or does it appear that they're trying to get control back over having lost and I suppose a binge earlier? Like, maybe don't look at just that isolated, don't just look at the binges, look at how they're eating outside of what you think might be a binge, to kind of maybe get a clearer, bigger picture. and see if there's anything like, I mean, I know oftentimes if it is binging, then not everything is going to be so visible. It might not be so easy to pick up on it if they are in fact sneaking around and sneaking food or doing things that they would consider shameful, so they wouldn't, necessarily put those things on display for you to be able to see, but just kind of keeping a closer eye on other things that might be going along with it, not, separate from the isolated incident of the actual eating.
Yeah, because a very typical scenario is that restricting, especially in front of the parents. Like, everybody thinks they're doing so great with their diet, and then of course because they're restricting, then they, have this incredible urge to binge later on when nobody's around, or to sneak the forbidden foods. So it is looking at the entire pattern, not just that binging behavior.
Also, like, if you are a parent and you leave the house, and I mean, these might be obvious signs, but if you notice a lot of like empty food, like garbage, empty wrappers or empty boxes and cartons and things that then they would normally eat in front of you, then that might be a sign that they're eating a lot in private as well, and that it's a shameful thing for them. So I would say question it if you often find like leftovers or like just a lot of like discarded food around at times when you think it might be a little odd that it would be just lying around, or in locations where it might not be typical for it to be like the child's room or some other room. This is a very unofficial kind of viewpoint. It's just from my own experience, but it is something that I guess if I had to go back, I would have wanted people to pick up on for me. So that's that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. One of our general questions is, and I think Dr. Katzman, I'm hoping can help with this one. What are the medical consequences associated with children and adolescents suffering from eating disorders, and in addition to just chronic dieting? Do you know kind of what kind of things are associated with that for children and adolescents?
Sure, and I'm sorry about that. I got kicked off the conference, so I'm back again, and hopefully I won't be kicked off again. I'm just up north, and sometimes the connection gets a bit fuzzy. Yeah, there are multiple complications as a result of eating disorders or even disordered eating. Young people can really affect every part of their body, if you start from head to toe, there's certainly changes that can happen in the brain structurally that result from eating disorders. Young people's cognition is impacted by very low weight. We know that young people can have problems with their dentation as a result of binging and purging. They can develop lots of cavities and have problems with the enamel of their teeth. Young people can also have cardiac problems. So, just as the muscles of the body that you see on the outside are affected by eating disorders, the muscles on the inside of the body are affected by eating disorders as well, and the heart is a muscle. And if you restrict and lose a lot of weight, the heart itself gets smaller. And that can actually have a lot of impact on how well the heart pumps the blood from the heart to the rest of the body. It can cause all different kinds of rhythms. We know that the gut does not work very well when young people restrict. It works really, really slow, and young people experience fullness very quickly, and that's a real problem. And it's a real problem. They're not just telling you they feel full because they don't want to eat. They're telling you they feel full because their gut isn't moving the food through as well as it should. We also know that young people have irregular menstrual periods, and sometimes they don't have menstrual periods at all, and that can result, because of the low estrogen that young people have in their body, that can result in brittle bones, or what we call and refer to as low bone mineral density. The other thing is when young people aren't eating well or else they're purging in the form of vomiting, they can get their salts in their body, sodium, potassium, phosphate, all those important elements in your blood. Those can go, can go very, very low, and those can predispose to all kinds of abnormal bodily functions, including abnormal heart rhythms. So you can see that a lot of complications do occur. One other complication I want to mention, and we sort of touched on this at the beginning of the discussion, and that was the whole issue of growth and development. These young people, when they are in the throes of an eating disorders, are not growing and developing as they should be. And that goes for also sexual development. Young girls are not developing their breasts or their pubic hair in the way that they should. And young boys are not developing their testicular volumes and pubic hair in the way that they should. So you can see that virtually every system in the body can be affected by these life-threatening illnesses.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for sharing that really helpful overview. I think it's important just for our viewers to understand that eating disorders in children are really serious. They do impact their bodies in a way that can create damage that could very well last a lifetime. Obviously, kids are a little bit more resilient, but yeah. Sorry, we just got a question from Leanna, and it says, "Why can't we see Deborah?" I guess she's sad that she can't see you. But sorry.
Leanna, I'm up at the cottage, and I'm trying to and very far up north, and there's any possibility of me getting kicked off here. So, yeah, that's why.
There you go, Leanna. There's your answer. I love that. That was one of our questions.
Can I add something about what she just said?
Yes, please do.
I wanted to add about also like with the fluid and cardiovascular complications, we're especially worried about laxatives and diet pills in adolescents because of course it's important in adults, but their bodies are smaller and they're going through all those changes, and if they're restricting and taking laxatives, they're probably not taking in a lot, and then they're losing a lot of fluids, and it's a lot easier for them to have those neurological and cardiovascular complications. So it's very important to watch for laxative abuse and
Great point, Michelle. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Allie, just to add, as you hear all of these things that can happen, like all of the medical effects, to remember that with a child and with a teenager that their brains are underdeveloped. So all of the cognitive things they need to make good decisions, to think about all the things that can happen with an eating disorder, that the judgment area of the brain isn't fully developed until they're in their 20s. That's why we have the drinking laws that they're later on. So that frontal cortex that says, like abstract thinking that says, oh, I don't want to do these things so that I look a certain way, and I think that, oh, my life will be better, that if only thinking, if only I look this way, I'll be happier, if only I were thinner, if only I did, X, Y, and Z, all that type of thinking, that if only, they don't think about those consequences, that judgment that is impaired from starvation. They don't have that isn't developed yet, not fully developed until, 2023. So just imagine all the damage that's being done, and then they don't have the thought process from starving, from, all those things that they just listed that's happening. They're not thinking, it's impaired, and they don't even have the judgment, isn't fully developed. So imagine when you have those two things happening simultaneously, you're really at a disadvantage to make, thinking isn't quite there, so you're not thinking clearly because you're starving, and then your judgment is impaired, not able to make that decision about, I should be eating, all of these great foods, and I shouldn't be depriving myself of these things because of the long-term effects. Like, just imagine the combination of those two things at once. And so it's an interesting dynamic to have happen. And so,
Yeah.
I mean, teens are already all gas and no brakes.
Yeah.
And so it's just an interesting dynamic. And also, I just, when I treated eating disorders and addiction, and it was interesting because when you're treating addiction, I could talk to, say, a cocaine addict, and if you said, I'm going to hold a gun to your head, and if you there's cocaine on the table, and if you were to honestly say, and if you, grab that cocaine, I'm going to shoot you in the head, their thought process isn't, okay, I don't dare touch that cocaine. It's, does she really have bullets in the gun? How fast could I get to the cocaine? You know what I mean? The thought process isn't clear thinking. And the same happens with eating disorders, that over time, that behavior changes the way your brain functions. And we have to remember that your brain does change with starvation. So,
Right.
and we're already dealing with kids whose brains aren't fully developed, that they're, anyways, just, we forget that when we're talking about adolescents and children, that their frontal cortex aren't fully developed.
Right. Absolutely. Well, and that kind of ties into this next question that was submitted. And how do you have a safe conversation with young children about eating disorders without putting the idea into their head to participate in the behaviors? And I think that also applies to adolescents. So how do we have that conversation, and how can we encourage adults to do the same in a safe way?
Number one thing is to have the conversation and not to avoid it. I mean, I was just learning this the other day, like with suicide. If you suspect someone's suicidal, you have to ask the question. If they're having those thoughts, they're already in their head. You're not putting them in there. So especially if you're suspecting something, you need to talk about it, and in a way that addresses, like discussing if they're struggling with food, or if they're having any thoughts that they think might be different than their friends, then it's okay, but you need to have that conversation, and that you're there to support them, not to talk about their body. If you notice any changes in the way they look, don't say, oh, you look so sick, or even if you think they're binging, don't say you look like you put on a lot of weight. It's important to not emphasize the food itself or the body, but to say that you're there to support them and that you love them. But yeah, just to have the conversation in general. I'm sure other people can add.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
It's similar to having the, conversation about drugs and, body changes, sexual changes and stuff. You have to do it kind of what's developmentally appropriate, and probably do a lot more asking and listening than explaining, because again, from their point of view, from their young minds, we need to know what is it that they're perceiving. What information have they gotten between the media and their friends at school and the neighborhood and their own family. How are they processing that information? And then try to clarify when possible, but it really is more about getting that dialogue going and listening and letting them know that you're going to be okay.
Right.
Listening to the conversation, you're not going to freak out. You're not going to tell them that that's ridiculous, or or shut them down. So.
Well, I feel like there's more of a dialogue when it comes to obesity and weight loss, and I know I've had pushback actually recently from parents that have said, like, oh, I'm not going to talk to my 8-year-old about eating disorders, and yet they're constantly giving out, whether they're blatantly saying like, don't eat that, you're going to become obese. In every other way, they're saying that they don't have to. Your child is getting that message. And that's my fear. It's like you think that they're too young to talk about eating disorders, and yet your actions are communicating being fat is bad, and if you are fat, that's the worst thing in the world. And so that's my frustration, and also wondering, I get at a child development level, we're worried that it's going to put ideas in their head, but I feel like what we're doing now is worse in terms of putting ideas in their head.
And not because it's putting ideas in their head, because they're only going to process as much as they can.
Right.
But to be able to connect with them, you kind of have to do it at their level, use their language, and the attention span.
Right.
So, how many times you see parents get ready to have the big conversation, and their kids tune them out in 5 minutes.
Right.
So Right. So yeah, no, not that you're putting ideas in their head. No, quite the opposite. But
I'm gonna throw something out here that may be a little different approach to this whole issue. There is some good evidence that, at least in the context of schools and other kind of social situations, that we should not be talking about eating disorders with young people. And you can look at the work of Susan Paxton or Gail McVeigh, where that work is pretty good and pretty solid work. Instead, we should be talking about things like self-esteem and positive self-esteem. And that's not to say that if a young person were to ask their parents about eating disorders, they shouldn't be developmentally appropriate in their answer and honest in their answer. But I don't know whether or not at this stage the recommendation is to have these conversations. It needs to be reframed probably in a different way. And, so I'm just going to throw that out.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would agree just in, like what I was saying was more if you suspect it in a kid. I think what's hard is that you're hearing it a lot with the obesity and the whole Michelle Obama stuff. Like, you're hearing this in the schools, so where do we create the balance? Because if they're hearing about things being bad and obesity, then should we totally avoid that conversation?
Yeah, no, I hear you and I agree with you. I don't think avoiding a conversation that a young person brings up or is inquisitive about, I think that parents would do probably. It's a good opportunity for some discussion, open discussion, and education. But I think there's probably ways to frame it in a way that can be really positive and not focus on sort of kids with bulimia use their fingers to make themselves vomit. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. That may be suggestive, and I'm not saying that those suggestions are contagious in any way. We don't know that. We just don't want to. We want to avoid creating or doing any harm where all possible. We want to be able to frame things for young people in a way that can only benefit them and do good.
Yeah, Deborah, I think there was. I think all of this is important to keep just in the context of certain things and certain exposure to certain things and certain messages and messages about obesity and messages about fat being bad and all that stuff. That's a real reflection of our culture. And I think it's really, really just at the same time important to keep in mind that eating disorders are mental illnesses, and that if somebody might be predisposed to developing an eating disorder, these things may be triggers, but not all kids are kind of operating on that same playing field of they're kids, they're innocent, they're going to hear this and then they're going to react. If a kid is going to develop an eating disorder, the child is going to develop a mental illness, and so it's just, I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say. It's just, I feel like it's important to kind of, in context, to me, it's not the exact same thing as talking to your kids about drugs or as talking to your kids about, like, it's knowing your child and that child's predisposition, personality, tendencies, and knowing, obviously, what they're surrounded by and what they're hearing, and being aware, and on top of having just that, the connecting the two things. But yeah, I do think it's important to kind of approach it in that sense, and seeing these things as triggers to a mental illness in a sense. I don't know. Does that make sense? I'm not sure exactly where I'm going with this, but it felt like. Are you trying to make sure that the parent is aware, they need to be educated on actually what an eating disorder is if they are going to have a conversation? Is that what you're trying to say? That there's so many factors that contribute, that it's not like, oh, the child is on a diet and lost weight. That doesn't mean that that's an eating disorder. And when you're explaining it to somebody, especially a child, you can't say, oh, they just lost weight. There's so much more involved.
Right. Yes. And I kind of feel like that having that conversation of
explaining what eating disorders are, some kids will then take that and run with it, and other kids might not. But yeah, I do think I agree with you. That is what I'm saying is, education is important and awareness is important, and just kind of knowing the signs to look for, and maybe if you do see the signs, having some kind of conversation, but in a very careful way. I think so.
So would we say that for parents, one dietary thing that we maybe support them looking into, if they're wanting a balance and some kind of a structure, would be an intuitive eating kind of approach? I'm personally, I love intuitive eating. I love the books. I think it's a fantastic model, and I think, sometimes parents want that structure, and I think maybe providing them with some resources, and other adults as we leave this conversation, to keep in mind. What other things might you recommend? Would you recommend intuitive eating?
As a dietitian, I think the thing that we have to realize is, if a child is born, right, and we haven't put our issues, the society's issues on them, they're able to have intuitive eating and can use hunger and fullness. However, a parent still has to be able to provide the food, and they have to provide enough food, and you need to help your child learn how to understand their body, because again, sometimes a kid may not know why they're crying, and that's, oh, you know what, they didn't have food, so now maybe they need to have a snack. That's going to help them feel better that they're so though you want to encourage them to be intuitive eaters, parents still have to give structure, provide meals, plan snacks, and everybody has to learn how to eat, right? Because again, there are people that aren't going to be able to just go right into intuitive eating if they've been restricting. Their hunger fullness signals aren't going to be there. So to say, oh, eat intuitively is not going to make sense to somebody. So teaching them how to have meals more often, giving them a structure.
Right. Well, that's what I meant, following the intuitive eating guidelines and learning how to feel your hunger fullness cues, and because I feel like we're a society, at least, that very much wants this structure. Tell me how many calories I need to eat and I'll do it. And I like that intuitive eating doesn't focus on the calories. It more, obviously it focuses on the nutrition itself, and that's more of what I was wondering, if leaving today, if we could leave people with, we're saying, okay, dieting doesn't work and this doesn't work and this doesn't work, but what can we recommend for them to look into,
I mean, I think that, I think intuitive eating is great for children. Ellen Satter has a lot of great resources on, getting the children to be more of an internal regulator, right? And how for parents to set up that division of responsibility, of when to feed, and letting the child determine what portion of food to eat, but nothing's easy. No one child's the same, no one temperament is the same. So, again, just giving them the ability to create a dialogue of why are they eating? Again, is it behavioral? Is it emotional? Is it physical? How do they feel?
I think that's great. That's very helpful. Does anyone else have any final thoughts? We are approaching, we've got 7 more minutes left, and that's to the T. So does anyone else have any kind of final thoughts they wanted to throw out there within this next the next couple minutes?
Anytime I work with families, not that the families are at fault, but a lot of times the parents may have some of their own kind of issues that they haven't worked out, and a lot of times some of the questions that if parents have, was, should I have candy or not candy, or things that seem to be a little bit more radical, that maybe encourage parents to kind of ask themselves the question, why are they even asking that question? Because a lot of times I think it's just out of fear. They have a fear, maybe because they had body image issues or weight issues, and and they want to, out of the goodness of their heart, they want to prevent their child from having that experience. So, sometimes, I think it is a time to just kind of reflect yourself, like, why are you making this a big issue, and, what does it mean? So.
Right.
Allie, the only other thing that I might add to this panel is that, you've amassed a group of people who come from all different disciplines. And I think it's important to reinforce that child and adolescent eating disorders are very, very complicated. And they do require sort of this interdisciplinary approach to thinking about the disorder and treating the disorder. And fortunately, we've got therapists on the line, we've got nutritionists on the line, we've got people who have been afflicted by these disorders. And I think it just shows that in order to really work with families and children, it's really important to have all of these different perspectives, which can be very, very helpful.
And to Deborah's point, when you're sending somebody for therapy or to a dietitian, you want to make sure that this person specializes in, treating or preventing eating disorders, because you can send the person to a dietitian that's going to put the child on a diet. So you have to be really careful about that, because I know I get a lot of clients that have seen somebody else before, and we're taught to count calories, or we're put on a specific diet, or weren't allowed to have so many carbohydrates. So I think that, again, you definitely need a team, but you need to make sure that that team is qualified.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
And that's tricky, because there are a lot of people out there that say they specialize in eating disorder, and what they're really doing is weight loss management,
Right. I mean,
so that term gets thrown around pretty loosely.
Right. So one of the things that can help, it's not clearly, it's not a sure thing, but looking for the specialty of a certified eating disorder specialist after their name, or a certified eating disorder registered dietitian, which is the certification that IADEP gives.
That's good to know. Definitely. How would they know that certification is is it at the end of someone's title?
Right. So after the credentials would be then a CEDS or a CEDRD, or you can go to IADEP.com and get a list of resources of people that have that credential, which is IADP. It's the International Association of Eating Disorder Professionals.
Right. Awesome. Wonderful. So does anyone else have anything else they want to add before we conclude this module?
No, I just want to say it's been really awesome. I hope we can use all these resources to educate parents and families, and to all the parents and families that are listening to this, don't be discouraged. There's help out there for you, and Project Heal is here to help too.
Yeah. Thank you all so much for participating and for sharing your insight and knowledge.
So
Well,
much.
thanks to Project Heal for hosting this.
Yes, yeah.
Can we just also remind the families that are listening that it is not a parent's fault if this happens, that there are multiple factors, and that it doesn't matter, as parents, everybody has good intentions, and things happen to our children in many different ways. And again, this is not their fault. This is, a greater issue, and we all have to work together and just focus on going forward, what we can do together, but not to carry, as a parent, not to carry the guilt. We do as best as we can, and something is always going to happen in some way. And, I just hope that no one has to bear that.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's a fantastic message to end on, and to really communicate to parents that it's not their fault. And so thank you so much for sharing that. That's awesome. So thank you all, and all of your information is provided in the program that I created for the event, so people can access you through that way. But yeah, thank you all for participating, and I will hopefully see you all soon at some point. But
Thanks, Allie. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye.
Allie.
Bye. Thank
you.
Allie.
Yes.
So, sorry about that. So, Allie, 15 years on the first.
Really?
Yes. So
awesome.
I need to get together with you after this. So I will talk to you about that and do some online something or other. So there is recovery is real. These things help in more ways than one. And I'm going to do some education for parents here in Utah and spread the word. So,
awesome. Oh, so good.
Thank you for doing this.
Oh, thank you for joining. Thanks, guys.
Of course, the message will continue on.
Yeah.
Parenting resources. Thank you. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Okay. So we are moving on to our next, actually beginning within the next couple seconds, hopefully. This module is covering eating disorders internationally and cross-culturally. And I'm really excited to have our panelists join and share their stories and share insight on eating disorders internationally and across different cultures. If you do have any questions about eating disorders internationally, the treatment of them, the recognition of them, same applies to across different cultures, please submit your questions in our Q&A box right here, or you can tweet using the hashtag ProjectHealHOA. And I will get those tweets and we'll share those questions. So, so please feel free to submit them. I think that this is going to be a really interesting topic. So far, I'm so grateful for all the people that we've had that have spoken, and we're pushing on to our 6th hour straight. So pretty cool that we've made it 6 hours. And if you've watched this entire time, I tip my hat to you if I was wearing one. Because that's pretty awesome. So hopefully I'm not becoming delusional at this point, sitting and staring at a screen for this long. Okay, so I'm hoping that my 2 guests will attend. I think one is having technical difficulties. Let me send her the direct link. I feel bad when this happens because we're live. Okay. Okay, hoping, well, we've got a couple minutes actually till the next module. So this module, we're wanting to cover different cultures in different parts of the world and how eating disorders are recognized and also how they're treated. I don't know, I don't know that much about different cultures. I mean, I would like to think of myself, oh, Chaiko's here. Oh my gosh, you both came at the same time. That's kind of perfect.
I have to admit, I'm really not a good technology person, so I'm super excited right now that I figured this out with Allie's help.
I know. You and I have been working on Google Plus. I remember the first time we talked about it, and you're like, I'm not doing it. I can't do it. And then
I'm really proud of myself right now. Like, this is so cool.
it's a big accomplishment. And I love that Chaiko is here with us as well. So do you guys want to introduce yourselves? Do you want to set up first?
Go ahead. Yeah, sure. An introduction would be great. You go ahead, and then I'll introduce myself.
I'm Chaiko, and Allie I met this past weekend at the NIDA conference, and I first reached out to Project Heal, I think it was earlier this year, because I wanted to connect to other organizations doing stuff around eating disorders, because my film is dealing with a character that has an eating disorder.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty awesome.
That's amazing.
Yeah, she's really awesome. She's incredible, and everyone should check out her work. It's pretty fantastic.
Absolutely, that sounds phenomenal. I'm really excited. It's probably the first thing I'll do after the hangout.
Oh, that's awesome. Do you guys want to put on your lower thirds, or do you know how to do that?
I did at one point. Hold on, let me do that.
It's just in the Hangout toolbox on your left.
Showcase, Q&A, capture.
I see toolbox. Is that it?
Yes, Hangout toolbox. It's a red box. You click that, and then
accept.
Yes.
Got it.
Beautiful. Can you guys hear anything in the background? I just want to make sure because they're talking in the background. I just want to make sure.
Wait,
I don't hear anything. You sound fine. My dog might bark in the middle of all of this.
That's okay. I love that Ben O'Keefe just joined us for a second, and then he's on in the next module. I was like, wait, he's not on this module. So
I have the Hangout toolbox. How do I put my...
And then you go to the little person that has like a circle. It's a person in a circle, and then you type in your name in the lower third.
Amazing.
Actually, you can change your name because you're using the page. You can type in your name.
I can just say Chaiko.
Yeah.
How do I change my name?
You
amazing!
Technology.
Mine worked.
You have to turn it on. There's a switch next to it that you have to flip on.
Chaiko. Okay.
Can I just put Ashley Tripp, Project Heal Canada? So
yeah.
Is that good?
Yes, that would be
perfect. How do does it show up, or should I save
it? You can
it?
do Ashley Tripp in the first one, and then write Project Heal in the bottom one. There's 2 boxes.
You're so smart, I see. Oh my god. I'm a biology major and an anatomy major, so this is really not my expertise.
You're doing great. You're doing fantastic. And we're right on schedule, which is perfect. We are broadcasting live, just so you guys know.
Perfect.
That's my dog.
Ricky, come here.
Okay, perfect. Ashley, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. So pretty much I got involved with Project Heal when I read about Project Heal in People magazine, and I actually live in Montreal. So it was getting involved and starting the first international chapter of the organization was amazing. What an experience. And we've done a lot here, and really, I think, have started to bring the name of Project Heal to Canada. And in the 2 years that we've been operating, there have been a few other Project Heal Canadian chapters which have been started. So it's been great.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're breaking up a little, but can you hear us?
I am breaking up a little, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I love your Canadianness.
I know, I caught that one too.
Like, I feel like if I said it, people would be like, "What'd you just say?" Be like, "Nothing." Well, perfect. You are awesome. Both of you are awesome, and I'm really glad to. It's just the panel is just going to be the two of you and myself. So I'm interested in this topic. I think that it can be really interesting to kind of gain 2 different perspectives. One I'm trying to gain is the international kind of perspective, which Ashley can kind of provide in terms of, well, actually, Chaiko, do you know international, like, eating disorder stuff, or not as much? Like,
No, because I was younger when I was traveling, and I've just started getting in touch with, like, literally this morning, somebody from an organization called Mead was telling me that, and she was telling me about what was going on in East Africa. All of this stuff is actually, like, super new to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
okay. That's what I just didn't want to assume. I figured it would be better to ask, because I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Ashley would be our international kind of panel member, and then I was hoping you could provide insight onto like different cultures and the recognition and treatment of eating disorders, especially within like the African American community. I just feel like it's so under-recognized still, in my opinion, and I'd love to kind of hear your insight about it.
My dog is so loud. Ricky, come here. Are you going to ask us questions, or do you want us to just start chatting?
I've got questions for you.
Okay.
So, and Ashley, I just got your message. Your name is not fixed. I don't know why it's not fixed.
How do I save it?
Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe you have to save it at the bottom.
Okay.
Just type in like a preset name and see if that works.
Like any name? Okay.
Yeah, you can type in whatever. See if it works though to save it. But it should have adjusted when you. Oh, there you go. Perfect. All right. We're on and rocking and rolling. Perfect.
Beautiful.
So one of the first questions. So like I said, we're going to be tackling two different things. So I guess let's start with Canada. What is the recognition of eating disorders like in Canada?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
What's the recognition like in Canada in terms of eating disorders with your healthcare system? Like, are they treated as important? Kind of, how does that work in access?
Okay, so it's an interesting question because I think it's a very complex question. So what I've learned, and of course, I'm not a healthcare professional. I can talk about it from my perspective, having experienced the system. But I think what I've learned, and especially talking to individuals affected across Canada, is that because we have a public healthcare system, it varies actually by province. And the problem here is that it is covered by provincial healthcare, usually treated through an outpatient clinic or a hospital. But our main issue here, I believe it comes down to wait times, is that you can get the care and you can access the care, and you don't have to pay $30,000 a month for the care, but you may only receive treatment in 6 to 9 months, which is a really big problem. That's a lot of time to deteriorate, and that's, in my opinion, is our issue in Canada. It's the accessibility.
Right. Are you still there? Or are you frozen? I'm not quite sure. Oh, there you go. Here. Is everyone okay? We're all good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think that's a very interesting point. And I wonder, I know that you've done quite a lot of work on raising that awareness, and such fantastic work. And it just baffles me how much more there is still to do in Canada, and how, that wait time is really, I think it's terrible when someone has to wait a month to get into a residential program, which is not all the time in the States, but it will happen on occasion. And so to hear that people have to wait, 8 to 9 months is insane to me. And so
I have to tell you, and just to add to that, I think most Canadians, we actually do, I think from a lot of people who have reached out to me, in their experience, a lot of it has been outpatient, but they're waiting, like, in some places, like, up to a year, man. Like, it's nuts. Yeah. But it's the reality of a public healthcare system. Like, there's trade-offs, right? It's covered, and it doesn't pose a financial burden. But, what if you live really up north where there is no hospital that offers services, right? What do you do? And so it's access.
Right. And that's really a problem as well, so what do you do? What do those people do? Do they have to drive up or down?
You know what? I'm involved. in the past few months, I've really been involved in looking at that. But I mean, they don't get treatment. Like it's a really big problem. Yeah.
Right. And that's really sad. That really breaks my heart. And that's kind of the conversation that I want to have, although it's going to be a sad conversation. I think it's one that needs to be had among, situations like what they're doing in Canada, and then also cross cultures. I feel like there is this under recognition of eating disorders, and just, different cultures have different kind of body types and what they expect to be normal, and so I feel like there's some cultures that won't even really look at an eating disorder as a serious problem. But Chaiko, I'm hoping that you can kind of elaborate or at least share your insight on it.
I'm also not a healthcare professional,
right?
So I just want to say that, and I'm not a researcher in the field. A lot of what I mostly feel comfortable in what I talk about is just from my own personal experiences and what I've observed, and sort of this year when I decided to sort of not just make a film, but try and have connections to communities and eating disorder communities, but people of color as well. That's when I started reaching out and then realizing how much resistance there was from Black people, Black organizations in the U.S. To talk about it. So I mean, I know for me, in terms of when I came to discover that I had an issue, it wasn't until I was 30, but I definitely was doing very strange things with food and with exercise and with body image stuff all along. But because my parents are Caribbean and I grew up overseas, there wasn't really a space or a word or it just, I think people, to me, if I knew about eating disorders, it would be you were anorexic or you were bulimic, and it would look a certain way. You'd be skinny. Outside of that, I just wouldn't have known, and I don't think my parents would have thought about it. I don't think any friends would have thought about it either. And so I think that a big issue for me, or the most important thing, is sort of dispelling this myth of what an eating disorder looks like. So not just skin color, but also, yes, you can be really, really overweight and be bulimic. Yes, you can be really, really thin and have binge eating disorders. And I think if in general folks understand what eating disorders are like, then it might be easier if somebody's suffering. If a friend notices some of the behaviors, they can at least bring that up. Because I think, in my case, it just was I just had no idea. Nobody had any idea. I think the thing that I don't know about that's interesting is it that, does the eating disorder happen when you're faced with a clash of what you're told you should look like, and then it's not what you see yourself as being? Or is an eating disorder just, something that's largely, I don't know, a genetic predisposition to not being able to eat in a healthy way or see yourself in a healthy way? All that stuff I kind of don't know about, because I'm not, I don't have a lot of, I haven't done research, but I've heard people talk about things like that in that way. I think for me the most important thing is just getting it out there of what it is and what it looks like, so that folks can have a name for something and put a visual to stuff. And definitely, I'm originally from Jamaica, and I know I have a friend who, I don't know, she's bulimic and anorexic, and I'm sure she also binges, and I think I'm the only person that she's talked to that feels safe for her and that can say, oh well, I've done this before. She shared with me that she talked to some of her friends about what she does to keep thin, and the way she described it to me, it was they thought it was strange, but they were like, oh, okay, cool, if that works for you to be thin, then fine. Because there isn't an idea in Jamaica that one could eat and that could be a sickness or an illness. And I don't think in general in the US either that folks think of it that way. It's a rich white girl. It's not even just a white disease. It's a rich white girl's disease. It's something flippant and something that you're doing because you have, no time for anything else. And so that kind of idea of what an eating disorder is makes it really, really difficult, I think, if you're suffering with something and then you're like, wait, but I shouldn't have this because there are other important things I should be focusing on, and not my body and not this and not that.
Right.
So, Yeah.
Well, I just want to kind of go back to, you had said that when you reached out to like Black organizations, you got resistance about like talking about your eating disorder. Is that right?
Well, it was more, I would reach out to organizations that did empowerment with young women or girls, that did stuff. It was mostly like empowerment organizations, and they had, it was sort of like it seemed like they couldn't figure out, and you know, I'll also take responsibility. Maybe I didn't do a great job of like describing how an eating disorder can relate to like, you know, empowering girls or making sure that they, to me it seemed kind of obvious, but really I got like responses like, well, this year we're not focusing on mental illness, or well, we don't do that, or, you know, there was just always something that I got really sad and a little depressed. And then after, it invigorated me because I was like, oh no, like there is a need here. There's a reason why I need to be more outspoken. And because literally for me, I don't understand if you are, you know, there was like one organization that does a lot of stuff with media and young Black girls. And to me, I'm like, if you have on TV stuff that we're like constantly being pummeled with images of what we're supposed to look like as women, like how does an eating disorder not like factor into that? Like, or how does a body image stuff not factor into that? But I just think it's something that's not it's not neatly boxed up. I mean, you know, I think I also think that there's a larger issue with how activists and advocates look at quote unquote issues. Like it's less comprehensive, and it's more like I do this, and then I do that, and then I do this, and I really believe in there's an intersectionality in all of this, and the more we can see things as being connected, the more you know, the more support for everybody there is. I hope that made sense.
No, I think that that's fantastic, and honestly, I do feel like there is this connection with what you're saying, and then with what Ashley was saying, in that, you know, there's this overall stigma about eating disorders, you know, and what it should look like, and what it wouldn't look like, I suppose, you know, and if you don't fit that model, then I'm not really going to take you seriously, whether it's, you know, hearing you out, or in the case of a lot of people, whether it's giving you access to treatment, which, you know, you might really desperately need, but I'm not even going to, you know, give you that time of day to look into your body because you're X amount of pounds, you know.
Right.
And so I do, you know, as much as like you guys are going to be, you know, I have you here to talk about kind of separate things, I knew that there is overlap because it boils down to very similar patterns. And so it's very interesting, but also very sad to me.
Me too.
So I guess one question, and this is more based on your experiences. All of this is, none of this is supposed to be research or anything like that. I mean, some of it could be, but like what I was more so looking for was just experiences, because I think that's what people can relate to, and that's what I'm wanting to do, is generate a conversation about something that I think really doesn't get the recognition it deserves. So I'm wondering, and this question goes for both of you, how do cultural values surrounding food, weight, and body image impact the discussion of eating disorders? So this would apply to like Canada in general. How do you feel like the cultural values in Canada, you know, everywhere has different values, different norms, and so I wonder what you think. It doesn't have to be that different from the U.S., but I'm curious to see if it is, you know, if there are any differences, and kind of how might they impact the interpretation of eating disorders and the recognition of them.
My answer will be a little bit boring with this, because I think being so close to the U.S., like as a North American culture, it is very similar. But I do think, however, I think it's it's different. I think because in the U.S., I think a lot of the focus is on inpatient, whereas here it's more on outpatient. And I think that really I think to me that's involves a little bit wanting to keep the individual like in their community, which I think ties into kind of like a Canadian thing. But I think that's really looking deep into it. I think it's very similar to the U.S., to be honest.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's definitely helpful. I mean, to kind of gain that perspective of if there is any difference, if there's not. Chaiko, how about for you?
I mean, I can definitely say that for me personally, growing up in countries that were, I grew up in developing countries because of my father's work in the UN. I didn't feel as if I could talk about having issues with food because there were people that were literally going hungry in those countries that I was living in. And then also, you know, I remember feeling like very anxious when I would go out to dinners with my parents to, you know, to various friends' house where you don't say no to food. Like when people, like I think people who might be from like Pakistan or India or like certain African countries would like identify where it's like if you go to somebody's house, it's really rude to refuse food. Like if somebody's giving you food, you say yes. And a lot of the time it's like, have more, have more, have more. And I remember that would definitely always be like a really anxiety-causing sort of situation for me. And although I became vegetarian for more than this reason, I remember being like, well, if I'm vegetarian, then I have a reason to say I'm not going to eat your meat or like I'm not going to eat this. And I do think that, you know, talking to other people with eating disorders, sometimes becoming vegan or becoming gluten-free and becoming all these different things are a way of like restricting and sort of controlling your food.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and I think that kind of phenomena is seen in other cultures, including, I know for me, like growing up in like a Jewish area and having a lot of friends whose parents are from Israel or the surrounding areas, like they're very much like food, or even like my friends who like parents are Italian, like all of them, you know, food is the way they show love, you know, and so if you reject their food, it's like you're rejecting their love, which should not be the same. It's like that's not really fair in my opinion, but that's just how they were raised, you know, and so I definitely I think that was a really interesting point that you made. So I think it's definitely something that plays into, you know, not letting us from the start be in tune with our own hunger fullness cues and, you know, what we want to eat when we want to eat it, kind of a thing.
Absolutely.
So, wonderful. So, Ashley, I'm wondering, so in Canada, are the programs more based on like hospital based or residential based?
I'm actually, from my experience, I'm actually going to say it really depends on where you live. So where I live, it's through hospitals. They do have outpatient programs, and I'm very lucky in Montreal. We have a fantastic university hospital, mental health institute, and they really try to make it you know, as less hospital as possible so that you don't feel like you're being like medicalized.
Right.
But it really depends because we have a lot less, you know, we have a smaller population than the U.S., and so the services are much more dispersed. It really depends. I know a few people have reached out to me where in their areas it's only hospital. There's no residential. So it's varied. I'm going to say it's varied.
Okay. And are the residential programs covered by insurance the same way? No. See, that was my follow-up because I didn't think that they were.
So here's actually, I'm going to, a very good friend of mine actually, she was very lucky. She lives in Ontario, and she really needed immediate treatment for her physical well-being, and it was, I think, like an 8-month wait, and so she had to go through this entire very, very, very extensive procedure to actually apply to the Ontario government to go out of province and to actually go to the U.S. and get treatment, and they covered it, which is fantastic. But with all the families and all the individuals I've worked with, that's actually the only story I've ever heard of the government doing that, because of course it costs a lot more money, and it's not you fill in a form and you're done. It's an extremely extensive process where you have to have been seeing a therapist for X amount of time, and so there's a huge amount of barriers, and so it's quite unfortunate.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Well, and I was in treatment with I think like at least one person from Canada at a time, but like I was pretty certain that they paid out of pocket for that, you know, to come to the U.S.
Yeah, and you know, having a public healthcare system where, you know, one of the values of the Canadian healthcare system is universal healthcare system that's thorough and covers everything. Most families, the average family, absolutely does not have those funds to, you know, send their kid down to the U.S. for top-notch treatment.
Right.
And so, you know, the question is, well, what do you do if you just don't have that private insurance, which most people don't? It's a public healthcare system.
Right. That's so sad, and something that I think we, like, you know, we need to kind of work together to build that awareness, you know, and really, you know, I know that it's starting to be built, but really advocate, you know, and point all of these things out. That, I mean, the way that things are running, you're definitely increasing the mortality rate for eating disorders in Canada. I don't mean to say that with a laugh. I'm more so saying it like, how can you not see that? You know,
exactly.
That's kind of my feeling about it.
That being said, we're very lucky. We have wonderful researchers in Canada. I've only met like a subset of them, but we have a lot of movements right now that are being done, like pan-Canada across the country to change this, which is really great from our side. But we have a long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for that.
My pleasure.
Yeah. So what am I? Sorry, I'm like, I was just about to ask something and then it just slipped my mind. Crap. Oh, I know what I wanted to know. What I'm wanting to ask is, what was it like for you, Chico, when you came out with your eating disorder? What kind of a response do you feel like you got from like friends, family, and peers?
It's funny to like remember it. So I didn't tell everybody, but I told a couple friends, and after telling them, that's what made me stop telling folks until just recently, when I had, and it was recently because of the film and because I'm okay and not in my disease. But you know, I got stuff from like, Chico, you just think about stuff way too much, to like, you know, comments that made it seem as if I were being dramatic, to like, you're not fat, what do you mean you have an eating disorder? And it was actually funny when I was talking to a friend of mine who I grew up with in West Africa, and she lives in England now. We were on Skype talking, and she was like, I was like, I have an eating disorder. She said, eating what? Like, it just like didn't make sense to her. She's just like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You like to eat? Like for some people, it was just completely confusing. Like, what the hell are you talking about? And then for other people, and that's mostly like outside of the U.S., and then for like my friends here, it was just, I think it was mostly like, Chico, you're tripping. Like, you're fine. Like, you're sexy. If I had your boobs, I'd be happy. If I had your body, I'd be happy. And it was, so it was really difficult, because I was just like, I just found help and I know what's wrong with me. And then everybody's like telling me that, you know, I'm like making it up.
Nothing's wrong with you. And,
yeah. My parents, I think it was very uncomfortable for them. I think my mom judged herself a lot and, you know, thought, well, maybe if I raised, you know, Chico in Jamaica, maybe this wouldn't have happened. And what else? I think it was just kind of like, it made other people very uncomfortable. I think that's the biggest issue. And then especially when I started to be excited about recovery and what that meant, and learning ways to help myself, that also made people uncomfortable, because if I didn't eat certain things, and I think it made people feel uncomfortable because they were eating that stuff, or then, you know, there would be like awkward situations where some people would try and make you eat something. So it was just like, you know, it's a lot to deal with. You already have the disease, and then to deal with people's reactions to it, because they just don't know. And that's why it's so important to have a community, because they can help buffer you when, you know, when your sort of normal friends or your friends outside of that community don't get what's going on.
Right. Well, so have you encountered situations like you used to, where you're in a household or an environment where it would be rude to turn them down, or that was a fear? Has that like occurred recently?
Not so much, because honestly, like, I have such a strong recovery right now that I don't know, it's okay. I think the part where it feels still difficult for me is if I have to go out and I have to like go out to dinner with people, and if it has to do with work, I don't want to get into that, like I can't eat that because I have an issue, or that, you know, like I don't like to give the backstory. And sometimes people like to make a big deal. You don't eat gluten? You don't eat this? You know, and it's like, luckily there's so many people that are gluten-free now that I don't have to get into it so much. I just have to deal with them being like, gluten-free doesn't make any sense. But yeah, deciding what to eat if I'm in a group of folks who like to eat stuff that like really makes my body not feel good is where it's still a little challenging. Especially with certain close friends who are like able to eat everything and think that I should be fine with eating whatever, and think that I'm too rigid because I'm like, I can't eat this and I can't eat that.
Right, right. Well, that's interesting. So thank you for sharing. Sorry, I was a little distracted. Do you guys have your Q&A app enabled? You do. So Ashley, have you seen the comment that someone wrote?
The comment or the question? I have a bunch.
Well, not the one. There's one from our past. Here, I'm going to delete that one.
Okay.
Get to it. So this one, the one that's, I guess I can select it to show everyone. So this is, she says, it's more so a comment as opposed to a question, but Global National did a couple of short pieces back-to-back on eating disorders treatment in Canada. So is that just like the research you were talking about?
No, this is actually, I'm in contact with the lovely young woman who was very brave to do this, but they really did a really great piece on the reality of treatment accessibility in Canada. And so I would be happy to share those links, because I think it's definitely, if you're interested in healthcare in other countries, you know, as something as you know, close to the U.S. as Canada, I'd be happy to send it. It's only a couple minutes, so.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And then this one, I don't know if any of us can answer, but it is interesting, and I would love for someone to be able to answer it. But Nicole asked, do eating disorders have lower rates in other countries? If so, why? And that's something that I would, you know, love to know as well. But in the research that I've done, I haven't necessarily seen them at I mean, maybe a little lower, but it's still becoming an issue in various countries, at least from what I've read. But I would be curious to see what it's like in Canada.
I would personally, like as a former like user of the system, but not a professional, I have no idea, to be honest.
Yeah.
I would actually also wonder, like, you know, when we see these statistics that are released by, for example, like Statistics Canada or whatever, like I think it's also worth it to just mention that sometimes there's a lot of eating disorders that aren't necessarily diagnosed, or people don't seek treatment because they know the wait times are so long. Right. So the question is, like, how realistic is that, right?
Right. And the statistics that we read a lot of times in these publications, it's helpful to have a statistics background, because they're going to put those statistics to reflect whatever kind of response they're wanting to give you, whether it's, oh, look at how low our rates of eating disorders are. They're going to modify it, however, and focus on whatever rate they've got to show you, you know, and unless you know how to, you know, calculate an effect size or something, then, you know, you can look more into it. Yeah, see, I'm
what?
Yeah, I'm all stats, you know, oriented at this point in my career. It's kind of sad, but yeah, I'm trying to look into what other questions I have on my tablet. So, well, one thing I want to know, Ashley, is kind of the same question. When you shared your story about struggling with an eating disorder, what kind of reaction did you get?
You know, the friends who, before I really publicly, and by publicly I mean really said I'm getting involved with Project Heal Canada, I was very cautious about who I decided to share my story with, simply because I think you really do have to be, in my opinion, in a really good place, because someone might say something that, you know, may be very upsetting, and I think you have to be in a healthy place to talk about that. You know, and not necessarily let it, you know, upset you, et cetera, et cetera. So I got a very positive response. I thought that my community and the people that are in my network of friends and family were very, very, very supportive. In Montreal, we have I believe a lot of our I just saw something pop up. I'm like, what?
Yeah, sorry. That's okay. We had the same thing with Leanna earlier, and
I'm at McGill University, and we have a specific eating disorder program. So I think as a community, the McGill community is very supportive. I wonder what it's like in other Canadian universities. My experience has been positive, and it would be really interesting to hear from other, Canadian students as well, and non-students.
Right, definitely. Well, it's very interesting to just kind of compare, and I know, in Quebec it is kind of you do have that French side to it, and so, I was thinking maybe that could have influenced kind of, I don't know, the recognition and ideas of eating disorders.
I will add a point to that, Allie, because that's actually a fantastic point. I've been approached by a lot of individuals who first of all, I think because we have such a complex system, it's really important to understand how to maneuver around our system and gain access. I just was told by my GP or general practitioner that I have an eating disorder, but what now? What do I do now, right? How do I advocate for myself? And the language, if you're an Anglophone and what's being offered to you is in French, well, that adds another dimension to barriers. How do I maneuver that? Or the vice versa. If you're a Francophone individual, but you live in an area where it's primarily English, how does that impede the quality of your care, and how does it impede how you're accessing those services?
Right, yeah.
So thank you for bringing that up, because that's I wanted to add that in.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you did, because it definitely is something that I think about with Canada. I know it is so close to the U.S., but it is different in a lot of ways, and so I think it does deserve that kind of recognition. So I guess I want to I don't know. Do you guys have anything that you want to add? I have some questions, but they don't completely apply.
Well, I'm super open, so.
Well, I'm kind of trying to.
I'd like to say that I think that it's really cool that you had this international panel. I keep thinking about, wow, I wish I could see, have folks in Jamaica know about this, so secretly if there were people who were affected by it, they could still sign on and, could still send questions. I think the idea of having an international global connection to the issue is really cool, because I just think there's no word for it. There's no word for what a lot of people are dealing with in a lot of places, and it looks so different, and the ways in which it's treated or the ways in which people find out about it is so different. But yeah.
Well, this will be this is recording itself now, and it'll be uploaded automatically to our YouTube channel, and so they can at least watch it and see this part that, although we couldn't answer all the questions that at least I know I have, or the public has. That there is a conversation that we're wanting to have and we're wanting to start, and you guys did start it by saying even just the bold statement of eating disorders can look so different but still be so severe. You know what I mean? That's really the whole point that we need to really drive home, is how someone looks in their eating disorder really doesn't judge how severe it is, or if they have an eating disorder or not. Eating disorders can affect everyone and anyone, and I feel like that's just so under-discussed. And in other cultures, especially where, maybe a thicker body is kind of looked at as the ideal, I would imagine that it would be even less discussed, that people would be less apt to talk about if they're struggling with an eating disorder in a culture where, you're supposed to, look, beautiful but, curvy. You know what I mean?
I think the interesting thing about that is if you literally just look at TV or videos, even if you're saying, even if one says within the Black community, larger, more curvy thickness is accepted, what does that mean when then people are getting butt implants because their butt's not big enough? It's
Right.
To me, it's like this sort of bigger issue is it doesn't even matter what it is that's like acceptable in that community, because you still have this thing where, at least in America, where you're interacting with the body and how the body makes money and how you put bodies on a hierarchy. You can still find a way to like approach it in a disordered manner, you know, like I just thought about, like, the other day I was thinking, oh, you know what, Beyonce made me feel so secure that I had like big thick legs. But then also and that's great, but then it's also when I watch her, then I'm like, yeah, but then my waist is not like hers, or, you know, or then I find out, oh, but then she airbrushes her legs so she has that gap thing, and it's like it doesn't really matter what is quote unquote acceptable. It's like this relationship that we have with TV and what we're told we should be is really, I don't know, I don't know what the actual issue is, but I just think that there's something there, you know?
Yeah.
And
yeah, absolutely.
if you're a skinny black girl and you think you should have a huge ass, you know, like that's still, you know, obsession with the body that has nothing to do with your insides.
Absolutely. Well, it's like we're searching for this external validation, and maybe we think that that's what defines us. I think more and more as a culture, that's kind of the, you know, it's like we're different cultures, but we've become one culture in the sense that, like, there's this obsession with beauty and external validation, and we'll modify ourselves to fit this mold that we think is what we should or shouldn't look like, you know. And,
which is like culture specifically.
Right, and that's kind of our newest obsession is trying to be this ideal that we have, and it's never enough, because perfectionism is you know, this ideal we have in our head is never going to be attainable, and so we're always striving for this thing that doesn't exist, you know, and we're just going to be unsatisfied.
If I can actually add, it would be really, I think something like an interest that I've had recently is actually looking at other countries and how they actually deal with, you know, globally, like mental health issues in general. Like, for example, Australia has like Headspace, which is like a really cool program, and looking at it across, I think, different, you know, countries. I mean, the U.S. and Canada are so similar, you know, but how are eating disorders dealt with in China or India, et cetera, et cetera? It's really fascinating.
Yeah, I was hoping to have our Australia chapter leader join us, but she's awesome. But she has work and everything, so she was unfortunately unable to join us. But yeah, I think that's a really good thing to note. So thank you for noting that. So I think that, like, ultimately what we're really kind of hitting at, and what we kind of talked about in the beginning of this, is just that, you know, although all cultures have different values and different setups, at the end of the day, you know, the same kind of stigmas exist, and I think that's where the focus needs to be on, you know, that eating disorders can affect anyone of any age, race, color, gender. I don't even know what else there could be. Probably 5 billion other different things that we could categorize.
Cultural, socioeconomic, blah, blah, blah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. I've been up for way too long. My brain.
I can imagine.
I'm sitting here for hours on hours, but you know what? It's a monumental event. You know, when else can I say that I held a marathon Hangout on Air for 8 hours straight? I don't think
You're doing
ever.
a great job, Allie. It's really impressive.
Thank you. I hope so. And I hope that people can take into account why my brain might turn to mush.
Your brain is not turning into mush.
For this moment, I promise, this is not how I'm always, you know, sounding. But, you know, I definitely, to kind of bring it back, I think that this is something that, you know, a lot of people can probably relate to, you know, and although I would love to kind of get a bigger conversation starting, I think that this is a great starting point, you know, to address, like, the things internationally. And, I mean, I got kind of pushback when I asked people to participate, or, you know, people would kind of say, I don't really know if I'm, like, qualified to talk about that subject. And I'm like, you don't need to be qualified. You just need to, like, have experiences that you could share, you know. And I think that also kind of speaks to, you know, they don't necessarily want to get into it. Because I think that when you talk about cultures and their norms, you know, because that's what we would be getting into, I think there is that kind of, it touches on a little bit of politics of that person's, you know, what they relate to and what they associate with, you know, and so to kind of speak up against their community, I feel like might be something that not many people are ready to do.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I'll add on that is that, like, just from where we're like, the fact I think that this event, I'm a huge advocate for increasing access, and the fact that people from literally all over the world right today could have direct access to clinicians and experts and all of these people that make up like a community is to me, like, I feel so empowered and excited about this event. So really, way to go, Allie.
Oh, yay! Oh,
yeah, this is really, really awesome.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and it's been really awesome to see so many people coming together and being willing to donate their time to provide this kind of access, and provide, my hope is that, people will look back on this Hangout on Air and watch it, you know what I mean, and look back at what was said and take in, from each module things, and maybe go back again and rewatch something and take in another thing that they didn't notice, and just use it as an ongoing resource. Especially for those who maybe, like you said, Chaiko, who you didn't know that you had an eating disorder. I'm hoping that this has helped people to see and will help people to see, and I kind of went through the same thing. When I was diagnosed, I laughed at the doctor, and I was like, that's something for, like, people like Lindsay Lohan to have, not a kid who used to be, like, a childhood obese, like, literally, I used to be your obese kid. So I was diagnosed as, and then you're telling me I'm anorexic? How does that make sense, And so I think, a lot of levels we can all relate to that level of kind of stigmatization provided by even our own field. We need to show the different faces of eating disorders and the recovery sides of them.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I wish that I had more questions on this topic, but
it's a start. I think everything, you start with something and then it grows. I was trying to remember the name of the organization. I met a woman in, like, doing the Kickstarter for my film. Yeah. I got in touch with a woman called Joy. I think her name of her organization is Dying to Be Thin, which is just a play on the whole issue. But she's a black woman. She lives in California. And literally she was like, I'm so excited to meet another black woman who's talking about eating disorders. And then there's a woman who wrote a book. Her name's Stephanie Covington. She's a black woman as well that talked about disordered eating. So there are folks out there that are doing this. It's like, it would be awesome to have, like, another thing where we all get connected, because everybody has, like, different experiences. I think Stephanie Covington's book focuses on bulimia. I think Joy, I'm not sure exactly what her, experience with eating disorders was, but there's a lot. There's a lot there. There's a lot there. So it's a great start. And I really respect the fact that you want it to be inclusive, because when you're inclusive, then you get to hear what are the different obstacles, in each specific sort of community. Because, like, I'm thinking internationally, if you're in a country where, most people around you are fighting for, like, basic human rights, like getting your kid to school or, like, food, it's like, how do you speak about eating disorders? Like, that kind of doesn't make sense. You have to maybe use different language. And that's one of the things that woman Joy told me. She was like, well, because I expressed to her how frustrated and angry I was. I got really angry at all the organizations that just kept being like, nah, we're not really dealing with eating disorders. She's like, to her, in her experience, saying emotional eating or body image was a way in which she could have an in to black communities. But saying eating disorder, because it was so stigmatized, would sort of close the door. Oh, and those kinds of things, I think, we would learn about when we hear, have more and more voices in the conversation. So yeah, I really applaud you for this.
Oh, thank you. And that, that's definitely with the wording. I had to learn that when I was living in Utah. It was the oddest thing that I came upon, that they really didn't want to talk about eating disorders. They would talk about the most absurd, at least to me, absurd, like, of things. I don't mean to, like, downplay this as a struggle of what I'm about to say, but they would talk about things like porn addiction, which to me is way more uncomfortable than talking about eating disorders. But they wouldn't talk about eating disorders. I would mention it, and they're like, oh, I don't struggle with that, but they would have a whole conference on porn addiction and how, it ruins people's lives, and they wouldn't even, like, give me the time of day to share, the mental illness that has the highest mortality rate, mental illness, like, really? And so,
that makes sense to me, though, because you know what? You can put porn and sex and be like, bad, like, you can easily say that's bad. Eating is such a difficult thing because we have to do it to live. I mean, because when they're saying porn addiction, it's not like they were talking about maybe love addiction or sex. They're saying porn, which can sort of be like put in a bad category. But everybody needs to eat in order to survive, and I feel like that's a more threatening, scary.
Oh yeah, well, and it definitely, that's what I'm saying. Like, I had to become more, you know, creative with my wording of like, oh, we're going to talk about perfectionism and how it, because that was a big struggle in their community, and that's the way that I kind of worked my way in. Was like, and when you're perfectionistic, these are what things that can happen. Like, you could, you know what I mean? And so that's the other thing that I feel like, you know, if any viewer watches this can take out of is, you know, so if you're approaching it and trying to get education in terms of eating disorders and awareness in your location, let's say you're in Mexico City or, you know, Brazil or anywhere around the world and it's not working, that maybe looking into how you're wording it. And I hate that you have to change it and that you can't just call it what it is. That sucks. But at the same time, doing the same thing over and over again and hoping that it'll be different is, you know, the definition of insanity, as we all know, I'm sure.
If I can just add, and I think Project Heal, I mean, if any people watching this are having that struggle and they reach out to, you know, you, Allie, or any of us at Project Heal, I think this is definitely something that we can maybe connect them with somebody who would be able to help them, you know, maybe, you know, modify their language to really get the access that they need.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And, I just want to add that, you know, I'm really happy to see, you know, what kind of changes and transformations are going on, like, you know, around the world, and really to get your perspective, Chaiko, you know, as like from your background in traveling. So super interesting.
Yeah. I know, she's awesome, huh? You both are awesome, and I'm really, this has been so great, and, you know, I feel like we took a topic that, you know, was hard, and I knew it was going to be kind of tough, and I feel like we gave it our all, and I think it was, you know, great. So, thank you guys, and so I guess we'll kind of wrap this up, but Chaiko, will you just stay on the line? Is that what you're going to plan to do? Sure. You're on the next module?
Yeah.
Perfect. And Ashley, I have all your contact info, I believe. I think I put it in the packet or program that I created. So thank you so much, though. I'm so glad that you joined us. And
it's you know what I sorry, go ahead. Hello.
Wait, Chaiko, what did you say?
I was trying to say it was nice to meet you.
It was really nice to meet you.
I've met you already, but Ashley.
Yes.
It was super nice to meet you, and like I have to say, like I was all day, like I've been kind of like in and out listening, and like everything that was being said, I am so certain that this helped really like unify a global community. I'm super pumped about this, guys. Like I'm so excited. So,
I love your passion. You're awesome. Well, thank you, Ashley, for joining us, and thank you for your insight, and we will see you later.
Have a great evening.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, what time? What are we looking on? Oh, we're good on time. Okay. Let me make sure Julia is good, and then perfect. I'll resend the invite. See, this is where like I almost sometimes wish I should pause, but like I don't want to for the principle of the matter that I'm going 8 hours straight without pausing. So if anyone is watching, we're transitioning now into our last module. It's Module 6, where we're going to be talking about eating disorders and body image struggles within the LGBT community. And we've got actually two of our panelists that were on earlier coming back, Ben O'Keefe and Troy Ronis, and then Chaiko will be with us as well. So if you have any questions about the LGBT community and eating disorders, body image struggles, submit them within this chat, or you can tweet me using the hashtag ProjectHealHOA, or you can submit them on the event page. And we would love to chat about them. Oh, and Chaiko, we have a question about your film that you should answer. What's the name of your film, and when/where will it be released?
So the name of the film is Solace, And the short film can be seen right now on my website, which is solacefilm.com. And my Twitter handle is Chaiko, is my name, and all the links are there in my profile. And the feature we're going to be shooting early next year, so probably folks would be able to see the feature towards the end of next year.
Do you want to share a little bit about what the film's about?
Sure. The short film is about a girl who becomes obsessed with her neighbor and discovers her neighbor's secret, and that's all I'm going to say about it. It's about 9 minutes. The feature expands on this friendship between the two girls, and really what happens is the main girl throughout the film discovers that she, comes to terms with having an eating disorder. So, so in that, the film, my feature isn't about an eating disorder, but because one of the characters has one, I'm really trying to connect with other organizations that deal with this stuff.
Awesome. That's so great. And are they based at all on your own personal stories?
It's inspired. The film is inspired by my own personal story, so there's certain, parts in the writing that come from my experience, but it's more, as a filmmaker, as an artist, all my work is very personal, and for my first feature, I just felt like this was something I had to get out of my system before I make all the other films that I want to make, and yeah, it was just something that I had to do. I think it got very frustrating to keep coming into contact with folks who just didn't know or understand what an eating disorder was, and then also, I think just thinking of myself young, the younger Chaiko, it's like, what if I had had a film like what I'm making? I would have been able to see myself in that.
Right.
There were mostly white faces to that issue, and so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing. I'm glad. I'm excited for your films, and I just think you're awesome. So I hope that people check them out. I see Julia has joined us. Hello. Hello. Julia will be probably the main moderator for this one. I'll be here, but yeah, she's gonna moderate. Do you know how to turn on your lower third?
I have no idea what that means.
And you go into
lower third. So
you go into the left hand into your toolbox where all the apps are.
Yeah.
And then you click Hangout Toolbox. And then, do you see that? It'll probably say, what?
Oh, okay.
Is it working?
I think so. Okay, cool. Oh, this is neat.
And then just write in your name in the lower third area. Do you see that?
Uh-huh, yeah, okay. So,
and don't forget to turn it on. It's been a little bit of a struggle today. It's like the one easiest thing, but it's not really well seen. They need to like make it easier to see.
Right? Okay.
And where did Ben was here and then he left. But I see that we already have one question, so I'm excited. I hope people ask more. I'm excited to get this one up and running. I think this is an interesting topic. Oh, we have Troy who's joined us. Hi, Troy.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Did you miss us?
Terribly.
I knew it.
Yes.
I hope Ben is okay. Maybe he had to make a bathroom run or something. Oh, perfect. You got your lower third up and running.
Yes, I do. It's
awesome.
Backwards, but
no, it's good to us. It's yeah.
Okay.
I can see it normal. So perfect. So Julia, do you want to just introduce yourself quickly?
Sure. So my name is Julia, as you can tell by looking at the bottom. And I have been with Project Heal since January. I am one of the social media managers, and I also run the Instagram account. So follow us on Instagram at Project Heal. And I have, just to give you a little bit of a background, I'm in recovery from my own eating disorder for which I've had since I was probably 15 going on 16. And so I'm living life and I'm enjoying every moment, and my mantra is be present. So I'm present right here.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for joining and for sharing. And Troy, I know that you were here earlier, but would you mind giving an introduction again?
Sure. So my name's Troy Ronas. I am also a survivor of an eating disorder. And let me see here. I do a lot of work for many organizations. One in particular is NIDA. I do a lot of writing, blogging, speaking, and advocacy work across the country, and I am very happy to be here. So
awesome. Wonderful. So let's give let's give Ben a couple minutes, because technically this module doesn't start. Oh, he's there. Hi, Ben.
Hey.
How was your break?
It wasn't really a break. I haven't even eaten today. I got busy working. Ugh.
Oh no. But you will eat, right? You're gonna, we're on an eating disorder panel right now.
I'm going to go eat a lot of food.
We need to cover our bases there.
Yeah, not disordered anymore. I'm about to, Chipotle is in my future, like, it's coming.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna have it. I was salivating just at the thought of it.
Well, that was my plan. The plan was Chipotle. But no, I've just been busy with work. And last night I randomly decided to build a headboard. So I was up really late. It's gorgeous. You should check it out on my Facebook.
Wait, like with wood and everything?
Yeah, it's really beautiful. Are you on my Facebook? Are we friends?
I don't think so.
We should be.
I don't think we're friends.
Wow.
I know!
Wait, hold on. Here we are. No, we're not.
No, see? I'm not cool enough.
Wow, no. I have like 300 friends on Facebook. I hate people. But I love you, so it's fine. Okay, there we are. We are friends now. Everything is good.
Okay, it's always official when it's Facebook official, right?
Exactly. Let me have my third.
Yes, get that up and running, and then when you're ready, everyone else has introduced themselves. So I know you introduced yourself earlier, but if you could just reintroduce yourself when you can, that would be fantastic, and then we'll get up and running.
Yeah, I'm Ben. I'm an actor and activist, and very tired.
Yeah, you sound it. You were like so energetic earlier.
Well, I don't know if it's going to let me do a lower third.
Julia, do you have the questions that I sent you earlier?
I can check.
Well, maybe I didn't send you them. I'll send it to you right now.
Where would I see it?
I'll send it to you now. I don't think I did. But why don't you get started with the question that's already in the Q&A section. Do you see that?
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so let's start this and let's get the ball rolling. Brianna asks, do you know of specific support groups targeted to those in the LGBT community that struggle with eating disorders?
Does anyone want to take the lead on that? Do you guys know of any groups that do focus on that?
I personally don't, actually. And I think that kind of reiterates the issue that's at hand, right? Where this is an issue that really affects the LGBT community in a big way, but it's not talked about. You talk about underrepresented groups, within a group, LGBT folks don't have anything. And so there really isn't a great resource for us yet. And I think something that we can really discuss here is possibly how we could move towards that. So
absolutely. I guess can we kind of talk about what are some of the what are some of the common struggles within the LGBT community in terms of eating disorders and body image struggles? Who wants to start with that one?
I can start, and then we'll just go around if that's cool with everyone. Yeah, I think as a gay man, there are in the gay community, there are a lot of pressures to have certain body types. The gay community has groups within the community, and twinks and otters and bears and all these these terms that we use to describe ourselves, and a lot of them have to do with your body type. And I think that as a gay guy, it's been very difficult for me, and that definitely played into my eating disorder, and that I didn't feel like I really fit into the LGBT spectrum of beauty. And I know it's been really difficult for me, and it's something that we still hear a lot in the LGBT community. I think there's a lot of judgment there, and it's sad that within a community that is so judged, we often see judgment. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. Chaiko, do you want to share your insight on that?
I don't know why insight always makes me so uncomfortable, because it's like it feels like I'm supposed to be so wise, but I will share my experience, which is that, you know, before I knew I had an eating disorder, before I had a name for it, I was in a really awesome, you know, queer community in Brooklyn with women who I felt like, you know, body image was like there was a lot of acceptance around different body types. And so it's that weird situation where there's no space for me to speak about these issues that I have with my body, because I'm supposed to be in acceptance, because politically, you know, our group is larger, women smaller, women curvy, this, that, and you know, thinking back to it, I'm just like, I can totally see how I wouldn't have even thought that there was anything wrong with me, because there wasn't even a space within this space to talk about it. And I know that I'm not the only one, because I'm remembering, and this is like much later, I'm remembering like certain things that like somebody I used to date would say that just, you know, there was just no language for it. You know, she would talk about like, well, I like to keep it sexy, so I don't like to get really full before I have sex. And it didn't occur to me that that was something strange or something like controlling about that. Or, you know, she would throw up and then say, oh, I was just really full, but there just was no, I just did not make the connection, because I think in my head I was like, oh, black woman, oh, lesbians, like, you know, there shouldn't be anything disordered going on. Like, it just totally went over my head. Or even like exercise bulimia. Like, I remember, and this was when I knew that I had an issue, but I didn't know about exercise bulimia. Like, the person I was with at the time would like work out at the gym for like a long, and because of what she did, it was acceptable. And I, you know, I keep repeating myself, it's like if there's no discussion about these sorts of things being disordered or being problematic, then like nobody even really knows to help anybody or to like give it a name. And so that's sort of my experience within, you know, within a queer community. And yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing. I think that that's really, you had a lot of interesting points and really important points to share with our viewers. So thank you. Troy, do you want to share your experience?
Sure. So I knew from the time that I was probably 5 or 6 years old that I was different. Again, I didn't have a term for it. I just knew one day I was down the street next to my house by a fire hydrant, and I remember looking up at the sky asking God for a boyfriend. So I knew very young that I was different and knew what that was, but didn't know the term or anything. And growing up, we were, you know, I was raised Lutheran. We went to church and everything, but homosexuality was never talked about. And I always like to reiterate that, you know, being gay wasn't that, you know, that being gay is wrong was never preached at me from the pulpit or from any religious organization. It was always the things I heard from, say, friends at school or family members that would say odd things here and there. And I become a very big, you know, very big and very heavy into my faith as I grew older, and you know, the transition to college and everything was a time where I became very involved with my faith, and that's when a lot of the disordered eating and the beginning of my real struggle started. And I guess for me personally, it was more of if I can't be good enough for God, then whom can I be good enough for? And so, like I said earlier in the other module, it was more of an attempt to control the outside or the physical because I couldn't change who I was on the inside, if that makes sense. And then another part of that, too, was within the LGBT community, I think there are far too many silos and labels and those types of things that are given out within the community because it isolates one another from each other. And I think as a conglomerate, we're supposed to be different. We're supposed to be unique and beautiful. And for me personally, I'm more politically, all these things, I guess, very, very conservative. And most of my friends who are in the LGBT community are not. They're not even anywhere close to that. So it felt like I came out of one closet at 25, and then afterwards I was almost pushed into another closet or another box because I didn't conform to what everybody else in the LGBT community believed politically or morally or anything else. And so that kind of reinforced the eating disordered behaviors or thoughts for quite some time because there just was not a place for me to fit. But coming out definitely helped. And you know, my faith at one point was a huge detriment to me because it fueled a lot of the eating disorder behaviors. But I've taken that now and really molded it into a tool for recovery. And so I think that you know, religion, faith, those practices, those influences are a big influence on the LGBT community other than discrimination, being bullied, coming out, the fear of rejection, homelessness, all those things. So that's a little bit of a lot into, I guess, my story, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. But
yeah, could I speak to that real quick, Allie? I think that you made a really great point in saying, like, you didn't know. I know for me, growing up in a really religious family, I didn't have people saying, like, oh, being gay is bad. I just didn't know that gay was a thing. I didn't even really know what straight meant. We were Catholic, and that was something that we didn't talk about because that was taboo. And so I think eating disorders really play into that too. I didn't know what an eating disorder was. I didn't know I was anorexic. I knew that I didn't eat food, and I was very afraid of food, and I overexercised. Those are the things I knew. And and then also just to speak again to that idea of putting people in boxes, and I was talking to a friend about this, and he is the queer, and we were talking about how ostracized communities seek power in any place that they can find it. And again, like, eating disorders are a powerless disorder that makes us want to, where we're seeking control. And so that's like a natural human response, is to seek control over a situation. And so in the LGBT community, a group that's been so ostracized and discriminated against, now we've begun to put people into boxes to discriminate them so that we're the least discriminated of the discriminated group. And that's horrible. You know what I mean? Like, for me, I felt like if I wasn't a twink, which was like a skinny, slim boy, that I wasn't beautiful. And I think that that's something that our community really needs to start breaking down immediately, because it's very damaging.
Julia, do you want to thank you, Ben, for sharing? I think that was like a really important point to touch on. I just want to let Julia moderate, just so you guys know. I'm going to be here and engaging. I'm going to try to engage our social media as well. So Julia is going to be moderating. But
Julia.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay, so we all know that, you know, coming out as, you know, identifying as a lesbian or someone who's gay or someone who's bisexual or transgendered or anyone in between, there's this sort of stigma about that. How do you feel that people who also have an eating disorder, I guess, try to find a balance as to how they can seek support without fearing that they're going to be judged? by, you know, not only identifying as LGBT, but also saying, hey, I have an eating disorder.
Can you just reiterate that prompt for me?
Sure. So, like, how do you think people are, like, how would you find a balance between feeling comfortable of seeking support as someone with an eating disorder, and, you know, without fearing that you'll be criticized because, or judged by, you know, society that you identify as LGBT?
I think that's difficult, right? Because I think one of the things in recovery is realizing that it doesn't matter what society thinks about you. And so being gay, there will always be people who disagree with that. There will always be people who harbor hatred towards me. Having an eating disorder, there will always be people who look down on me for that. There will always be people who don't understand. And I think for me, it was about understanding that those people didn't matter, that I knew that I needed help and I needed to gain recovery, and so I was going to surround myself with people who cared and who supported that, and if they didn't, then they just didn't need to be in my life. And so I think the bigger message here is learning to love yourself. I have learned to love myself as a gay person. I've learned to love myself as a male eating disorder survivor. I've learned to love myself for everything that I have become and everything that encompasses who I am. And those who disagree don't really matter to me. And I think in eating disorder, part of it came from me because I felt like people didn't like what I looked like, and I thought that I, you know, wasn't good enough for society. And I learned through recovery that I am good enough just the way I am, and if someone disagrees, they just, their opinions doesn't matter. So that's how I feel about it.
I think specifically with the LGBT community, I think there are, we experience unique challenges, you know, contributing factors in accessing treatment for, you know, finding culturally competent individuals in treatment facilities who do know how to deal with both eating disorders and sexual orientation issues. And a lot of the research out there actually indicates that you know, there are so many more gay men than straight men out there who have eating disorders. And while I do think there are more pressures, a few more pressures, I guess, on the gay community, I think too that we still don't know why gay men are more able to come forward. And they often come forward more and talk about their eating disorders versus their straight counterparts. And there's, you know, insufficient eating disorder statistics on gay women too, whether or not you know, whether or not there are more eating disorders with lesbian women or whatever you want to talk about. And I think too, in recovery, for someone who has an eating disorder who identifies as LGBT, I think we've so often, you know, as someone who has an eating disorder, we often think of ourselves as there's a mentality that we are constant victims, and I think that as someone who's in the LGBT community who is a survivor of an eating disorder, I think that we don't have to think of ourselves as perpetual victims, that there's never going to be a resource for me, or there's never going to be someone who understands. And I think recovery gives us the insight and the assurance that we will find that sometime. And so I think while there are unique challenges for us, I think there's always going to be a way forward.
Why do you think that there are, that it is, like how that woman earlier asked, if there are groups for people with eating disorders or body image struggles, specifically for the LGBT community, do we know why no one's kind of created some kind of a resource?
I think that people are very afraid. You know, I was just at the National Eating Disorders Association conference in San Antonio, and we had a specific session on the LGBT community, and many providers who had been in the field for decades, and some of them who were fresh into working with members, you know, those who are in treatment or family members, they're very, very nervous about saying the wrong thing or using the wrong language or addressing someone in an inappropriate way and turning them off from treatment or turning them away from their desire to seek help. And so I think that, you know, treatment professionals at this point very much want to help us, but they're very afraid of doing, saying, or putting out there the wrong message that will turn us off. And so I think if they're less afraid of offending us, the more help that individuals who identify as LGBT will come forward.
So what do you think, like, what are the right things that they can say? You said that they were afraid of the wrong things. So what would be like the best way for it to kind of be? Do you have an idea?
Honestly, for me, like I said, I don't like labels or anything, but just the fact that there was a nurse, for instance, a nurse who was fresh out of school, and she said, what do I say to someone who is lesbian in my office or is transgendered, and how do I address them, and what if I don't know, and what if I use the wrong wording and that sort of thing. And I said, for me, simply by being invested enough to ask what do you prefer, or being invested enough in the fact that I'm not like everybody else, is the starting point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect you to tiptoe around me. I expect you to be invested in me just as you would anybody else that walks through your door.
Mm-hmm.
And that maybe is probably different from the other two panelists we have here, and probably different than thousands of other people. But for me, just knowing that the provider is going to be invested in wanting you to get better is all that matters to me.
Yeah, I think that comes down to this discussion we had earlier in the males panel in saying that it takes risk. Any reward takes risk, and so they have to, instead of saying, oh, I'm so worried about what to say so I won't say anything, say something. That being said, talking to a lesbian is not any different than talking to a girl. Who someone, you know, has sex with is their prerogative and has nothing to do with the fact that they deserve recovery. And I think when we talk about the T in LGBT, and I think it's very important that we realize that, like, gender and sexuality are very different things. And I do hope that folks will cater to trans communities in a different way. But a lot of that also just comes, and that's something that we need to work towards as a society in general, but a lot of the times that just comes to, hi, what's your preferred gender pronoun? Great. You know, hi, I'm here to help you, and if I say something wrong, let me know, and then we won't do it again. And I think that gay people, trans people, everyone respects someone, like Troy was saying, respects someone for making that first step, and then for realizing that they don't know everything, and how would they, right? They don't know everything, but they're willing to learn and make sure that they're doing what's best for you. So.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and like within, I don't know if any of you have this knowledge about the transgendered community and body image struggles, but are there specific struggles within that end of things that need to be addressed? Do you guys have any knowledge of that? It's okay if you don't.
I mean, I won't speak for the trans community largely, and I hope maybe in the future that we can look into that more with Project Heal. But I will say that I have to imagine that it's very difficult not being able to be in the body that corresponds to your gender. And I have to imagine that there's body dysmorphia and eating disorder type behavior that comes with that. And that's very difficult, and that's very hard. And I think that that has to be present. And from folks that I know in the trans community, I'm very fortunate to have lots of trans friends. And I think that's something that a lot of them have dealt with. But so I have to imagine that, yes, to answer that, there probably is quite a bit of struggle there.
I would say, too, that from a statistical standpoint, I know that eating disorders don't just go away after you're done with treatment, but I do know that in a small number of studies, it did show that individuals who struggled with an eating disorder, who identified as transgender, who were in transition from either male to female or female to male, and there again we have those two, the binary system, but in transition, as they went from who they felt they are, the eating disorder behaviors often did subside. Now, did they go away completely? No, but we know that as they felt comfortable with who they are and what body they felt that they should be in, it really showed quite a difference in their perception of the world and their perception of whether or not they were able to recover and how much they wanted recovery. And two, I'd like to say that I don't think, and I may be different from the other panelists here, that when it comes to treatment and when it comes to factors in addressing access to treatment for LGBT individuals or groups or anything like that, I think that when we look at recovery as a whole, I don't think that our sexuality or our eating disorder or our faith or our political affiliation or hobbies or whatever define who we are. One of those, they all do. They're all part of us. And so I think we have to address all those when we look at getting better and interfering with the eating disorder itself.
I will say that the thing that keeps coming up for me is that if there are more specialists, if there are more people who look different, who come from different communities, I do think that that does make treatment or healthcare easier. I'm horrible at studies and horrible at numbers, but I do believe that I've read that like in other health issues, that when people go to hospitals or doctors and they're people who have the same cultural language or look like them, that it does make it easier for them to feel comfortable to seek treatment or talk about stuff. And so I think, I just think there has to be, I don't know, this is actually a much larger political issue of like, how do you get more inclusion in the healthcare system so that if somebody's trans, they're like, how awesome would that be if there was somebody who specialized in eating disorder who also was transgender and could speak to, those issues on a personal level. I don't think it has to be that way, obviously, but I know for me personally, it was really helpful to know what my eating disorder was like, and it was really, really awesome for me when I saw other Black women, or when I speak to people who don't come from America and they talk about their eating disorders and they talk about culturally how they dealt with the stigma of their parents being from another country. Like, all of that actually is helpful for me, because I think part of my eating disorder is also being like, nobody can understand me, nobody will ever know what I'm doing, and that's what makes me, or it made me stay in a little box and isolate. So when you can see a mirror of yourself, I do think that helps. I do think that helps with recovery.
Yeah, and as I'm sure it's probably been said all day, eating disorders are diseases of isolation, and so we feel alone. And one of the easiest ways to not feel alone is to see that there's other people just like you who are going through this. And it's really important that everyone knows that eating disorders do not discriminate, and they affect literally every demographic of people that you can imagine: gay, straight, indifferent, Black, white, Asian, everything else. Whoever you are, tall, short, it doesn't matter. Eating disorders can affect your lives, and they do affect the lives of people just like you. And so it's important to know that you're not alone, even when you feel like you are. But I do agree that if there was more vigilance, if there were more people coming out and saying, this is a thing. And I was in an LA Times piece, and it reminded me of the stigma around this, though, because in the comments section, someone said, "Eat whatever you want, fat boy. The AIDS will keep you skinny." And I was like, wow, that's absolutely horrible. Like, that's really mean. But these are realities that we face. Yeah. There is this exists, and when you have people that are saying things like that, these are types of things that gay people hear every single day, or they hear whispered about them, and that definitely feeds into the low self-esteem that feeds into an eating disorder.
Yeah. I'm all about visibility. I feel like the more you see, the less sort of taboo, the less stigmatized it gets. And you know, I had just tweeted like, I can't wait for more, you know, women of color to come out around eating disorders. I can't wait for more people who are, you know, who are in my queer community in Brooklyn, in New York, when I lived there, to like speak up if they have body image issues, because then that just means that, you know, it becomes less in the closet.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe, like, I'm still on that comment, Ben, that you said about, oh, that makes me so mad. Like, nothing makes me more mad than reading those comments, you know, that, you know, in my world, the Psy world, we call them trolls, and I just, it's so frustrating.
And I think, you know, one thing that I've learned now being in the public eye is that you never read the comment section.
Oh my God.
But what's really important is to remember that, like, as much hate as there is, there are people that love you, and there are people that care about you, and oftentimes the folks that take the time to write are only the folks that hate it. Instead, the folks that are impacted by what you're doing and what you're saying are probably going and taking that and using that in their life, and so they're too busy to leave a hateful comment. So, you know, you gotta, the bad's always going to come, and there always are going to be people throwing negativities at you, and there's always going to be people who don't agree with you. It's about learning to surround yourself with the folks who do, and realizing that the other ones don't matter. So.
Yeah. Well, so I guess one thing that I think could be helpful, that I think, Ben, you've touched on, and I think you've all actually touched on this, but if you could elaborate a little bit more, is like, how have you all like risen above the additional judgments? You know, it's like the eating disorder is like one judgment, you know what I mean? And then on top of that, you're getting people who are just throwing other additional, like, unnecessary hate for no reason. And so what can you kind of say to other people who could be going through the same thing? How did you rise above that, and what keeps you going? Anybody want to take it?
Sure. I think that, you know, growing up a fat, gay, poor kid, as I affectionately call the bullying trifecta, I mean, I had my fair share of naysayers, right? And for a long time that affected me, and that is one of the major contributors to my eating disorder. And so it was hard, and it took a long time to be able to look past that. And I think what it really came with was learning and to understand who I was. And once you have a strong sense of self, what other people say doesn't really matter, because you know who you are. And it's really them who's incorrect, and you're able to see, wow, they're wrong. And it's like, you don't know me at all, you know, John 74, you know, like random comment section person.
Yeah.
You know, you don't know me at all. And I think that the opinions that matter most to me are the people that I love and care about and surround myself with. And I only surround myself with people that are good for me. And so if you do that, and you have to, I guess, what my mom always said, consider the source, right? And for me, it was really learning to love myself, learning what was great about myself, surrounding myself with people who agreed with those things, and not listening to anyone who said anything else.
Yes, I love that. That's amazing. Chico or Troy, do you have anything you guys would like to add?
I'm not, you know, for me, things are more of a process. I don't feel comfortable saying I'm on the other side yet. I'm a woman. I live in Hollywood. I'm black. I constantly, you know, I have dark skin. I constantly see things that do make me have to, like, dig into my toolbox of, like, you know, gathering up my confidence, and it's not always easy for me, but it's definitely a lot better than it was, how long ago is it? Man, 7 years ago, you know, when I first started dealing with my eating disorder. And I think that's, I like to talk about that, because I think for me, sometimes it was hard for me to see people who seemed like they had it all figured out, because I use that as an excuse to beat myself up more. But literally, I think, like, sort of what Ben was saying, surrounding yourself with people who are healthy and people who make you feel good, like that was so huge for me. It's still really huge for me. I really have a community of other people who deal with eating disorders that act as a buffer. Like if things are a little bit difficult, I can call somebody at literally any time of the night. I can text and and get support. And I think that's that's what's most important for me. Kind of get through times when it's difficult.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think in terms of, I guess, quote unquote, rising above, I think it's a struggle for anybody to overcome an eating disorder, obviously, to get through it, to find the resources, find the support system. We've all touched on that, and we've all gone through that. I grew up in a town of roughly 1,000 people in North Dakota, and being gay, it was one of those things that I completely distracted myself from all through high school and into college. And I didn't come out until I was 25. I'm 28 now. And so for me, the eating disorder was kind of what helped fuel it at times, was being different, was being set apart from everybody else, and the conflict with my faith, and being gay, and being the athlete in high school, or whatever it might have been. I like was said before, it's still not always easy, but for some reason now, in coming out and being vocal about my eating disorder, which a lot of people find very scary and very triggering, to be completely honest, I think there's something very strong about finding strength in what makes you extremely different from everybody else. And so the majority of people that I talk with in a very rural state who are very set in their ways and thinking one way or the other, I'm not generalizing everybody who lives here, but most part are very supportive, and those who aren't oftentimes don't say anything. And I think there's almost a fear of finding strength in being different, of those who don't appreciate that. But I think for me personally, I found a lot of, like I said, strength and perseverance to keep in recovery from being someone who identifies as LGBT, finding that it's okay to be that way, and coming from where I do. I think all of us can relate to that in some form or fashion, and you could put that into our recovery toolboxes as well.
Yeah, and I'm glad that both of you guys said that that you have bad days, because I feel like people, especially when your job is to help other people get past their problems, think that you don't have any problems yourself, and that's not true at all. I have good days and bad days, and I have more good days than bad days, but that doesn't mean that the bad days don't exist, and that doesn't mean that I shouldn't acknowledge the bad days and learn from them and grow from them. And with so many things, like now I'm gay, and that's just something that's so just, I don't even think about it. But I mean, there was a time, I remember the first time that I verbalized that. Like I said to my cousin, like, I'm gay, and it was like, it hurt to say. I was terrified, and I couldn't, that made me have to accept it. And it's the same thing kind of when you say I have an eating disorder, or I am in recovery from an eating disorder. It makes it real, but in a way it also validates it. And like Troy was saying, some people find it triggering to talk about what they've gone through. But for me, it's empowering, right? Because in it being able to speak my truth, that gives me power over it. That means it's mine, and I've accepted it, and it's true. I am gay. I've had an eating disorder. Those are part of me, but they don't define me. My definition has been, I'm a survivor in every aspect of the word, and so I think it's really important to not let any one thing define us, but use them to help us grow, and really embrace what makes you different. What makes you different, as cliche as it sounds, makes you beautiful, and if we all were the same, we would be so boring, and I'm certainly not boring, and I'm certainly quite different, and I wouldn't change it. And I think it's a pretty cool place to be in, to say that I wouldn't change it, because that was certainly not always the case.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for sharing that.
So I have a question specifically about treatment. How do you feel that treatment options, do you think that they are as accessible to people in the LGBT community, or do you feel like there's kind of a barrier that people face when trying to seek treatment, whether that is, you know, a medical-based treatment like hospitalization or long-term residential programs, or even, you know, approaching someone for a partial program or outpatient treatment? How do you think there is any sort of barrier at all? And what do you think that, you know, the larger eating disorder, you know, recovery community can do about that?
I'm actually curious about, maybe everybody can answer this question, that when I found, because this sort of huge eating disorder community is new to me in this way, that treatment is only talked about in a sort of medical, clinical way. There have been a lot of 12 programs with eating disorders. I'm just curious, how come those are like two separate, like how come that doesn't get included in discussions of treatment, or I haven't heard it yet.
Wait, you cut out. Can you repeat what you said?
How come 12-step programs that have helped you know, people with alcohol addiction and like, you know, other addictions, it's been proven to be very helpful, that that's not included in discussions about treatment? And I could be wrong. It's just like when I was at NIDA, I never really heard about it, and like I haven't, like, yeah.
Definitely. Well, so the treatment center that I went to, like my last stay in a treatment center, they actually did 12-step, and for like eating disorders. So we had like EDA meetings, and but it was within a residential inpatient program. And that was the only time I had ever experienced that. And in my just like kind of learning of the 12 steps, and then seeing they do have an outpatient EDA group, but you really have to be in a good place, and it's just not effective if you're not in a good place. And here's where things get kind of a little bit, you have to be more careful with eating disorder patients in terms of like who can mentor who, whereas in AA, you've got someone who's in a solid recovery, but with eating disorders in recovery, it really is an up and down thing for quite some time. And it, you know, there's personality traits that go into it, and so it can be kind of hard to be, you know, a sponsor so-and-so to someone who is recovering from an eating disorder when they might call you like a little obsessively, or, you know what I mean, just it breaks boundaries, and there's just different kind of protocols, I think, that go into eating disorder treatment that would make the AA kind of model a little difficult. At least, I mean, I love the peer support thing, and I've been trying to kind of come up with a strategy to implement that kind of structure within treatment centers, but I have gotten pushback on, like, there would have to be some really, like, put into place, like, protocols to keep everything kind of so no one's really liable in that. You know what I mean? Because with eating disorders, again, there's a lot of, I don't know, someone could purge one time and they could die, you know? So if that's on a sponsor for not answering a call, you know what I mean? Like, there's just those kind of liabilities. Does that answer your question at all? I don't know.
Sort of. I mean, yeah, I'm curious to know what other folks think. Yeah.
I mean, I'll just say really quickly that I had a really non-traditional recovery process, in the fact that I grew up very poor, and so, I mean, and uninsured, like many Americans were at the time, and I had no ability to afford treatment. I mean, just it wasn't even an option, and so I had to look for very non-traditional ways to gain recovery, and a lot of that was through talking with folks who had recovered. I had two very close friends who had gone through traditional recovery process, and so they were really able to help me through quite a bit. I think that, like, with eating disorder treatment, it's really difficult because there's like this spectrum of like severity, and not to say that my disorder wasn't severe at all. You know what I mean? But I am cautious to say my life was at as threatened of a point as some folks become. I was not on my deathbed, and I, know folks who have been, and so for me, it worked, and I also am a different person in mindset, and I went through a lot from a very early age, so it hardened me to a lot of things, and I think there were a lot of factors that went into it, but I had a less than traditional treatment, and process, and it worked for me. That being said, I try to recommend that anyone get really solid like inpatient treatment if they can, outpatient treatment if they can't, and look to great organizations like Project Heal, which help folks do that. You know what I mean? We realize that it's very expensive, and that's why we try to offer grants to folks, and it's really exciting to see that expand more into the future. And I know for me, as someone who has recovered, donating to things like this, now that I'm in a position where I am not financially struggling, it's a really great feeling. So.
I was just going to say, I don't know, this kind of goes back to the original question, but in terms of accessing the appropriate treatment for individuals who happen to identify as LGBT, I think I mentioned this earlier in the males part, that we often find similarities in our differences, differences in our similarities. If I was with a group of guys, there were age range of 15 to 50, and some were fathers, some were military members, some were athletes, some were, so on and so forth. And I'm wondering if in our discussion about specializing treatment specifically for members of the LGBT community, I realized that the language, the approaches, the diversity that was mentioned of those providers is much needed, and it needs a lot of work. My concern is that if we barely have 1 or 2 hospitals or residential centers in the United States that cater specifically to males. And my concern is that if we try to silo everybody, okay, females here, males here, LGBT here, or however that go, if we silo and separate each other, my concern is that we are going to make resources less available to the LGBT community. So like I said, I think that even though the LGBT community, there aren't specific approaches right now, which there need to be, I would really caution on the side that a lot of the underlying reasons for having an eating disorder, whether it's emotional trauma or abuse or what have you, are seen in every individual who struggles. And so I think we can find a lot more a lot more similarities in each other than we can differences in finding different treatment facilities, if that makes sense.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't think it has to mean that it would be less resources if there was a focused encouragement of having a more diverse group of people that treat a diverse group of people. I totally didn't envision a treatment center just for gay folks and a treatment center just for black people and a treatment center just for immigrants. I just think in a treatment center, what if you had, a staff that all looked different and came from different backgrounds?
Yeah, we don't want concentration camps.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Right. And I think in order to have that, my experience has been that unless you have a focused desire to increase inclusivity, it ends up being not inclusive or not diverse. That's been my experience with this country. And then the other thing that I would love everybody to talk about is the treatment centers are expensive. So if you have folks who don't have money, because there are a lot of LGBT folks of color who are just don't have money and don't have the support of their parents and don't have the support of their community, to me the gaping question is like, what happens to them? Like literally what happens to them when you don't have insurance, when I know in New York City, I used to live there, like a lot of folks get kicked out of their house. Like that's just the straight up reality of being a queer person of color a lot of the time. And I don't know, like I think there has to be something around shifting people's access to health care if we do want to have folks who are LGBT, if we want to talk about LGBT folks who suffer from eating disorders, because I think also a lot of eating disorders come from having traumatic childhoods and having emotional crazy things happen in your life, which if you are queer and been kicked out, or if you've been harassed or attacked, like I feel like that's all the makings of possibly having an eating disorder as you're growing up, but then not being able to afford it or not even knowing who to go to talk about it to get help. And I just read somewhere there's like a lot of people that get misdiagnosed. I know I went to therapists and nobody thought I had an eating disorder. It was through somebody personal that I knew that I was able to see, oh wait, I have an issue as well.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to a need for increased healthcare in this country, which is an ongoing battle that we've been facing as a country, and something that we're making strides towards, right? And I think that everyone should have access to healthcare that's affordable, and I think in the long term that drives down cost. But to that end, also, I think insurance needs reform in the fact that it needs to provide better resources for eating disorder treatment. And so we can get folks to health care at a reasonable cost, a subsidized rate, but that's not going to necessarily mean that they have the resources that they need there. There's still really large co-pays, and there are payment gaps, and we really need to talk about how this is a medical issue, right? And again, eating disorders kill more people each year than any other mental disease. That's staggering. So then why it's shocking. And so why aren't we doing something about that? At least something more.
So true. It's so true. And I think that, just based on all the experts that I've had the pleasure of speaking with throughout today, the general consensus that I get is that, we've come far, but there's still so much work to do within the eating disorder field. And I really, I think that with the things that we're all doing, we're activists at different levels. I think it's all of us who can help spark that change with our determination and our passion, and we need to kind of unite with other like-minded individuals, because the only way change is going to happen is if people pursue it, and push enough and are willing to take the failures and, the risks along with those failures. So I think that we have so much more work to be done, which is frustrating. But But then when you reflect on how far we've come, it's kind of like, all right, I guess we have come pretty far within the time.
We have to appreciate our advances, but also not settle, and keep pushing forward. So.
Exactly. Completely agree. We're approaching the last 3 minutes, and then I have to wrap this up, or else it's going to cut us off, because the 8 hours is the max you can hold to Hangout on Air. Which is why I went for 8 hours. But I definitely think that I would love to kind of create additional conversations like this and continue conversations like this. And even, Ben, what you had mentioned within the transgender community, I think that that's something that I would love to touch on and to do more advocacy work about. But I really appreciate, seriously, all of your time, everyone here, and seriously, you guys came back to join, Chico stayed on, and so I'm super grateful for all of you guys and your willingness to share your stories. And so, do you guys have any final words, anything you want to share with the viewers before we wrap up this module?
I think that this conversation that we are having is, a step in the right direction. Especially we're all young Americans, and we all have some connection to, the recovery community, and I think it's really important that we are having this talk. We may have not have received so many questions from our audience, but I think that this will spark, some interest and some, I guess, motivation to continue this discussion.
Yeah, and I think just in closing, if anyone watching this feels like they might be suffering from an eating disorder and need help, I hope that they will reach out There's great folks that are willing to help them. The National Eating Disorders Association has a hotline that you can call or a chat line that you can chat to. And so reach out. There's people there that care about you, and there's people that want to help you. And, you know, recovery is possible, and luckily we all can be an example of that. So.
Yeah, thank you guys again, everybody, for speaking. It's really so cool to see how, even within this panel, how diverse it is, which I just think it's, you know, again, so important. Like, we all look different, we have different religious beliefs, like, but all those things, like, it's kind of beautiful that surviving or dealing with an eating disorder is something that we have similarities with, and we can see that we're more similar, you know, than being hugely, hugely different.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Close out. Oh, Leanna.
How do I turn this off?
You just hit the end button above. Okay, well, that concludes our marathon hangout event. I'm kind of impressed that I survived 8 hours, and if you watched this whole time, I'm impressed with you as well. I want to say thank you once again to everyone who participated in this event. Seriously, it was so special for everyone who gave their time on a Saturday to join us as we attempted to strive to make a difference. Again, today is Make a Difference Day, and this is what we wanted to give back. Although Project Heal is always striving to give back and to help others, this is our way of creating a tool that we hope you'll use as a resource for, you know, months, maybe even years to come. And we hope that this was a way for you to spark a dialogue about things that you maybe never even thought to consider. So I really encourage you to check out Project Heal's website. The information for that is located in our, you can check out our event page, but just the website for Project Heal is www.theprojectheal.org. And we really encourage you to help us as we try to help others in their recovery process. If you can, make any kind of a donation that goes towards saving the lives of others and help them recover, which is our passion, is to help others go through the same process that many of us at Project Heal have gone through or have known someone who has gone through. So I really, really appreciate your support, and I know that the founders and everyone on behalf of Project Heal is really grateful for. And if you can go out and support our chapters as well in their attempts to make a difference, we've got chapters located all around the U.S. We've got quite a few in Canada, and we're also located in Sydney, Australia. So please, please check them all out and show them your support wherever you are, as we all, again, strive to make a difference. You can find all of our information, all the contact information, again, on Project Heal's website. And if you have any questions about anything within this Hangout on Air, you can email me at Ali, A-L-I, at theprojectheal.org, and I would be more than happy to direct you towards resources or in any way that I can help you. So thank you for helping us make a difference. Your support means the world to us. On behalf of Project Heal, have a good night.